I think when EGC ran that big tournament, it was 3 maps. I'm pretty sure that's correct. There was not much. It's kind of crazy, actually. But yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting a message in the background. So, just keeping an eye on this. Maybe I should screen share. It might be nicer for you guys. So if I switch over here, and then we can window capture. But Ned, how's it going, bud? Yeah, I'll share the screen for you guys. Yeah, no, scrimming is basically a term used for like, you know, like if they were doing this type of map draft and then they were like just playing lobby games to try and get better, like scrimming is practice. Scrimming is organized practice, right? Because like practice could mean you're just playing on the ladder, whereas scrims is proper like go for it. 1 second, let me just ban that guy. Did I miss anyone else in the chat who was saying something? Oh, the whole first tier thing? That's not that weird. But yeah, we should be live on both platforms. So, looks like... Wait, what map does that mean we're getting? It's weird it doesn't show the one... Is it Isle of Dread? Isle of Dread's banned. Jagged Moor. Let me... 1 second, I'm going to hide this quickly because they're talking... Is it best of 1? I thought it was best of 3. Oh, okay, so it's BO1 for the... Damn, okay, the Swiss stage might be really fast then. I was told it's going to be like 3 hours long, but we'll see. Alright, looks like we got lobby code. Fantastic. Let me get on that. It's nice to be able to catch them, B, though. Like, it's been a while, right? Do I need to hide that? I don't know if that shows up in lobby. Let's have a look. It might show up in lobby, so maybe I have to like hide the screen. But we're loading into the game now, so we should be ready to go soon. So there should be 5 rounds here, and we can still go back and catch games afterwards because the people should be uploading. I want to be on the... Wait, leave slot. There we go. Nice. So yeah, I'm going to be observer. Oh, it does show the lobby ID. I mean, I guess like if you want to get in, they can get in. It's not going to give anything away. Actually, I guess I should hide that just to be safe. So we'll stay on my ugly mug for a sec while we wait for B's opponent to get in. So it's FreeDB versus Shelby. Is that the same, by the way? Okay, yeah, no, they got the system servers. I think this is the Shelby. Like, I'm going to check because I think his profile will keep other stuff logged, right? That he's been in before. So let me have a look here. Because I legit think this might be the Shelby. Yeah, dude, he played in the Red Bull World El Renado. This is, let me check if it's 2 or 4, though. I think this is Shelby. I can't, hold on a sec. That's kind of cool, though. So we've got 2 Age of Empires 4 guys. Yo, what's up, boss there? I'm looking to catch your games as well, so keep me in the loop on those. I was looking for you, but you weren't showing. Did you get like a buy on the first round due to ranking or something? Because I couldn't see you in the end. So, keeping on this, we should get Shelby in soon. Yeah, he just hopped in. Dude, it's Shelby! That's so cool. It's so cool that we've got 2 AoE 4 people playing up against each other in the first round. Because you know how it is, right? You gotta make them kill their own people. It's like in Age of Empires 4, we put the Canadians in the same brackets. They have to murder each other. Oh, you won the EMEA one, so you're just gonna chill? Okay, fair. Well, you just don't want to. You don't want. Oh, you want to share around. What a nice guy, guys. A round of applause for Posse, who allows other people to win. What a Chad. So I didn't get as much time as I was hoping for to kind of read up on all the Celestial skills, but I believe the live spectating tool does have more assets, so you can kind of read more into the details, which is cool. I do want them to change that because currently in like the replay, you still can't see the options you have left in the building or whatever. But looks like we're ready to go, man. All right, so whenever they want to click go, we can begin. I'll leave that up to them. Nice. All right, they're loading up now, so let's get ready. Oh, crap. I knew what I forgot to do. I knew I was going to forget something. We forgot to change the name, so let's quickly do that. So 3D underscore, preferably without knocking over this Red Bull can I've just put in the dumbest place possible between my hands. But these are only BO1s. I was a little bit surprised by that. I thought BO3s would be cooler. And then Shelby. Fantastic. All right, let's load that up. Have I got the colors right? I have. All right. And this filthy fiend is back at it again. One and all, welcome to the live Stormgate competitive action. That's right, we've got Tank Cup number 15, the American region Swiss stage here. And we're kicking off with 2 Age of Empires 4 gamers. It's 3DB of the 3D clan going up against Shelby on the other side. It's funny as well, because I think these two were also StarCraft before. I know B was, but I think Shelby had a background before they both moved across to Age of Empires 4. So I love to see the bounce forward to another sci-fi based RTS here. But B is going to be on those Celestials. Now this is interesting because he's been mixing it up in recent times. He's been playing a lot of Infernals as well. Last tank, he actually baited people by playing Infernals until he got to the Grand Finals. This time, Shelby is only going to be Infernals this lobby. It's going to be playing the still kind of controversial Civ in this situation, or faction, shall I say. And we've already got the aggro play out. This is interesting. So he goes out onto the camps to clear them up. Morph Core plus the Arc Ship. A different approach to what we've seen so far from B, because B has just been rushing the enemy base. For those unaware, these Arc Ships are quite interesting. They allow you to basically build your Morph Cores that can turn into buildings. So they're kind of like your I want to say that in a way, the spawners are your all-purpose buildings. And these Morph Cores can attack as well. It's kind of low damage, but you can utilize them as an attacking unit before turning them into your actual buildings. Looks like we have got some buildings coming down. So pretty defensive creation core. It's pretty interesting. You only just set up the bare minimum over here with a collection array as well as getting some prisms out. The prisms are what are going to gather from these collection arrays, remember. And we have got some Fiend Aggression coming in. So this is really popular. With the addition of the Hexen for the Infernals, I feel like the Infernals opening has more of a hero unit that's valuable and needs to be protected. So needs to be a little bit careful about positioning here. Because especially with these shields up, an Argent can easily take out a Hexen, as Shelby's about to find out. Big loss on the opener there. So that's pretty expensive. Infernals, the Hexen is really expensive to replace. He's about 100 Luminite, 75 Therium, and you need to have a Ritual Chamber first. That's a very heavy investment to get back into Hexens, and they're important because of all the spell casting they offer you up. So definitely going to be something that is painfully missed for him in this early game. I think it's maybe going to have to be a bit more chill. And we actually have some interesting players here. So Shelby's trying to use the Fell Hogs to eventually take the camp here. This one's really important. Like your early units, it's kind of easy to min-max them out. I love the way that B utilized around that, because I'd argue that when you play as the Celestials, it's a little bit less important because you have this extra health, right? The shield recharge. Now, while the Infernals do have Shroud doesn't tend to stack up as hard as what the Celestials get. It also tends to deplete over time, right? So usually I'd expect more Celestial players to not really care about this health. Seems like he actually wants to camp around it. So really slow kind of start here, but for good reason. Like essentially at this stage, B is double base, right? He's got his prisms set up over here. He's got two of them inside. One to support over here. And we have got the double power bank, so plenty to rejuvenate as he comes back. And we are now going to see him moving out into camps. Third base also being set up, so collection array now about to drop in. And I'm wondering, does this tend a bit more of a macro game? So far, we're used to seeing Celestials just kind of send it over to the enemy base very fast, at least when B's playing them. This is a much different approach. Looks like we have got a little bit of overutilization on the Luminite, being up at 14 as opposed to 12. But I think we might start to see a tech switch here. Ritual Chamber is coming in. We have not got the Greatest Shrine just yet, but this can allow him to get back to the Hexens. I'm just not sure if Hexens are as valuable against the Celestials because of how tanky their Argents are. Speaking of those Argents, look at the timing on this. Moves out into the Shrine. Ooh, can he do enough damage here? It's going to go up, but it's not going to be healthy for it, so Shelby's got to make a hard choice here. The Gaunts are busy right now dealing with the camp, so he can't bring them back. Also, if you try to bring them from the south side, they're just going to get pinched and sniped. Gaunts are not very tanky, so it is going to be a cancel. Imp goes down, and Shelby, all of a sudden, stuck on one base when he's attempting to go two. And Argents, thank God, don't hit the Imps too hard. Like, this would be a massacre on the eco line otherwise. He's going to hunt for that, though. I mean, Shelby, I'm not sure how you get out of this. Brutes do not impress me here. I feel like you need enough Gaunts supporting behind. So Brutes are starting to move in. Fiend Split's going to be on point. Shelby will be able to absorb more here. But the count is high. B, a little bit off on the micro. He isn't shifting back to injured. But he is going to get a target onto the Gaunts. Now, remember, the Gaunts at the back line, they're incredibly squishy here. So a lot of damage being done. Good trades coming in. And remember, behind this, B has a much better economy than Shelby. Not just that, we actually also have a Morph Core here. So I think he's going for a power bank, right? No. Okay, we've got more units on the way. It's going to be a creation. Looks like the army's going to push him away. Double Brute's going to hang around to deal with this. More Argents are on the way, but the Gaunts are getting good damage in. Now, remember, for those that played the earlier version of Stormgate, you no longer have the Infest by default on these Gaunts. So you don't get Fiends from getting kills. You have to get a tech, and that tech recently got, I believe it was nerfed on the timing. So overall, Gaunts got nerfed in the escalation. It's much harder to get into Plague Axes and Reaper's Rush now. I think it used to take 60 seconds and now it takes 90. So a much longer way. And there's the power banks we're waiting for. So Creation Chamber comes down. Follow-up buildings are looking good. And this is what you want. For anyone who's watched some Protoss before, it's that classic forward power bank play that just gets you recharge shields here, right? Or usually it's kind of more, you set up the proxy base and then follow up with the power to shield you up. But I like this approach. And he will even be able to connect down to the Illuminite. Like, this is really frustrating to have to deal with from an Infernal position, right? Like, you're one base still. There's also a risk if you don't push out now, your opponent could take control of the health camp. And with that, he can just rejuvenate the full of all these guys. If that happens and Shelby doesn't make a move, I think this game's going to be over. Yeah, and the healing's come through. I think we're moments away from a GG from Shelby here. He's already 20 supply behind, and like base count-wise, it's looking grim, folks. I've got plenty of power banks down here charging up Lumi. He's got another power bank over here, another collection array rather over here. And then we've got the one at home. And that one is fairly stacked, you see by the pips above. I think, like... Oh, sorry, that's health. I'm being an idiot. But, like, overall, eco-wise, I would say it would be fair to say close to 3 times, if not more. And the military count's just absurd. I think he's getting ready for the kill and blow. The Argents aren't immediate brutal killers here, but they should be good enough to whittle this down. Brute line is not thick either for Shelby. Infest Bomb is going to tap onto them here, but you've just got a full base coming in. And we have got the Guardian Nexus, so upgrades are coming through. I'm trying to remember, this is the way into Kree, right? So you get a few front-laning Kree. I don't think it's going to be too hard to break through this now. I swear, compared to other factions, I feel like Celestial base building looks so weird. It's the most SimCity-esque one I can think of. And there it is. Yeah, Kree now coming in. So remember, these are the melee boys. They also function a little bit like a Baneling when you get their upgrades, because the whole idea is there's an upgrade that allows them to explode when they die, and they can roll to move in quicker. Now, they have just been nerfed, by the way. These guys used to be OP because when they went to rolling form, they were getting plus 50% armor. They're a lot more reasonable as a unit now. That was taken away from them because 50% damage reduct when you're moving faster and able to gap close seems a bit absurd. We have got a Magmadon play. You know, I'm impressed that Shelby's kind of making this look like it's not over yet. And oh wait, this is big. He's got the Plague Axes. Too much health left over there, though. However, it is a threatening warning. The problem I'm just seeing is realistically with the Luminite camps, all the different arrays that he's setting up around here, it does just feel like it's a gradual eco slog. Magmadon tries to move out. Kree are going to start to explode here. Not on top of the enemies, but it doesn't matter. Magmadon down. It's just not affordable to replace those. You can maybe get one more out. Does use the Shroud to try and stay alive there, but I think that's going to be GG. Yeah, GG comes out. B will win his first round. Remember, guys, these are just best of ones in the Swift stage, but quite a brutal strategy here, man. Like, just essentially taking over the natural and making it your own. All right, guys, that is going to be the first round, I think, finished there. You really like the graphics? I think the graphics need more shadows, but like the devs have already talked that this is not, like, guys, for anyone who's panicking about this, the devs already said this is not the final graphic form anyway. They have already said they're going to be doing more. All right, so let me have a look here and see who we've got up in round number 2. Because we should have around 2 on each side. Wait, the sets, maybe the sets aren't finished yet, so we might have a minute or two, which is good. Yeah, so a few of them are still in progress. We can't join any of the in-progress ones. Maybe if I can find a live player's POV, we can snoop in on them a bit. But 1 second now. Yeah, I can catch up with chat as well, which I like. It's always nice to get a chance between the games. Let me update the bracket link because it's a new bracket. It's for the 15th one. I will back it up to the overall event so you can kind of look where you want. But yes, we're doing the America Tank 15. So that was the link to the last one. I'm now updating that so you guys will be able to look at the correct thing now. There we go. Turn down the contrast by 40% and making the ground a lot rougher texture. We kind of went through this for AoE4. Like, I think AoE4 is at the other end of the spectrum where it's too dull on colors. Like 100%, it needs to be juiced up. And like the answer I got to that were people like, yeah, just change your settings on your own. It's like, okay, well, we can kind of see the same with Stormgate then. Like if you desaturate slightly, would it not have the desired effect? It would right? Like I don't think I'm wrong on that, right? Like it's kind of the same in reverse. Okay, so I'm keeping an eye on the sets. I'll let you guys know. I think we might have accidentally chosen the quickest, but it's kind of it's the rough thing at the beginning. Let me open the Stormgate directory because we might have we might just snatch a peek because we might have without that obnoxious voice, we might snatch a peek at someone else's who's playing's POV. So I'm having a look. Sylvex is playing right now. So should I have a look at Sylvex? We only have his POV, but he's Vanguard. I'm not sure who he's against. Let me check on the rankings. We'll switch across here so you guys can see as well. So if I have a look here. Sylv, right? I think it's Sylv. Yeah, so Sylv is up against a Nicaract right now. Okay, Infernal on Vanguard here. Oh, dude, he looks completely out macro, though, there. This game's about to end. I mean, I know that when you play as Vanguard versus Infernal, like, inherently you're going to be behind on bases, but look at the map, guys. There's so many blue camps. This guy's probably free base at least. And it looks like tech isn't that great right now for Sylv. Or for Sylv, rather? Yeah, Sylv. He's basically got Lancers and a few Exos. And there's a lot of Brutes here. Looks like there is also the Poison Infest on the Gaunt, so this can snowball against him. And I don't think we've got kinetic redirection. Something kind of went wrong here with the plan. I think he's got it coming through now, but you'd probably want that a little bit quicker if you knew you were going to be locked in. Damn, that's brutal. He does hold on. I wonder if it's worth splitting off maybe a few Lancers to go raid. The problem is you now have to move out to take that vision camp. You see this one down here? Because if you don't get rid of that, you can't make any moves without your opponent. Oh, sorry, he's red. I'm being an idiot. Okay, so yeah, he's fine to make a rotation round then. I think he needs to at this stage, right? Like, playing 2 base from here is pretty rough. And notice he's keeping very small gaps in his ramps just so that he can have enough room to move by, but not too much. I think they did finally fix Lancer. Maybe someone who's played a lot more Vanguard can explain that. Like, Lancer used to be basically like supermodel levels of Slim. Like, for some reason, Lancer's hitbox was like half the size it should have been. So they were able to like slip through the cracks between buildings like here, which wasn't meant to be feasible. So they were a really kind of weird cheat sheet unit to make it through like walled off base areas that you created. But I think they've fixed those boxes now, so they're a bit more reasonable. We're just going to occasionally check over here as well to see the state of the sets. I don't think you need to refresh, right? I'd be surprised if you need to refresh. But like, for example, I mean, these haven't even been reported yet. Okay, they have. Win, 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 win. So we've got in progress. So actually, pool 2 might be about to go to round 2. And pool 1 has 4 sets still in progress, this being one of them. It looks like he's making a move, though. Oh, we have actually got kinetic redirection now. The problem is with Magmadons in the mixer, you really need to find time to snipe them down. Bubble Shield's going to buy him a little bit of time here, but the Magmadons break through. A lot of attention being drawn here. Infest Bombs are also connecting. I think this might be the break of the entire army. The Lancers are way too low here. So Sylv, I mean, he wasn't wrong for trying to make this type of move. It was just too many camps controlled by his opponent. But there's going to be a 6 festival pushback here. Exos at least still have the movement speed to back away. And actually, compared to Gaunts, they're better at now. Remember, Gaunts just got the movement speed buff. Reaper's Rush that was 40% nerfed down to 30. So overall, like, as long as you start step away with quick draw, Exos should always be able to get away. Yeah, it's not looking good right now for Sylv. Maybe if you can get up to a third. That is now on the way. It's always a nice thing. If you don't like the placement, you can always just cancel. Remember, Vanguard get 100% refund when they destroy buildings, even after they've been built. So nice. So damn nice. But I believe Group 2, Pool 2 will be going to round 2 soon. That was the one we were just in with B. So we'll keep an eye on this, and we'll hop across in a sec. Because there's only Ryzer and Garnath left to go. When you see Vanguards making tanks, what, you mean Atlases? I think Atlases are really hard to get to when you're under pressure. You inherently have to build some bio in a lot of cases, or you're forfeiting a lot of map. And forfeiting a lot of map feels like death against a lot of different, like, more rushy-based strategies right now. But I think that'll develop. So remember, like, you don't have siege tanks, but you have the Atlases, right? It's just so slow to get into them. And you need to also get a hangar, right? Because without a hangar, you can't really protect them. And I think if you rush it, like, a good opponent sees that, and he preps counter units, right? So, like, you kind of have to weave your way to it. Super late KP stream. I want to catch my competitive Stormgate, mate. How's it going, Camian? Got to get the good action. So I think we're almost ready for a reset. Can I put some Spotify music on for you guys as well? Do you guys like it with the chill music? Let me know what you prefer. I think we're almost ready with this set. So just Ryzer and Garnath. If I check, let's see if they're actually live. Maybe one of them's live, so we can see if they're almost complete. Because we care about Pool 2. Sorry, Pool 1. So there's no Ryzer, and it was Garnath. But I don't think Garnath streams, from what I remember. Nah, okay. All good. Let's do that as well. So we don't see a bot trying to sell them bots. Hello, YouTube people. How much they're paying to force it and have streamers and YouTube channels cover it? I mean, Aries, I'm not getting paid anything. I think the game's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure the people that got paid on the opening days. Like, people who are still checking out Stormgate are checking it out because they want to check it out. I think the game has a lot of potential. I've said that. It's not perfect, but, like, legit. What game is nowadays? Like, Age of Empires 4 took 2 years to even get close to, like, feeling good. Being very real. So I'm willing to be patient and give him a bit of time. Damn, this guy's not making it easy, though. Kind of wish we saw this one. It's kind of intriguing the way he's, like, trying to stack up to pull out. I mean, he's getting Exo Ball going, right? So, like, what's the counter to that? I guess you need Hellborns if you're Infernal here. Oh, but we've got the Donga ships, the Doombringers. So what? He's going for, like, a drop into the primary? That's hard, though. Okay, I think it's more just about having the Shroud on the go. He didn't want to spend on effigies. He's going for the Surround, though. This could be big with the bounces. Ooh, the Magmadons, they get in! Oh my god! That, for Age of Empires gamers, that is the equivalent of a Cataphract ball of 40 trampling. Dude, that was brutal. I think the game was already kind of like at its conclusion, borderlining it, right? But that was a brutal way for it to end for a man. Watching that many Exo just melt. And before anyone says, oh my god, it's dumb, how do you lose like that many that quick? The guy had, what was that? I think it was about 10 Magmadons. And Magmadons are slower than Exos, right? As long as Exos are triggering. So he's just out of position, right? And he gets punished for it. I like that. I like that you get punished for being out of position. I've highlighted this, like, my feeling AoE 4 is like, you do get punished for being out of position AoE 4. But I always say the pacing is like, you take an extra 7 or 8 seconds to get to the punishment outcome, if that makes sense. So it's like, I always like to remind people who think that this is really, oh my god, that's so quickly punishing. It's like, at the highest level in Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires 4 is also very quickly punishing. The difference is that it's subtly apparent. And what I mean by that is like, let's say knights are riding around the back and you're late to move your spears. They're already going to do some damage, right? Like, you're not going to be able to cut them off anymore. They'll be in. So, like, it's a different style, a different breed. All right, looks like round 2 is going to be setting up now. So, do we need to refresh this? You can tell I use Start GG a lot. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to message Adiko just in case. Does each round take... I'll just double check with Adiko. Vanguard needs some speed help with building speed. They do. They have the overcharge. The overcharge is really fast, man. I think like something that's not being used as much at the moment, but will come into play for Vanguard is baits. Like, because they can bait transitions better than any other faction. Because when they delete, they get everything back. It's like, I think like something that's kind of underrated with Vanguard is genuinely trashing some of your buildings and replacing them. I think that's going to be a really big play. Okay, Mixu versus he could be good. Should we check out Mixu? Hey guys, and if I cast your match. Alright. So I'll check in with them. Let me hide this from you guys so you don't have to have it worried. But dude, that... I called it! I said he had 3 times the resources. Holy crap. Like from the creeps and then the resource mined. Okay, maybe not 3 times there, but Jesus. Because I think, if I remember correctly, inherently the celestial mines are slower, right? Which kind of makes sense. If you think you could be a regular or volunteer police constable, search Met careers. You miss B? I mean, you can catch him in this, dude. Like, you know. I think that's a nice thing for a lot of Age of Empires people as well. Is like, I'm going to be casting the games. Other people are going to be, you know, other people like can keep an eye on. I'm not going to stop doing AV4. I'm just going to do both. Then you've got like the thing where there's familiar faces. So you've got the 3D Clan. You've got the Spanish Bros. I think you'll see some other names as well. What do guys from 3D Clan play in the American section? Because you can. There's no rule against it. I'm not sure if server priority is forced to somewhere unless they're both the same place. Yeah, it's just time zones. It's like you choose the server that's reasonable between you. So like, for example, Busse, I don't know if he's still in here, the legend, absolute mad lad, top ranking player in Stormgate. He said because he won the European, well, he's like he's done, not won, but he's done his Swiss in the European and he came out on top. He's just going to chill and not do the American one this time. All right. So he's in. Mixu's now in. Dude, I get so many ads. Someone needs to give me the Spotify code. Because I'm a cheapskate. Yeah. I haven't tried long distance. I have not tried long distance games yet to see how laggy it is. I don't know if anyone has and can speak to that. I always felt that AoE4 wasn't that laggy, but I think it is. Is it like quite playable with Stormgate? Because I know netcode was like a big deal for them, which was cool to see. All right. Let's update tiles. So we're now doing Mixu versus Hin. I was disappointed because we were originally going to open with Garnath versus B, but then it flipped. I think that would have been super close. I haven't seen B versus WAM yet. We will be casting some of the King of the Dry Arabia low bracket games because they're never cast on their channel, so I accept them humbly, willingly. Okay, so looks like I think we're getting Broken Crown here. There's no way you do Jagged Maw, right? Because I think one of these guys is a Van player and one's an Infernal. I don't know if they really fixed... Actually, no, Jagged Maw's not that bad for it, right? I think which one's worse? Yeah, Jagged Maw. No, Jagged Maw was the bad one. Okay, so that's banned out. So we're going to Broken Crown. All right, awesome. Let me check. So we'll join by ID in a sec. Guys, it's just annoying the way I have to keep an eye on this. 200 ping feels like 50? Dude, that's sick. That's really impressive. HelloFresh is new. So guys, if you are thinking of checking out HelloFresh, my code right now will get you 10 free meals extra and free appetizers for as long as you have the subscription. So I think it gives you 1 appetizer a week. So check it out. Definitely recommend giving it a go. It's either per week or per month. I think it's per week though. But yeah, they partnered with us for this month. So I'll be checking them out myself. I've already put my HelloFresh order in. So I'll be able to show off some of those in the week because they should be arriving, I think, Tuesday is when they're going to come in. I'll probably record me and Emma cooking them and then link through and then show it on stream. Link, I need to actually grab the link. One sec. I need to put it onto a code. But if you check my panels, there is a panel you can click on that will take you through, which is quite handy. But let me... You can also... Because we've got a teensy bit of time. I can quickly... You see it? Yeah, go for it. So there you go. Okay, that's not right. Well, apparently that'll work. Oh, wait, that's the image link. Ignore me, I'm an idiot. Copy link address. That's the one. Whoop, whoop. There you go. All right, guys. Time to get ready, though. We've got another game. I need to update the names really fast because I keep forgetting to do that. He, and then we got Mixu. So let's hop into game ASAP. Have we got it the right way around? We have, dude. We've been lucking out. All right. All right, welcome one and all back to the Stormgate action. We have got some more Tank Cup 15 American region Swiss stage on the dish for you. We've got He in the blue playing as the Celestials going up against Mixu in the red playing as the Vanguard. We are going to be on the Classic. We're on Broken Crown here. Already seeing the move out to the second base. I've been seeing this a lot actually from the Celestials. It seems like they just naturally move the expansion straight away. Kind of makes sense, right? Like if you could just completely reposition your base closer to the front line and you felt you could hold the area, it feels like it's a worthwhile play. It just minimizes the distance for a faction that's honestly quite slow at moving across the map with the early units and saves you extra travel time to get in position here. So it looks like we are getting the Creation Chamber coming down to sweet here. I think we're just going to be going straight away into some Argent spam. Looks like we have got some scouting coming out on the maps here. Oh, wait, no, it's just... Oh, that's weird. I've got to get used to that. In live spectating, it just shows you the neutral camp's POV. But we have got some Lancer and additional scout play coming out early on. It's interesting from Mixu. I think that you're always going to see players leaning towards this health camp first, right? Because it just allows you to keep falling back and kind of stacking as you go. Like they got the veterancy on the dogs as well. I think like the role of them is just to be more glass canny, so you want them to do as much damage as possible. Interesting that he moved the Lancer out straight away, but remember, he does have the healing flowers on the way, so it's pretty optimal the way he's played this. Other side of what we're seeing coming in now. So first Argent's coming out. It should be the same move to the south side. It's interesting that I'm... Ooh, whoa, whoa, okay, catch up. It's interesting that we're already seeing Celestials play a little bit slower. I guess the nerfs did something, because before, I was seeing a lot of cheesy arc ship rushes across the enemy base. And they were so effective, they could even win Grand Finals in the last Tank Cup just a week ago. Second base in the meantime is going to be coming up. We have got a Mech Bay play. Could we be getting some Hedgehogs? That's interesting, actually, because I'm pretty sure Hedgehogs outrange Argents, right? I think, is Hedgehog 8 tower range? No, it has to be 7. We'll find out in a second. It's kind of interesting, because they do get the bonus damage versus heavy, and I'm pretty sure Argents, yeah, they do count as heavy. So it looks like that was definitely intentional. New Morph Core is going to be coming out, so I imagine we're going to be moving across for more Lumi soon. And what a yoink! So Swift Camp into a steal on the health camp on the south side. Now remember, he also does get payday from this. He does get Lumi from clearing these up. That's going to give him the heal on the offensive. Scan comes out. He does see the Morph Core. I mean, you can't really do anything about it, though, right? He's going to send it into the main. Good pinch straight away on one of the Argents. The problem, though, is like Lance, you've only got one out here. And it feels like this might be a throwaway. So Wolves, looks like they are going to get that one pick. Scout's going to have to pull back. And we have now got the Hedgehogs on the way. And the Hedgehogs actually have less range. So it's 5 range versus 6. It's going to be a difficult one, because if you get focus fired down, right? So I'm going to try to pick reinforcements. I mean, the good news is you're so fast, you can always pull back and heal. In fact, if he sets up a sentry post, it would be really efficient here, because a Bob inside a sentry post can heal both Dog and Hedgehog alike. But it seems the goal for Mixu right now is to avoid the real threat and just play raid, which kind of makes sense, right? Like, I think a lot of Vanguard's early units can struggle against the Argents. It feels like one of those matchups where you're probably going to be playing more defensive quite often. I guess you could, to a certain extent, spam the Lancers, but there's still that big risk you just get kited. And if the retreat leads towards the power banks, then your Lancers are always going to lose, right? So it's kind of a weird situation to find yourself in. But I do love to see some Hedgehogs, man. I feel like half the time in development, this unit has just kind of felt like a meme. Really feels like it's got a decent position now as a raidy type unit. And the cool thing is, like, you can quickly in and out like a fast food restaurant, right? You don't have to hang it in range of your opponent. You can get in, get a pick, get out. Problem is with the Scouts right now, they're a little bit of a liability. Looks like it's going to be back off in time with the Hedgehogs, so nicely microed away by Mixu. And did he go for the Beryllium Claws? I don't think he did, right? That's only bonus damage versus light, mostly. I think you get 16 and then you get an extra 8 versus light, so it's kind of not fully worth it. So it seems like the strategy here is just use the scouts as a front line, and then they rapidly can go heal, and then keep spamming hedgehogs over time behind this. But I don't think that's going to be all for free. I imagine we're going to be a switch soon from the other side. I don't think you go Kree here. Like, most of the games I've been watching with Celestial, I've just mainly seen Argents and Kree. The problem with Kree is I think even if you gap close the initial strike, staying in range is going to be difficult. The hedgehogs to deploy, Arcship on the move. They're going to have to focus fire on the ground here. Scouts are trying to be a little bit annoying. There is going to be a redeploy again. Mixu immediately cancels that out, though. He just needs to find a few targets. He is getting a lot of these guys low, but I think we'll get some power bank play soon coming in. You have to start asking the question, does Mixu have enough hedgehogs yet? I think he needs about 2 more to start target firing down these Argents easily. And it's going to get much more difficult now because we have got the power banks on the way. So these guys are going to be tippity top on the 50 health. They do need that health camp, though, and you can see already Mixu's holding it hostage. He invites the enemy into the main. Nice block here as well. The overcharged Bobs are moving in. Bubble shield is going to be there. Front lines with the one hedgehog here. It's going to take pristine micro to get out of this, but he might be in trouble. And Mixu getting the cleanup here. That's going to wipe the entire army. A sick timing on the surround. Nothing gets away unanswered. And not much left to work with here. More Argent spam is on the way, but this might be a swarm and an overwhelm. There's already focus fire coming in the power banks. And with only 3 Argents, I don't see how he even cracks a single hedgehog. This game looks done. Mixu does not mess around. And the patience it takes, man. It feels so easy to just kind of misread and go in early with the hedgehogs, but he was on point in the micro. Love the fact he just kept adding in scouts as this pseudo front line. It was super effective, actually. Like, I'm kind of impressed by just how little damage they were taking from these Argents. Oh, and that has to be GG. There it is. It gets called. So Mixu showing that the art of defense can master over offense in this one as he gets the win over the Celestials. Yeah, so it's a fair point what you're saying there, Ricky. I do think it was an ambitious reach, but I think what he was aiming for there is raid damage in, and then maybe he wanted to I think what he's trying to do, I think he was trying to power bank from the low ground. Because if you get power banks here, you can reach, right? I'm pretty sure the power bank range would clip the Argents. So I think what he was looking for was a touch here to block the eco, and then he can kind of rejuvenate and spam extra units. But it's like, I think at that point, I was saying, like, what is this out here? We got a Celestial spammer in chat. Because he's on Argents, right? And so far, I've seen most people go Kree. What other unit would be good against hedgehogs that you can get quickly? And there's the other problem. Do you see that, guys? He got the transonic rockets. So that is what he's waiting for. That puts him up to 7 tower range. So that's why you saw the dive, I think, is he knew. Remember, these guys only have... Wait, did he have a... Or is that just bugged on Spectator? I feel like it's bugged on Spectator. He's got machine lab. Yeah, he could actually have the rockets. So if he has the rockets, it's now 7 tower range versus 6, right? So then you just get kited and killed over time. So he probably felt like he just needed to send it, or the game was over either way. All right. So let me have a look here. Are we just cursed to find the sets that end the quickest? It's like some other ones did finish pretty quick as well. Let me have a look. A bit of a StarCraft vibe. Yeah, so it's kind of seen as the spiritual successor to StarCraft. It's made by former StarCraft and Warcraft devs. And it's got like some people like Tim Campbell who also worked in games like Red Alert 2. Game has a lot of potential. And I hope it does get to see it. So I think everyone else's set has started. There's no way I could like sneak in, right? All right, there we go. Nice. Dude. We might have caught one that's going for a remake, so we might be able to catch some more. Yes! No hosts? Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. All right. Awesome. Dude, that's cool. We're being sport a little bit. We're getting more. Nice. So we've got For the Win Cheese versus... Hoopsire. Where have I seen Hoopsire before? I think I've cast him on Stormgate before. It's not from Age of Empires, right? I've definitely seen this guy. All right, let's pog. We're going to get more sets, guys. Oh, that's what you want, dude. That's the good feeling, is the flow. So let me go ahead and join. And I'll also update it to have for the win cheese and Hoopsire. Fantastic. Love it, boys. Appreciate it. Oh. But yeah, guys, I'm going to try to aim to do these kind of like, you know, like I think I want to split at the moment between doing Stormgate like maybe 2 days a week. Maybe Age of Empires 1 or 2 days a week, just because there's not much happening big time in AoE 4 at the moment. Obviously, I'll ramp that up to 2 again when we get like a patch or whatever. So I'm going to split the time, you know, and hopefully you guys like are willing to give each a go. I definitely recommend some people like Stormgate give AoE 4 a check. It's a more chill game. The pacing's a little bit slower, but it fits the mood for different days, right? Both have their appeal. They both have their place. Oh, but yes. Oh, that actually, I've got enough time to now add in the Nightbot command. Let me do that now. So I'll put it as !mark hello fresh, and let me grab the code, because that should take you. Perfect. And when it takes you through, it'll even have the code already. Whoop, whoop. Okay. Fantastic. All right, they just need one moment, then they're going to start. Looks like we've got double Celestial, though. Has anyone been seeing some Celestial Mirrors recently? I think this is the first one I've actually watched. I wonder if it has the potential to go pretty deep. Especially the changes, because it feels like a lot of the fast-paced beginning builds have like just kind of pitted out. Right? Before the patch, I was seeing like 5-minute games. Yeah, Celestial's kind of the Protoss. So it's interesting because some of the civs, some of the factions, like what they do is they kind of sit between a Warcraft faction and a Starcraft faction, I'd say. It's like Vanguard sits between like, you know, the obvious one would be humans and the Terrans. The more interesting ones, I do think that Infernal sits between like Undead and Zerg. And then, yeah, Celestials are fairly Protossy. Maybe if you made a comparison, I guess maybe Night Elves would be the most appropriate. Oh, let me flip them around. In fact, what I might do, I think we toggle score off for now because it's not even relevant, right? Ah, whatever, we'll leave it on. Who cares? Oh, it's time for my first Celestial Mirrorcast. One and all, welcome back to the Stormgate action here. We're into the Tank Cup, round 2 of the Swiss format, and we've got Hoopsire going up against For the Win Cheese. And yes, I did just do them the other way around because I'm a pleb. So we're going to have Red in the north side. That's going to be For the Win Cheese. Hoopsire on the south. I've seen both these names before. I'm pretty sure For the Win Cheese used to play Age of Empires 4, interestingly enough. And Hoopsire, I believe I've seen on Stormgate before as well. So it looks like we are going to probably have a slower start here, was my theory. You have to remember this is best of 1, so I think it's like it's kind of a punt and a gamble, especially in a mirror, to take a more aggressive line. You probably want to try to get an inherent advantage through eco and a transition play over your opponent. That definitely feels the safe way to take this. And yes, you're correct. I thought it's in Hoopsire somewhere in Age of Empires before. Like I said, it's just cool to see the amount of people giving Stormgate a go. I think a lot of people giving this game a hard time, expecting it to be God's perfect gift straight away, and I never anticipated that. I think from the 1v1 experience, they've already created a really compelling and fun product to begin with. And some people want the perfectly balanced game, but like over the years, something I've noticed is as long as it's handled the right way, it's kind of funner to play the game in its busted state. I still maintain like all my hours on, like I use Payday 2 as a perfect example. All my hours on Payday 2, they came in the broken stages when there was bugs to find. So chill start here. Creation chambers are coming home. And I like this. So For the Win Cheese is setting himself up nicely to be defended. It looks like his play is going to be to go and poke a little bit. And then if a counter raid comes in, he can easily hold them in the choke point while he reinforces. And because he has that power bank, remember, he can always juice up his boys to keep him safe. So what's been the meta right now with Celestials? Like we're catching... So this is the first Celestial games I'm catching after the patch. like before, like we were seeing a lot of Arc ship rushes. Instead, it's going to be a rush on an age up. So we've got Arc Station coming in. Have we got a similar tech play coming? I don't think so. No. Okay, so one side is going more eco-heavy in Tier 1, while it looks like Coop's side to the south is just trying to get into something a bit more greedy. So Legion Hall now on the way. And second base being set up. Guardian Nexus is going to be there to protect as well. What is the go for the Wind Cheese? I guess he's trying to play for camp control, whereas Hop's trying to play more of a delayed play onto the map, but with better units. And we should be seeing what that leads to in a second here. So Vision Camp's always a priority first in this map, because there's like 2 ramps you get raided from, so you kind of feel exposed, because I think both players naturally want to expand to free. So that's why it's very important, because now you can make a flow play. Like, For the Wind Cheese is already set up here. You can easily just drift over to the north one as well. I think that play is also maybe a bit quicker for the Celestials faction than the other ones, because you can just fly your units over, right? And then, of course, the follow-up should be the health camp, just so you can top off your boys. I think that's another reason why Celestials can more easily ignore the health camp, because if you've got power banks nearby, you can just top off, right? So it's not as terrible of a situation. In fact, we've even got the heals now coming through, courtesy of that Arc Station. Let's see, what's the comp going to be? Okay, so Photo Restoration on the way. That's interesting, because it's actually just a base 13% increase in speed, right? So I think the idea is move in, poke, and then back away when you get target fired. Have we got similar coming on the other side? Because that's a really big edge. Yeah, so they both understand this. They're trying to turn it into a bit of a kite game. It also allows you to rotate around the map more frequently. And to explain to people who don't know, so these camps here is a really cool choice, actually, by the devs. It's a MOBA-esque element where it's a bit like Warcraft. The whole idea of these camps is they give different effects. So this one, when you take it, you get Luminite. One of your resources will gradually be generated there. This one's a Vision camp. Then you've got the Energy one here, which is it's going to recharge the energy on your units. This one's quite simply healing camp, so it'll top your boys off that are injured. And then these ones should be the Fury camps. So nice little element there. You also do get some Lumi from killing the neutral units. So yeah, I think like from a MOBA standpoint, it's a middle ground between what you get in Dota and what you get in League, right? With the orbs. But push coming in. This is a strong one from For the Wind Cheese. Now remember, he went less eco-heavy, so he has militaristic advantage right now. However, the RA unit's in. Seraphim's now added to the fold. Are going to start to get focus fired down a little bit. Tries to micro them away, but not able to shift away quick enough here. And looks like he's going to pop the base. So nice move. Nice timing by For the Wind Cheese. And an overwhelming difference in supply right now. Hoop side down to 27. For the Wind Cheese now with a 40 supply lead. Now, if he could just turn this into a north pivot into the health camp, Hoopside is going to be in a lot of trouble. Because remember, the Argents, now with that photo restoration, it's not just the movement speed. They top off their shields much quicker. So the only weakness, the only vulnerability is health. But For the Wind Cheese says, screw it, why would I wait around? Like, I've only got one guy heavily injured. Everyone else is pretty much tippity-top. And I know I've broken him right now. He would have brought more troops. There's going to be strong defense coming in from the Sovereign's Watch, though. Able to push him back initially. Arc Station is on the move across. I can poke and prod in these affairs. Can also just top off and give the heals. And you can see it come through there. The Skyward Salvation. So that's an ability you unlock by upgrading this, if I remember correctly. And the whole logic there is you can top off health as well as the power bank. And now we are going to see that shift top we talked about. And the importance of this is even if you don't feel like you need it to the extreme now, when you take a fight from the north side, if you get pushed back, you have the top off. I think what we need is a new unit type, though. For the Wind Cheese, it just feels like he's doing the Argent-only challenge, but I think that's about to change. Legion Hall is now coming in. I think this might be a mirrored play. No, because it's Guardian Nexus. Yeah, Legion Hall down here. Yeah, so we've got Seraphim on Seraphim. I guess this is for raiding, though. Well, push coming in the meantime. Because this has to be for raiding. I don't feel like you really want Seraphims to the main fight. They have less health than the Argents. They do have more shield. I guess if you play it right, you can poke and skirmish. And apologies, you're right. I put the names the wrong way around. Let me swap them for you. Thank you for pointing that out, chat. Yes, just to clarify for people. What the hell? That hasn't worked. All right. Flip score. There we go. It's because I pressed the wrong button. No? Rogan? All right, I'm going to take that down for the sec. Boop. It's very buggy. I'll figure that out later. Early days, guys. Shout out to Cal for basically doing this stuff free of charge. Also, shout out to Attico. He doesn't get enough shout outs. He's the guy who's been organizing Tank. We're on the 15th one, so he's been doing it for a while. And he's an unsung hero in the early days of Stormgate. So we were right. This has actually slowed down. Like, despite the lead Full Cheese had, I think he had a lot of hesitance about pushing into power banks, especially with the Sovereign's Watch. Like, Sovereign's Watch is pretty wild as a defense strategy when you've bulked like this. Looks like we got a little bit of lag coming through. Whee! Oh my god! Argent's are OP. Photon Restoration moves how fast? Not a perfect game, guys. We'll get there, though. So, Seraphim... I guess you could just send these guys out to farm, right? The further camps. I feel like the issue for Hupsar at this pacing is going to be Furium. Meanwhile, For the Win Cheese has way too much Furium. I'm wondering what he's aiming to get here. Like, what would you need? I thought it was going to be Seraphim spamming, but it almost feels like it's going to be base spams. We have got strike nodes on the way. Interesting. I guess that gives him a static defense so he doesn't have to hang there. I think that's the Seraphim raids he's worried about right now. Damn, this is wholly grinded to a slow pace. Yes, I said my words the weird way around. It's late. I've been up all day moving furniture. Oh my god. Sometimes it feels like when you watch Celestial, they have an absurd production rate. I think it's more just how big Argents are that they look this silly. And also, like, it feels weird because, like, comparatively, you're thinking Vanguard of Exos. But Vanguard of Exos, the difference there, right, is that they require tech to get into. So it feels very different on the timing. Whereas this is the equivalent of if you just spam Lancers because it's your first tier unit. And they're bloody bulky. Movement coming in. Upside ready on the defense. I got some beam heals coming through. Gonna try to push him away. Looks like it's easily topped off though. I think that's quite an expensive energy spend what we just saw there though, right? So it's gonna be a chill for the moment. I think really what you need here is For the Win Cheese is you've got decent map control. You just need to try to force him out. If you keep brute forcing the natural, you're just gonna suffer. But if you can just lock him onto 2 and play up to, I'd say, 4 bases here in a rapid pace, I'd say even go for the center. I think he's worried about the Seraphim right now, which is why he's not doing it. But we should have his own Seraphim coming soon, right? Because he definitely has the tech unlocked for it. Instead, it's going to be Starforges. Okay. So I guess he's just trying to pivot beyond the problem. And no, folks, I'm not moving. I can't afford to move. We laid some new carpet. Dude, I've got to remember to not let Emma do the ordering next time. She ordered way too much carpet. I took a picture. It was just going up the walls on every side of the room. I guess it's good to have more than too little, which seems to be For the Win Cheese's mantra as well when it comes to Argent counts. As we are gradually seeing a Seraphim scale here, right? So I guess the logic is Hupsai just wants enough units to defend if a full assault comes in. But I think he eventually just wants to go for a drive-by on the main. And here's the switch. It is going to be into the Scythes. So haven't got a chance to see much Scythe play so far, unless I'm watching my good old friend Nate, because he wants to go for his big battle cruisers. So inherently his opponent will get Scythes. But yeah, so this unit deals more damage the closer it is to the target, up to 100%. So you just kind of want to point-blank kiss it. I guess these are pretty sick for taking out the arrays, right? Because you can just come in real deep on the arrays and just snipe them down fast. What is it? 500 health. The base damage is 12, but it's going to escalate up. 8 on ground, so it's much lower. Let's see how impactful they can be. They've got decent range overall, right? Like 7 will keep them out of Argent range. Clash coming in, though. Beam's going to be dropped down in the middle of it. There's going to be a pushback here. Dive through as well. For the Win Cheese just heading on in, but feeling a little bit drained here. Yeah, so has to back up. No shields being actually held up there. Can't hang around. Knock Station was nearby to assist. But keep in mind, he's taking camps elsewhere in the meantime, right? Like, he's getting value on the map. I wonder if there's anything we can play into here. Maybe... I think the big play here is upgrading Argents, right? Yeah, so we have got long shot. Did we get on both sides? No. So this is insane. For the win, Cheese should be able to kind of cheese these fights, right? Like, just on range alone. And the other issue is your Seraphim, like, they're only 6-star range, right? 6 on the whole army. We have, however, now got the Animancers coming in. So this is something that can at least match the range. I believe these are the caster type for the Celestials, right? Scythes. Might look for a poke. I'm going to start getting target down. The Argent's from range, though. Only problem is you need to micro these guys away, or the Scythes are getting up too close. The Vortex in the middle of the mess to just force a reset on the fight. Give me back up. Restoration of shields to top them all off. It's kind of crazy how far he's getting just raw Argents, though. He's going to get that slow coming in range, so it stops him from easily being able to retreat away from this. Brute Force now. The Argent line looking a little bit thin for Hoopsire, so he needs to deliver from the backside. Instead, for the win, Cheese sees the opportunity. He dives on in. In the meantime, there is a raid coming in from the Scythes, and the main battle is going to be a win as well. Mop up now as well, as all but one of the Animancers goes down. The final one is not looking that great for Wear anymore either. The shield's already been popped. And this is where the Scythes are just going to run rampant in the back of the base. So looking for targets wherever they can find them. Argent spam continues here, and for the win, Cheese looks on the verge of a victory here. We're talking 94 supply to 183 now. And he is reaping the benefits on the map, man. We've got Prism spam out to the corners as well. He's moved into the center. Like, he's everywhere at this stage. Is there a way out? Is what I'm wondering. Like, what do you do now if you're in Hoopsire's position? I guess you could... Like, maybe... I don't feel like casters were doing that bad, right? Like, the Animancers actually delivered pretty hard in that fight. So I think that's his hope, is he's just going to watch for the win Cheese continue to cheese with these balls.
Too close.
Say that in the wrong way and it has bad context. But I think the other bigger issue is, like, now he has to deal with these Scythes, right? Like, the Scythe numbers are scaling. And last time they weren't in the fight, had they been there, I think it's over. And actually, the cool thing is these guys are so fast, you could probably use Scythes pretty efficiently to snipe Animancers once the Argent lines have engaged. So I'd love to see that for the win Cheese. It'll probably make it the easiest wipe and finish he could dream for. I think, do we at least have the extra range now? No! I'm not sure how he's meant to win these fights. Like, Hoopsire's strategy makes sense if you have more Argents than your opponent, because the logic is the Animancers can slow the retreat and then you brute force it. But, like, when you've got less, you don't want to be running in range these units that have more range than you, right? They can kind of kite you out and do more damage on the trades. So I've got Cabals now being added in. Right, nerds, remind me what the Cabals do, because I forgot. I haven't experienced enough Celestial Pain in the ladder. This reminds me of the unit that StarCraft had that could shoot out the big explosions. I forget his name. It looks like it's almost, with 2 damage, I'd expect it to have spread damage. A slow, a stun on air and ground, and possess. Ah! And there we go. There's the slows. So, it lasts a long time, actually. 30 seconds? Dude. That's kind of wild. Well, there's an attack coming in now. From the south side. Looks like they're going to go for some possessors here. Storm's going to be dropped, but now reinforcements arrive. The Scythes move in. And that has to be GG. There's no getting away from this. Hoopsire can't even break away anymore. For the win, Cheese is stopping him. This has become an A-click. An easy peasy game for the win Cheese to win. Yeah, no, 40 seconds on that slow with that huge AoE, that is crazy to me. Dude, that is wild, actually. So I'm gonna be wholly honest. I hadn't looked much into Celestials so far because every game was ending with Kree and Argents. So the Animancers, we saw the Dark Prophecies, right? So it slows down in the area 50%, deals 20 damage. It's basically a Sonic Storm, right? It's pretty bloody strong, actually. And the other one is Unseen Veil. Stealth nearby friendly units and structures for 30 seconds. That's pretty damn good, actually. And then the other thing they do is they drain life and redistribute. So they're basically like the healer while being a leech. They're Moira from for Overwatch people. And then the other one was it the Cabal? So the Cabal, it doesn't actually list the stuff here, but that's kind of wild, the amount that had. 40 seconds? Yeah, the Animancers, I feel like you need a bigger army to justify Animancers. But let's go back to, let's have a look and see how things are cooking here. Because I think we are getting ready for set number 3. So that's cool. Set number 3 over here is ready. I think 3's already began over here, right? So let's have a look. Let's take our pick. Oh, yeah. Myosotis and... you. There we go. Let's get ready for those. So Myosotis, was this Percival? I can't remember, because Percival had a different name, and I think it might have been Myosotis. I'm trying to remember now. But Kel's really good. Kel was like, at the start of the year, I think he was ranked in the top 30 or something like that. From what I remember, he was Infernal, and he was pretty damn good at the game. So this should be really quite high level. Should be fun to watch. And then we got like 2 more sets after this, and if the players upload their replays quickly, we could always check back on some other games. So bear with me a second, guys. I'll put the music on so you have something. For some reason, like, sound just goes when it alt-tab out. Even when I'm on borderless, it's a bit weird with Stormgate. I don't know why it's that aggressive. Oh, wait. Is Bearmorph on this one too? Sure. Yo! Me and my boy Bearmorph gonna cast? Love it. It's a lonely night. Let's be friendies. Hello, hello.
Hello. How's it going, my dude?
Not too bad. Yourself?
Good. I'm in a bit of an ad break right now. That'll be fine. Just, taking advantage of the block of the stop, because this actually should be pretty cool. My Percival played a really cool game against Fauna, who I'm not super familiar with. Last game, it was on Boneyard. It went like 15 minutes. We saw really a bunch of later game Celestial tech, which was pretty cool.
That's cool. Yeah, I just had a kind of similar game. We got into Animancers start to come out. But so I was watching For the Win Cheese versus Hoopsire.
Hoopsire.
Yeah,
Hoopsire.
But it was very like For the Win Cheese pretty much just decided Argent is the way, and then eventually came in with Starforgers. But like it was mostly him just taking advantage of the +2 range to kind of poke until he overwhelmed. But it was interesting to see some of them come out. I do think we were talking about the Cabal. Like I think the Cabal might be low key kind of wild. Was it?
Yeah, it's interesting.
This slows like 40 seconds.
It's long and it is slow. It's a big equalizer, but I mean, Cabals are kind of expensive.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. I with you. It looked really interesting.
Like maybe just one, right? It's like it kind of feels worth. I'm assuming the cooldown is pretty big on it to balance it out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's fine. Like I was like that. I was like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Most Celestial games has just been people spamming Argents and Kree. So we're in unexplored territory here.
Yeah, it's we have seen. I mean, I saw. I don't know if you follow Juggernaut Jason.
I watch him a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, he tweeted the other day. He's like, yes, I've been playing a lot of Celestials. I'm trying to, get good in all races. And the thing that I've learned is you don't go... Tier 3 is a trap. Don't do it. And probably don't want to mine Therium anyways. And this was pre-patch, obviously. But, yeah. Yeah.
We kind of got...
That was the state.
That kind of happened in that game, though. Like, it was legit just Argents. Argents, and then eventually he came in with a bunch of Scythes. I'm like, okay. This is pretty much about Argents.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
what I thought was pretty fun was I saw Mana. Mana's been going and he's been what's the word? He's been streaming a lot, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, I posted a link to the lobby in
Yes.
the admin chat. Make sure to leave the slot, by the way.
Yep.
But anyways, what was I saying? So Mana, I watched him a couple times, and he played a Celestial Mirror game where he did not. It was like a 30-40 minute game, and his opponent might have mined a little Therium. He didn't mine any. It was just mass Argent.
Yep.
The entire time.
So like, I watched the last weekend's Tank Cup, and it was just B wasn't even doing that. He played Infernals the whole time, picked Celestials in the grand finals, and then just rushed his ship across the map and spammed Argents every game. So yeah, there's still some crazy cheesies. But ooh. Oh, so this is, I think Myososis is one of his names, but he also goes by Percival, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yes.
This is Percival. He is probably the best Vanguard player coming out of Korea. And actually, to the point when I announced the invites for Stormgate Nexus that's coming in a couple weeks, I had a lot of when I was like just making sure my seating was right in terms of like, is this accurate? Is this good? A bunch of people are saying, yeah, that seems pretty accurate, but you really should have invited Percival. He is that good. So we're in for a show, is the point.
Hell yeah, that has me excited. I've seen a little bit of Percival. He's definitely hot off the line right now. And Kel, a familiar name from earlier this year, a very talented Infernal player. I think at the time he was easily, say, like top 20 Infernals in the world, which is no small feat. I think he's retained that role for the most. He's still been impressing me with some of the builds I've seen. I've only caught a few of his games. But I have a feeling we're going to have a good set. And already we're seeing the Hexen go in deep. Immediate pressure forces the retreat. How do you feel about this Hexen edition, man? It feels like Infernals have a whole new early game to what we used to see now.
Oh, I mean, you say the edition. This has been a thing for a couple of patches now. But what I think is really interesting with this is you take a look at what the Hexen's doing. I really thought he was going to at least poke a little bit. You have time. But I guess the trick is really here is you spawn that skull early. And you talk about the new Hexen. I guess the Hexen is kind of new because the creeps are now so much easier to take compared to what it was before the balance patch, how much more money they're worth now. The fact that you can go and get 3 skulls pretty easily to go and, oh no, he made a mistake though. He's not used to the fact that it's only 25 damage instead of 50, I guess.
Yeah.
He actually lost 2 skulls here, which means as we take a look at this, this is horrible. This is actually so bad right now. He's not spawned a single fiend. Now he's going to get 1 off this. But he's taken so much damage off the Hexen. Might even get jacked by 1. No, looks like the Scout's not going to get it. But this is not the early games to go a snowball that you're looking for. As an Infernal in this setup, your goal, your idea is to go and sweep the Vanguard player from the map very quickly, get that first camp. But he has made so many mistakes in the creeping here that is just not a thing that's available to him right now.
Yeah, it almost got a lot worse there. The Scout was actually looming. He was trying to get the final strike on the Brute that was on 6 HP. Nice split's going to come out, though. He notices an early Exo play. You need to eliminate that. The Hexen is going to go down, and that's definitely an expensive loss at this stage. I feel like it's a good position for Percival. Like, sure, he's going to lose his units here, but the Hexen feels irreplaceable in the early game.
I mean, it is irreplaceable in the early game. You need to get to tier 2 to get another one. So that's the problem. Oh, look at that. Bulk remote as well. Cast the spell, I guess. The top bar ability gets this Lancer a little bit of HP. And yeah, people said Percival's really good at this game. He's like probably the best Vanguard player. I'm seeing it right now. Yes, he's going to get swept from the map a little bit despite that. But I mean, just look at... He's using so many tiny things to extract so much value out of this.
And what I love is his understanding that when you're against Infernals, you don't have to feel pressured to rush out on the map for extra bases, right? Like, you can look right now. Kel set his up ages ago. It takes so long to build a shrine. Beautiful thing about Vanguards is their ability to very quickly ramp and rush up new command centers as they move into that mid-game.
Yeah, and what we've seen as well coming out of Percival here, at least we saw him do in other matchups, he has a really good understanding. Because we're going to see this. Yeah, there we go. The Brute's going to die as well. He has this really good understanding of how the game scales right now in terms of how much creep camps are worth. In fact, he has a build against Celestials where he builds a barracks, gets a Lancer, uses it to kill the first couple creep camps, sells the barracks to get his natural that much faster off the money he gets off the creep camp, then rebuilds it later on because, again, you can sell for just about 100% of the cost. Yeah. And just like really cool things like that where it's like, wow, there's so much intricacy into how Percival is playing this game. And again, we are seeing some of these Exos go down, which is not what you'd like. They are expensive in this early game. Yeah. But he's cleared him from the Vision Camp. He's gonna benefit. He's gonna get one of these Shadow Demons. He's gonna force Kel back home, and it can be, on the one hand, yes, we can see these Infernal players, they can have a lot of map pressure, but once they lose it, it can feel hard for them to get it back sometimes.
Yeah, it's kind of a snowball effect, right? And like you're talking about cheap crap tier units that are meant to flood and overwhelm. I love what you said about the scavenging the buildings, though. Like I was talking to my chat a little bit earlier. That I think that's going to be a big part of the Vanguard strategies they develop. This faction can more easily than any other bait and switch, right? Like it's kind of expensive to build these Raxes, but let's say you go, Raxes, you see your opponent react as if you're spamming Lancers, and you delete them and go mech bays, right? Like there's no other faction that can justify it to the same extent because you get the full payday in return.
It is now. You do have to be careful, right? Because you go full bio, you get upgrades for bio. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get mech bays, but I gotta get a machine lab as well. I need to get my upgrades. It's not the immediate tech transition, but you're right, it is a lot easier. But as we're talking about here, he's gonna try to jack this Thrall, or I guess the Shadow Demon again. He's just gonna force him out. You cannot fight this number of Lancers with speed. He is so good at making sure that he gets the value out of the map, not his opponent. That yeah, there's a third base here out of Kel, and yeah, Percival's only on one, but he's got 3 racks. I'm starting to get worried for Kel just because like he has way overgreeded this, and he has not got enough creeps off the map to justify it.
Yeah, and now he's going to feel exposed here, right? Like you don't have to force the split on the brutes too early against this many Exos, especially if he hugs against your own buildings. You just can't get the surround here. It's the weirdest situation where Exos feel kind of tanky, right? Like not really a unit renowned for it, but when you don't have much of a specialist backline that exploiter like Mass Gaunts, it's going to feel like an eternity to kill a single unit here. Pushes past, promotions are starting to come through. One extra Lancer might simply be enough. The Infest only clips a single Lancer here, and beautiful choke point play coming out from Percival here. It's starting to feel like we're reaching a point of no return for Kel.
Oh no, we've reached it. Kel is very dead. I want to point out, by the way, what Percival did. He kind of knew that there was something going to be coming out of this conclave, so he micros around to it. As we wait for something, and suddenly 2 Gaunts pop. He snipes one immediately with all of his Exos. It's like, well, yeah, okay, that's a lot of your money right now. That's a lot of your ability to kind of fight against this splash damage. There's no production. There may be, okay, there's 1 Vault in the main, but Ritual Shrine, Plague Axe is on the way, but there's nothing to take advantage of it. Kel is so dead. Percival
Too many
is
Lancers, man.
so good.
He's incredible. And we have to really emphasize this. Look at his base. This was all T1. Right? You did not have kinetic redirection. You did not have quick draw hustle. You had no techs here. This was just out micro and outplay off of good exo positioning and minimal Lancers while scaling the backline that would really win in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty solid. I'm excited. He's gonna, hopefully he qualifies for Stormgate Nexus, and we can see him in some more extended, we should see him in some more extended series this evening. But yeah, dude's impressive. This is really cool. And by the way, this was the 2-0 match, so it's not like Kel is any slouch. Who'd Kel take down? Kel took down...
So he...
took down Lovelace. Yeah. He took down Poopa. So not anyone I'm super familiar with.
I've seen a little bit of Lovelace. He's not too bad at the game, but yeah. It's definitely his biggest challenge so far, right? And like it's no shame to go down to him. I think like Percival, if I remember correctly, I think he won the last American Navigators Cup, or was in the grand finals at least. So like he's a really big threat. I was warned that this guy is like, out of the people playing the tank right now, he's basically the best Vanguard.
Yeah, that's what he's not number 1 on ladder. I want to say that is Nina right now, or Justice Sloth is her Steam account, her Steam account. I want to say Nina's number 1 on ladder right now, but yeah, no, Percival he's scary. And remember, here's the interesting thing as well, is that so one thing Monk talked about when the balance patch, he's like, okay, well, Infernals are winning early, but after 10 minutes, it is very, very strong.
Yeah.
To go in, and like it's very Vanguard favored. And we saw a Vanguard player just run over the early game. So,
and I think that's also why they targeted the changes they did around the Infernals in 2 ways, right? Like obviously big units aren't a Clown Fiesta anymore to try and move around with army. And they also removed the Furium costs completely, right? It's just Luminite now. So I think that actually goes a long way, because it feels like, especially these exo balls, which I think is one of the biggest issues people run into eventually with Vanguard, it felt like Hellborn was meant to be the counter to that, but it felt so difficult to scale them, to position them, and even use them, right? So I wonder if we're going to see more people now switching over to that, to just essentially try to, shall we say, cauterize the exo tumor that is a 30-40 bull of Pew Pew Boys.
I've been finding a lot of value with going for what's the word? I found a lot of value with going a bunch of Hexen, getting like 10 Hexen, getting
Really?
Hexen mastery, because Miasma is really strong.
True.
And the big deal, like the change that kind of went under the radar a little bit, was the fact that previously Hexen were the Miasma was still very strong, but it was bugged as hell. You really couldn't use it. Any big unit would push a Hexen out of the way, and then the channel would get canceled. That's not great. Now, yes, friendly Magmadon stops can cancel your Miasma, but Hellborn walking around, Magmadon just walking around, Weavers, no one gets Weavers, but those units walking around, none of that actually cancels you out.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
It's
interesting.
only so it means you can actually get your spells off, and that is and when you channel like 4 miasmas on the field, and they're just these massive AOE's, and they're doing 10% HP per second, it's a lot.
That's interesting, yeah, because I think like the other thing is Hexens are reasonably tanky for what's a range unit as well, right? Like they are admittedly quite expensive. I think it's 100 Luminite, 75 Therium, right? So you have to be pretty like you have to get your transition to Therium right. But I guess maybe
you really do need 3 bases.
yeah, because I think the thing that maybe keeps you away from it is I'm trying to remember Gaunts. Are they 25 Therium? I know they have some cost to them, and people like to
25
spam them in the early game.
Technically, they're 12 and a half because it's 25 Therium for 2.
Ah, yes, true. But like, I feel like everyone's leaning that maybe that they need to kind of lean off that because I feel like right now that was clearly the intention of the patch design as well. Like they hard nerfed Gaunts because they realized, oh, literally every game is Infernal's just rushing to get the Infest Bomb back and speed as well.
It wasn't really that it was like, okay, we need to nerf this because it's whatever. It was because this is not what we want. It's more that with all the nerfs and buffs and changes, everything happening everywhere else, there was a lot of fear that this already really strong Speed Gaunt Reaper, excuse me, not Reaper Rush, Plague Axe's tech, get infest on the Gaunts and everything, would just run over everything. So it's not okay, this is too strong and we don't want people to play like this. It is very much if we don't nerf this, this is going to be way too overpowered given all the other changes that we're making. So
Yeah.
we're going to slow this down a little bit and make it so it's a little bit more reasonable. And, we did get... No, that never happened. Okay, never mind. But yeah, so it was much need to make sure this stays in line rather than this is something that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, I think like the problem was the timing, right? Is like the investment reward was just too quick in the game, so it kind of felt like you weren't giving anything up before you got to that kind of mass point where it was effective. Because I think what was the nerf? I think 60 to 90 seconds, right? Or was it 100?
60 to 90.
Yeah. So it's actually a really big difference. And then obviously you're typically going to stagger the tech. So like realistically, the punishment is more an extra minute on your timing compared to the previous patch. It definitely makes sense because I feel like most of the comps I was seeing before the patch was just spam Gaunts, add in a few brutes, but really like guys, we need to get more Gaunts.
Have you heard that we should get more Gaunts?
I hear they're pretty good. Like if you're a Gauntless person, you don't feel fearful or challenged by anything, you get more Gaunts. I mean, who doesn't want something that bounces his attacks? That sounds great to me.
I mean, it is really needed too. There's a lot of power in these bulky Vanguard balls.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think the interesting thing to me is like it's weird because it felt like inherently if you just don't it put the pressure on you in the Vanguard Infernal matchup that if you didn't keep the Exo number low, you were going to lose anyway, right? Because the difference in range. Like it was always difficult to navigate that point in the game, I think, for Infernals from what I was seeing.
Hey, by the way, this is totally unrelated, but I reached out to someone. So as part of my grad program, I reached out to someone on Slack about a year ago saying, hey, do you have this information? And they just never got back to me, which is fine. Whatever. They just got back to me today saying, hey, sorry, I don't really check Slack all that often. Do you still need this? A year ago.
Do you still need it?
No, I don't.
I guess it's not one of those, well, better late than never type moments. Like, piece of... Oh, man. I've had a few of those. It's funny sometimes as well, because they'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry. I completely missed the message. Like, sure you did, buddy. You just need me
I've
now.
definitely been there. I've definitely been there. Where
By the way, we can catch Graham from Pool 2. Thank you, Adiko. Do you want to do Luolos versus B?
Ooh, that's a sick matchup.
All right, nice. I'll let them know. All right. So.
Yeah, players have arrived. That is going to be double Europe, so I don't need to host it.
Whoop, whoop.
That's good news.
Yeah, you had to play middleman last time.
I don't mind. I mean, it's whatever. I'm gonna have to be doing that a lot for Stormgate Nexus too. I'm luckily I have an admin.
Oh, there you go.
I have an admin for it. I have a host. I wonder who that might be. I don't know.
I mean, who hosts
talent announcement's
Stormgate?
coming out.
Yeah.
Talent announcement's coming out next week for that one. We got a bunch of stuff, but I will probably be having to observe and host just because. Yeah, maybe I should find an observer, but
yeah,
it's pain.
observers are handy to have, man. We should get one of them. I like it's so nice. Like every time now when I cast Age of Empires 4 on my own channel, like I hate it compared to being on EGC because we have like 2 observers there. So I'm just like leaning back in my chair and then I'm standing up and I'm running around the room because for some reason I do that as a caster. I hate it when I have to do the camera work because I'm also I'm kind of more jittery. I like to look around a lot, like if I'm in control, and I'm like I'm a terrible observer. I know it.
Oh. Yeah, it's good, but the trick is the reason I'm like I'm probably just going to be observing for this, is even as sad as I am, is the fact that you can't steal other people's perspectives. So you'd have to get another another RTMP feed or something going in, and that it gets pain.
Dude, we had that like an Age of Empires 4 LAN where like we're doing a show match. I wanted to meme. I was gonna go feed the guys like bananas and whatever as they play and be like their coach. And then I'm like, I get in, they're already 2 minutes in the game. I was like, God damn it. So it's like, it could be worse. I mean, at least when we have like LAN environments in this game, you'll be able to sync up quite easily. But like,
I mean, eventually, I've talked to the devs. Eventually, we will be able to go and like take people's perspectives and go from there.
Yeah.
It's just not a tech priority right now, which is fine. I just want it.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. It's interesting because like it's not tech priority, but at the same time, obviously the 1v1 is like their baby, and it's in fairness, like I think they wouldn't deny it's their priority right now. It's like, come on, guys, give caster stuff. We make 1v1 look good. Smiley face,
Do we though?
I mean, I know the Vanguard stuff. Don't ask me, Celeste. It's so funny. Like, the UI is a lot better in recordings, though. I do like they've improved that. I was just saying though, I wish they'd add in like the full production bar you see when you're playing, so then you can talk about like what text they have without like having to find the unit on the map that has the abilities that are unlocked. You're like, yeah.
You know the thing that I'm most excited for that we're gonna get?
Free
a clock.
Oh, okay. I was being greedy. You just want the simple stuff, man.
I just want a clock in the overlay for observer mode.
So, true story, with the EGC broadcast, you might remember our observer had to add a clock that they would start when the game started so that people had that because it just wasn't there.
Yeah.
So that's another thing you got to do when you're observing. Have fun with that.
Yeah. It's funny that we got or we just don't have it. So I got a guy in my chat saying, it's nice in StarCraft 2, you have many paths to strats to go, but as Infernals, you would never not get gods and tier 1, tier 2 upgrades early. This is true, but also, if you're playing Terran versus Protoss versus most things, you're going bio. You're getting Marines, and you're never not going to get stim and combat shields.
Yeah, and it's like right now, I had someone earlier ask, like, why not just go tank? I was like, do you mean Atlases? Like, yeah, it's like, because at a high level, if someone sees you're rushing Atlases, they'll send it on you, right? You won't have a front line to even hold long enough to get an Atlas out, let alone a hanger to then actually play that strategy. So yeah.
Although it is fun. Nate's been doing a lot of Atlas drops.
I know, dude. I love watching, like, because Nate, he's I love his attitude as well. It's like, I don't care if it's meta or optimal. I just want the big ships, right? So he's just there trying to get into the carriers, and by the time he's got carriers, like his opponent on the other side has like 30 scythes. It's not getting well, but I love that. I respect that he's just playing the game the way he wants to, instead of being.
By the way, have you seen how far those bomber runs go?
Right, like it's insane.
Like you're in the main base and you're like hitting your fourth base with this very easily. Like what in the world?
I like that they've at least made them work now, right? Because I love why is it on the edge of the map and won't come home?
I mean, I don't want to go home.
Dude, I honestly, I feel like someone should have memed that moment, like the Happy Gilmore, where he's like, "Why don't you want to go home, ball?" They should have done that with the bombers.
Yeah, but I'm not funny enough for that.
Don't sell yourself short. You just need to. I mean, if you get an Adam Sandler haircut, anyone's funny, right? I think that's how that works.
Yeah, you know what I think? I realized the other day that I have not gotten a haircut that is not tied to working an esports event in probably 2 years now. It's like,
Dude, I just don't bother
okay.
unless I'm traveling. I'm like, yeah, we should probably like not look like a Wookiee. Let's fix this.
It was like, yeah, okay, Dallas is coming up. I'm doing B stream for Dallas. I probably should get a haircut a week before, and then it's like, oh, 2 months or so, and then I'm working Bulgaria, so should get a haircut the week before then. Oh, okay.
You know
it
what the
just works out.
content is? You need to when you don't get a haircut, you go to Bulgaria and then you get like a Slavic haircut, right? Just go to like a local little bar, let them do it, get the European trim.
Side fade, whatever it is. Yeah.
I don't know what's popular with them right now. You'll probably get some kind of like boxy look, I reckon.
I know. Oh, by the way, we're gonna get a lot of B's back. What I know that a lot of all the Bulgarians work in Belemjin Star Zagora, which is a StarCraft event that, by the way, for those of you that did not know, just got announced. I will be working that. I'm flying it to Bulgaria in like 3 weeks. Very exciting. But all the Bulgarians working on this, they have like the wolf, or not the wolf cut, but it's the high, or it's the tight fade, or like almost shaved on the sides.
But very boxy at the does it just come in hard at the top, or is it more natural?
Comes very hard at the top, and it's greased back versus kind of greased up.
Gotcha.
Right, so it's not like it's not the soccer player look.
Yeah, this sounds right. Like I know some people from like Bosnia, from Croatia. This fits. This is tracking. It's quite popular there. Ukraine as well was the same. Because like I remember when I was living in Ukraine for a bit, my friend was like, "Yeah, get the Ukraine haircut." I was like, "No." It's very because the kind of like 2000s haircuts were still quite popular there in like 2020.
Yeah. By the way, just keeping you all up to date, we do have a draft so there's a map draft. It's there are 7 maps in the pool. It's a best of 1. They're pick banning that. Apparently, we're using a different website for that.
Yeah. They're actually using AoE2 CM, which is the one that gets used for AoE2 and AoE4. They're doing Isle of Dread, so I think this is the first one I got to see that today. It's a pretty cool map though. This was the one. I think this is the map they introduced with Celestials, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes, this was added last patch.
Yeah, it does feel like a type of map that was kind of designed for Celestials. You know what I mean? Where like there's a lot of wide play, so you can kind of get away with very sneaky bases.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because also, so you have the double Luminite base that's kind of hard to take. You have, as I need to leave this slot, we do have a lobby link, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying Bs because the other one didn't work. Because like, why is Leola sent one? I was like, he's baiting me.
Oh wait.
Yeah, use Bs.
No. Leolis is joining Bs.
Yeah. He tried to paste Bs, but missed it. Like he put it in the chat again without one of the letters. I was like, huh? Goddamn troll. But I think. Oh, by the way, Leolis, I think, was the one who was in the finals or semifinals against Percival. So, like he's close to level. I think Percival beat him, if I remember correctly. I reckon Attica can remember the results clearer.
Leolis is very good.
Yeah.
I have beaten him on ladder, not this test, but oh man, he just jagged. I played him a bunch. This was back when we didn't have a map rotation. It was just jagged him off for quite a while, and he just tried to fiend rush the hell out of me. It was I was disappointed with the morality of this man. He was just very immoral, very antithetical, anti-ethical to do this.
So what you're saying is, Leolis, you're going to be an unbiased caster, Bermuth, but you kind of want him to lose as a kind of karma for cheesing you in the early days.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, he might, because B's doing his cheeky, cheesy strategy himself. He's moving out pretty aggressively. I don't think we're going to get the same B from before. I have yet to see him try an arc ship rush, and I've got to say, out of all the maps, probably not the ideal one, but love that he exploits this straight away. You mentioned this map, we both think is made for Celestial, not just because the wide bases, because of that double juicy Lumi base right near the start.
It's interesting. Double bases are a little weird to me because on the one hand, yes, I get exactly what you're saying, right, in terms of being able to access this, but Celestials are the one race that needs to build 1 mining unit per node. So, you go, and like you're a Vanguard player, you put it like right here and you put it between the two and you mine from both, and you only need to build 1 command post mining out at 2. Meanwhile, if you are, if Celestials, you have to build two collection arrays to make that one work out. Is he gonna try to get this one? I want to say that went to B.
It looks like B got the connect, yeah.
Yeah.
But the Fiend trade, and then he's gonna back away. So not too bad for him, right? Gets a free unit, and now he's got the Brute out, so he can play his side of the map. He did also slow the timing, because obviously B had to be a little bit more crafty about it. He didn't want to feed over the Lumi. So it did slow him a bit there. But we have got Creation on the way. I imagine it's just going to be your standard Argent spam to try and block the Fiend escalation.
Yeah, by the way, I would like to apologize. I just realized that I've been talking to you, and we've been chatting for a while, and my mixer did not have your audio onto my stream.
Really?
So I've just been talking to myself,
you've
and
just
people
looked crazy.
Really confused.
I mean, I don't know what's worse, that or like the time where someone's like, yeah, pretend you have a co-caster, and it's just me doing different voices. I'm like, I feel so lonely right now. So I've been there in different forms. But yes, hello, Bearmall stream.
I mean, there was a Dota caster that used to go on stream and do that, but turns out he was maybe not the nicest person. So,
Yeah, let's not talk about that guy. Let's talk about my boy Pycat. That guy could do any voice. Love that guy.
There we go.
But so looking at this though, we have now got the Fiend, Infernals trying to set up on the double Lumi. It's kind of weird though. It feels like with Infernals, because of how slow these shrines are, you are directly pushed towards the idea of you need to play creep camps. I'd say more than any other faction in the game right now.
Yeah, I think I buy that one. If you get the snowball going early, it's really nice. If you don't get the snowball going, you give up a ton of map control. And apparently, you're still not. My chat is gaslighting me is what's happening right now.
Didn't you just like tell me how your tournament at the end of the month you would be doing like production and like the observing? It's like, this is a warring sign.
No, I'm not doing production. I'm not doing production for that one. But like I'm watching the audio levels go up when you talk on the monitor.
You could like check your own stream and see if they're trolling you.
My mods are gaslighting me. I believed him because he was a mod. He's like, what? What?
Okay, no, I'll tell you what it is. I've been there before. That guy has the stream muted. Oh, dear. But
anyways,
hello.
Sorry, you were making an actual point.
You know what? No, we're going with this. This is unhinged late night NA gaming. This is what I really came for. There's not really much happening in the grand scheme of things. It's just your classic Argent spam. B loves to do this more than most, but we have now got a Guardian Nexus coming, so the switch up is on the horizon.
Yeah, and what I'm really kind of interested about to see what we're going to see here. Well, first of all, did you have that weird bug where the Marauders were all showing all different colors of the rainbow on their armor, or was that just me? Yeah, it's doing it here.
I don't think so. I don't think I got that.
Their heads are changing colors all over the place. Anyway, something's truly messed up here, but yeah, the Argents are really nice. This Fiend Run By is an interesting idea, but between Sovereign's Watch and everything else, it's not going to be all that great. Yes, you can wait a little bit of time. You got 20 seconds. Weird. Apparently, you're just very quiet is what's happening. So let me fix that.
Yes, deafen your stream with me. I have an obnoxious voice. It will get old quickly. In the meantime, we have got photo restoration on the way, so it looks like it's going to be continuous Argent spam coming out here. Nice thing about this is, like, if you can catch your opponent split on the map looking for, like, say, multiple camps at the same time, it's just very efficient trades, because let's say you catch half the army, you're probably not breaking into the raw health, so then you just play fight after fight. Like, I've noticed photo restoration is still just... I see the backbone. It's on the level of what you saw Gaunts with Rush as a priority, right? Like, it's that critical of attack.
Yeah, no, it's extremely important. Again, anything you can do to make your units last more, especially in a game like Stormgate, where you don't have this insane time to kill. There's no Banelings, there are no Widow Mines, nothing like that. There are some times when things explode, but realistically, this is not a good fight for Loyalists whatsoever. There are so many. Okay, well, one is infested. One Argent's infested.
Do you want to turn around and kill him? Because I don't want to turn around and kill him. Oh my god, he's going in for it, though. Effigy drop comes through. Infest bomb was used. He's going to lose everything here, though. Luolis basically says, I can't get away. So I might as well middle finger you on the way to my grave.
Yeah, now this is the entirety of Loyalist's army. He's going to build some more Gaunts, maybe. What's his production looking like? He's got one Conclave, one Volt. That is it. Maybe
Yeah.
some tech as well, but he doesn't have the ability to reinforce it the way he would like.
And we've got that little Fiend raid coming in again, right? Like, he might get a Creation Chamber, but just in the grand scheme of things, doesn't feel worth. You obviously can't hit the main due to Sovereign's Watch. The only upside you got right now is that B has to wait around to rejuvenate, but he's already yoinked your health camp. And behind this, I mean, what does Luolus really have going for him? I guess he's got to try to look for some sort of tech up. Maybe you could get to Magmadons, but I don't think that even works that well against Photo Restoration.
I mean, if you get up to tier 2, if you get a solid tier 2 army, we're talking Magmadons, we're adding some Hellborn on the back line. The Infernal player can absolutely build an army that it is very difficult, extremely difficult for the for the Celestial player to really hold on against. They don't have that strength. Maybe you add some Sabers, you get an upgrade, and they're doing like 100 damage a shot. They're 5-shotting Magmadons. Maybe we're getting there. But realistically, it can be really, the tech transition part of this game can be hard if Luolus can survive. But again, he lost his entire army. Life was not very nice. Even still, he's gotten Const out again. He has a speed camp ready to go. He's got Reaper Rush soon enough, I'm going to assume. It's not there just yet. He's researching it. Yeah, he is.
Argents.
He's building.
Argents are moving into the double Lumi base right now. Wait. I'm sorry. That was meant to be big, and the pathing... Oh my god. He's going to go in for the snipe on the shrine nonetheless. Final tap's going to come through. Pretty valuable, actually. Like, that's a huge delay to the economy of Luolus now.
Yeah, that as well. He dropped the spell that gives you that energy regen as well, because we can see just how unimpactful Argents are without energy. With energy, they're fantastic, but without energy, they don't do a whole lot. And he drops that spell that's meant to go and give him this energy back to allow him to continue fighting, but there's just enough army from Luolus where he actually just can't do anything with it. He actually just has to back away. He doesn't find any value from it whatsoever, and he's got the power, but that's still on cooldown. That's still not a tool that's less in his toolbox than it might otherwise have been. And again, is Luolus happy right now? No, he just lost 2 Luminite bases.
It's going to get
But
worse.
he is holding on.
Yeah, so big switch up coming in B. He's moving into the Animancers now. He even has Dark Prophecy on the way, which, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the one that allows you to stealth all nearby units, right?
Yes, I believe so. No, sorry. Animancer Master Training gives them the black hole. The singularity.
Sorry. Yes, you're correct. So yeah, he's going to have the huge slow. And thinking about the army comp that he's working against here, I mean, like, the Gaunts, they do at least have the movement speed to break away. I'm kind of worried a little bit for Luolus' front line, though.
Yeah, it can be really interesting. So you drop one of those, I guess we're called Dark Prophecies, but you drop one of those black holes on top of things. That's big damage. And even the first tick, if you can get it on top of the Gaunts, it makes a big difference. It is a lot of damage very early. And yeah, initially it doesn't slow, but it starts to slow very quickly as well. It can get hard to get out of. So for now, B, he's on the map here. He has so many Argents. He's got this map control, and these Animancers, they're ready to go. We're going to have a prophecy. Hey, KP, what's your prophecy about how this is going to go?
Dark. It's going to go very dark for Luolus on the map. He's not going to be able to see anything outside of his base, because I think we're going to see some big drops here. He even yoinks away the Swift Camp, so now have the movement speed to just jump straight on in. It's a pinch from both sides by Luolus. Infest is going to come in. FG gets dropped as well, but it's just so easy to walk away with that speed buff. And now we're playing with stealth.
That we are. And it's funny. So yes, you get close and a bunch of the stealths get popped because I think he tried to attack, but it just gives you that disengage tool that sometimes Celestial players find they're lacking a little bit. And yeah, you know, once you attack, it's gone. But it's just that much harder to track what's happening. Now, attacking into this feels really bad. The Storms are going to go down. Magmadons stomping on top of everything, stunning everything, but there's just not enough. There's nowhere near enough damage here. It's just...
I think that's
a nice idea, but yeah.
Okay, can we just agree? These black holes, they're ridiculous. That slow coming in from the Dark Prophecies, that's what ruined the Magmadons. If he was able to get them in a little bit quicker, they get 1 or 2 extra stomps off before disintegrating. We start to look at a semblance of a defense from Luolus. But between that, you mentioned it already, like, you were actually with the prophecy yourself. The Gaunts getting hit, no bueno. They can't help that. Like, they lose basically a half of their health straight away. And I just love the way B is still proving that tier 1 units for the Celestials slap.
I think it's also important to point out, though, that Luolus was very far behind after getting cut out in the early game. So it's like, yeah, okay, look into this. That army value was probably twice as big as the army value that maybe not twice as big, but significantly bigger than what the Infernal player had. So it's like, yeah, that was a stomp.
I mean, he had.
But
I'm
you look at
checking
the
it
supply
now.
before the fight.
He had 7 animancers in that fight. And we have to remember, like, animancers, they also have the steal health, give health, right? So it's like, you have these layers of sustained to the cake. That's pretty wild.
Wait, do they
I thought they...
didn't they make it so it's only energy, not health? Am I just crazy?
I think it's energy, but you have 50 to replace. You might be right. Let me double check. I'm trusting Stormgate fandom to be up to date here, so that
That's
might be
what
a
it is.
mistake.
Yeah. So it's they steal health, they do damage, 30 health per second, but they 50% of their drained vitals. I'm actually not sure then.
Yeah, it says
might be
drain
they
life
heal
and energy, right? It's like, huh? So which?
But I could have sworn it was they drain life and energy, but they only redistribute energy.
I'd have to.
But I guess
double-check.
not.
I'll trust you on this one. It makes sense, but even then, like if you think about it, on Argents it's pretty effective because it's still fifth of their health, right? Like, you know, compare it to a lot of the Shroudy type effects.
Okay,
It's pretty nice.
No, so they changed it. It was in the
So it does
early
now
access.
work.
It was changed.
Okay.
It does heal a little bit.
Nice. So I'd imagine maybe it's energy full and then like reduced on like health, maybe like 50%.
No, it's half of each. So
okay.
it restores 15 HP and 7.5 energy per second to surrounding units.
But like that's the key thing though, is surrounding, right? It's like
the
theoretical health bomb you can drop. I think that's also extra effective against Gaunts in particular, because obviously they get glaive bounces, right? So like you're actually mitigating spread damage with spread heal. Just checking. I think we still have some sets going on in the 4th round. But
yeah, I'm looking at pool 1. Has MSRM Percival, has that started?
Let's have a look.
It has.
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
Oregon for the win.
Cal took down Donilia. Okay.
All right, I think for the win,
Jesus.
Cheese and you have already started as well, yeah.
They're 13 minutes in or so. Bloody Monster Hibiki is already happening.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to wait.
Poopa.
They're all pretty deep. But
Yeah.
this looks like, so B beats Luella, so we're probably looking at what, like Mixu versus B, I think, for the final round, which is pretty high.
That's hype.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And then the other possibility on the other side is... wait, can you rematch in this format? I don't think so, right?
I'm not sure. Generally in Swiss, you're gonna play winners and play winners. So
Yeah.
you should. I mean, you shouldn't be able to, right? Because
That's what I'm thinking.
I guess if you're like everyone's 2-2, but you really shouldn't be. That shouldn't be
on a
thing.
5 round. It should be very unlikely because I was thinking like
Yeah.
Percival versus Kel could potentially happen again, but because Kel
Percival would have to lose.
Yeah.
Percival has not lost. Yeah.
So MSR M versus Kel's likely there, and then I'm trying to think who that would leave for Percival. Maybe Aurel. I reckon we're eyeballing the other side, man. Like I don't know, I'm hyped for the. I love the way my day began as well. I like, hopped in. I was like, oh, what? B and Shelby, who, funnily enough, like they were both StarCraft people. Then they hopped to AoE4, and now they're in Stormgate. It's like, I just love the kind of overlaps. Like there's a lot of people here that at least in the early days of Age of Empires 4 were sweating it hard before hopping out eventually.
Yeah, it was interesting. There were like a couple people that came over from StarCraft to dumpster AoE, and they're still here.
Yep. Well, we have.
What's funny, by the way? Oh,
sorry, go ahead. Oh, okay. I was just gonna say it's like we have this cool kind of legacy story right now with the Canadians, because the Canadians were actually, I think they were Grandmaster level players in StarCraft, but they weren't like pros. But now they're like they're podium finish players now after 3 years.
Canadians?
Yeah. So Wham and Puppypaw, they're called. They're twins. So yeah, there are because now Lucifron and Vortex have hopped across in AoE4. They're now the bros by default. But yeah, it's like I love that because it's interesting because like some people have the background as like they technically were in StarCraft, but 100% they're only from AoE4. But I just always find it interesting the details of the journey, right? Like Vortex and Lucifron been competing for I think 15 years now, which is wild. Across,
yeah, I mean,
5 games.
It's funny. I announced the hey, this is the tournament, and Lolis and Nivo C7, thank you so much for the follows, everyone. I announced the Stormgate Nexus.
Yeah,
and everyone in the Reddit thread, there's some dumb comments, but like you saw this in the Reddit thread, you saw in the Twitter response where someone was like, yeah, if you're making a new RTS game, make sure you invite the Moran brothers because they're gonna go and that's gonna be a thing.
Yeah. They are
Like,
very good
they're
at
gonna
new
win
things
something.
in general, like, because the way they play out their mutations is insane. Like, it's I know from a tournament organizer standpoint, it's kind of a nightmare sometimes when they're against each other, because their sets will by far be like the lowest average out of anyone. Like, I've cast AoE 4 series where the game average length for them was like 9 minutes, which is insanely short for Age of Empires 4, right? Like, most players are 19, 20 minute game average length, I'd say. But they're just like, oh yeah, 9 minutes in. Oh yeah, no, we've played this before. I'm just gonna GG. It's just wild the way that they practice, because it means they just get more rotations in than anyone else who's scrimming.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's kind of this chess idea, right? Where you have theory, and then there's a new game. And theory, not the Stormgate player, but you have solved chess, and then you have new chess that's never been played before. And it's actually really, I mean, because there's a lot of interplay, right, between chess and RTS games in terms of how you talk about it. Just the interesting thing is RTS games, they get into a new game much faster than they get out of theory much faster than chess does. And I think it's really fascinating that Vortex and Luciferon are so confident in their theory that they say, even if it's a new game, I already know how this like I know enough that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's like it. I do think it backfires sometimes, where it's like there's comeback, but like I respect the fact that in their eyes, like, we don't see the comeback. It's I think for them, they just don't like the idea of playing for the 1%ers, right? Whereas, like,
And it's also,
oh, go ahead.
are these in tournament games you're talking about?
Yeah,
Where, like,
I'm talking
like,
tournament games. I'm legit talking tournament games. Like, and then you have other people at the end of the spectrum, like Beastie, for example. He's renowned for these. He'll try for the comeback. Like, he's on record always saying, if there's a 1% chance, I'll stay in the game. It's like sometimes you just see a game that looks like it's over, and he'll go 15 more minutes to try and pull it back, sort of thing. Which, like, we'll often be like, no, at BC it's definitely over. But every once in a while, you do get like those most memorable games, right? So it's like, it kind of delivers. I'll say it kind of delivers.
Yeah, there's a guy in StarCraft. He was a Korean StarCraft 2 player. He's Brood War great named Fantasy, and he is just known for not ending games, for not leaving games, to the point where we called it when someone takes a while to leave a game of StarCraft, we call it the fantasy GG timing.
Oh,
because
yeah.
it's like, oh well, yeah, okay, he's dead. He literally has nothing left. But okay.
So the one for me, I've recently started calling it, for Age of Empires games at least, I call it the Killjadi stubbornness. Because he has the most infamous one for me this year. It was in a tournament against Beastie. And you're like 30 minutes in a game. And you can produce 3 workers a minute on average, right? And you start with 6. At like 36 minutes in the game, he had 6 villagers. And he still went GG. It is the most stubborn game. And he was stuck at like under 10 workers for like 2 or 3 minutes as well. It's like, I mean, there's believing that when I was like, technically there's a chance I always use there's a chance I could marry Scarlett Johansson. It's like, it's a very, 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 very small chance, but maybe.
Technically, there is a statistical chance that I get that the gravity of Jupiter picks me up out of my office right now. I get swung into orbit around Jupiter. There's a chance. Technically, statistically, there's a quantifiable chance. Now, is that like 0.0 repeating 1%? Yes, there is. But technically,
what I think? I think these people that like believe in the unbelievable comeback, their warm-up routine is just watching a full anime series. You know, the ones where like the classic, like the hero gets knocked down and then you hop in the next episode and suddenly he's got the power to beat them. I think they've been watching too many of those animes,
Mm-hmm. What's actually also kind of funny, you talk about that. There was so Alice in Wonderland, right, is a book written by Lewis Carroll. But also there is I think it's called Looking Glass Wars, maybe, about like, kind of in that world, but very different and kind of fun YA stuff. But there's the quote, and it might be in Alice in Wonderland as well, where Alice, is talking to someone and says, it's good practice. I make myself believe 3 impossible things before breakfast. And that's my daily habit. I make myself believe 3 impossible things before breakfast. And it sounds like your guy. He's channeling his Alice. He's like, okay, so I can't have my oatmeal until I believe I've won this game.
Oh, dude.
Until I believe there's a shot.
It's like I'm getting, they're probably just been watching. I've been watching all the like Overwatch cinematics recently because damn, they're so good. Like, I wish they just make a TV show for that. But there's the one from the Winston one where it's like,
Wait, what? It is not
Oh,
B versus.
is it not? Has it changed?
Wait, what? Why? Oh, Mixu's 3-1.
Oh, okay.
Mixu lost
Wait,
last
is
round.
Sanich not? Wait, oh, so he lost. So
No. Where did Mixu lose?
so Luolis.
Luolis beat Mixu. Luolis beat Mixu. So it's gonna be Shelby Luolis, Ice Sanch Mixu.
Do you want to do maybe?
Hold things 1 second. I'm checking pool one.
Okay.
Do you want to do Ario Percival?
Yeah, sure. Let's go for it.
That seems most interesting to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's like somehow Mixu, Luolis, and B all dodged like the most intriguing matchups, at least on paper.
True, but that just means we get them in the playoffs. So can't complain too hard.
Like, what was the saying? I'm trying to remember. It was from the Overwatch one with Winston. It was someone like, choose not to see the world for what it is.
For what it could be.
Yeah,
choose to see the world for what it could
as
be.
it could be, right? And like, damn, that hits hard. I think these guys have just been hearing that too much, and they're gonna like repeat.
I see a world where I win this game. Well, yeah, you're the only one, dude.
Dude, if I was like a pro player and I want to keep that mentality, I'd be like, Alexa, play epic anime music, right? Hour-long track. We not leaving this game. Then you just put your safety helmet on for some reason. That just makes you feel better. Or like, what's the classic one? Some people say, yeah, I do it so my opponent gets tired. It's like, what's the chances you're getting more tired than they are?
Yeah, it's. By the way, we're gonna be the Boneyard again, the Bone Zone. Love the Bone Zone.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I guess that is the one thing now that this is an RTS game on Steam that we can have those anime profile pictures. Right?
Yep. You can even have
The
like some
absolute-
weird emote like things in your names as well with Steam names, so we can get kind of spicy. Like, was it? I know Dimu is like he's got like an apostrophe or something because he's like, oh, this is the only platform you can have apostrophes on. Just very excited about that for some reason.
Yeah, so right now we have random gen profile pictures, but it would be nice if we could just use if Stormgate eventually just let us use our Steam profile pictures.
Yeah, agree.
That'd be fun.
I like that. Yeah, I didn't realize they're like randomly generated. I don't know. I was like, maybe it has like a weird attachment. Like okay, like a weird. The random generator related to your Steam account for Rust, right?
I've never played Rust.
So like because you're naked, your PP size is decided by your account, by your account's ID.
Oh.
So some people they get small.
All right, I got a story about that. And I know that's a bad way to start, but anyway, we're gonna get in the game first.
All right, yeah, let's get ready. Let's go for it. We've got to give these guys the justice because this is going to be a good one. We've actually got Percival up against Oriel. We are going to have a Vanguard player. I'd say the best Vanguard player we're seeing at the moment on the ladder, and I just realized I'm not even the right seeing because I'm a genius. So yeah, we've got basically the best Vanguard player we're seeing at the moment, at least in this tournament, going up against Oriel, who I think it'd be fair to say is like, what, top 2, top 3 Celestials we're going to see here?
Yeah, I think that's. I have to take a look at the lobby or look at the sign-ups, but I think that's a fair statement. This is so annoying, by the way. And I saw someone say, "Why in the world did they keep the bonus light damage?" He's gonna get it. Oh, the scout's dead. Okay, it makes up for it. We're gonna blame Lack on that one. I don't know, but yes, the fact that you can go and just block a collection ray from going down by just putting a scout next to it, and there's nothing to do but have the morph core kill it off over time, is very annoying. But look at this. What is this morph core going for? Where is he going?
Well,
What's the plan?
Also, what is Percival up to? Is he going to try to block again? Because we've got another scout coming out. So like, there might be an opportunity to get like a secondary blocker here if there's like a delayed follow-up. But it looks like he's going for a proxy on the North Lumi base.
Yeah, it's a high ground Luminite base too, so it's really hard for Vanguard to get access to it. But
no, does he go beyond?
Why are you going for the north one instead of the south one that's a lot closer to you?
So what? You're just going to try to set up probably Starforges on the high ground here, I guess?
Maybe. It is tier. We are Arc Station. We are tier 2. There's the star. No, Legion Hall. Okay.
What? Okay, this is funky. This is unhinged. We've got Seraphim spam coming. So this is pretty sick, right? Like, pretty good at just kind of raiding that backline eco. I don't know if this works that well against one base, though. It's almost like Percival knows it's coming, because he did see it move. He went to check for the second base, didn't find it, so his instant reaction was to set up an outpost, get the flat cannon online, and play one base while scaling Exo.
Oh, by the way, he sees this. The scout Hal, he sees up on the high ground. He knows that there's the Legion Hall there. And he also, he's got, you talked about the flat cannon, the Exo. This probably doesn't get a lot done. Maybe this is something that we're seeing on ladder. Again, I've never seen it as, dashes in. You can't do, a patch ago, this would have been great because that Seraphim would have only taken about 30 damage instead of the 60 that it did. So there is that. You do have that going for you.
I guess you're still good at taking out creep camps, right? So it's not bad. And if you set up a power bank on the forward, you can easily recharge instead of having to go all the way home. But my worry now is like the Exo count. It's scaling pretty fast, right? Like this can get scary. Seraphim aren't really designed to be good on equal resource count against Exo spam, right? Like that should be a fight. The Vanguard just win. And there's my answer straight away.
Yeah. So by the way, before this Seraphim dies, can you tell me their weapon, right? If you go hover over their weapon, what is a Lawota of the Ventaora?
I think you're meant to, like, you need to channel the Spanish bros. It's a Lawata of the Ventaora, I think. I think, is it meant to be Mayan? It kind of sounds Mayan.
Actually, I mean, considering that we know from the short story that there is something, hey, look, there are 3 Seraphim here. The Exos are starting to go down. Does this work?
Oh my god, I think it does. He's got 2 Raxes, but like he's only producing Exos out of 1. So I think he's focused a bit too much on the micro. Does hit the healing camp, so maybe this can save him. I think the healing camp might be able to clutch it up. That's going to force a retreat now. He might even be able to snipe the low one here. Final tap comes in, sick move, gets the promo, and I think that might be enough now to stabilize him.
Yeah, we saw actually Ariel do something pretty cool there, and I'm going to keep pointing it out where he goes, and there's just some health flowers on the map, and the big change that they made about health flowers that I don't think it was documented, but it's been pretty significant. Where instead of it putting flowers on the ground, you got to go pick it up afterwards and it can kind of get sniped. Whoever kills the flower gets the heal. It just gets shunted right to you. And that actually, it's a big deal because now that means that Ariel was able to kill one of those health flowers in the fight, get some healing back, and start to snowball things up until we saw Percival go and take the health camp and go from there. And again, you cannot afford to lose units. No. You're only on a single Legion Hall. There's a creation chamber down, but there's not a lot here.
Wait, can he poke from the low ground? I mean, 7 range.
No, he doesn't have vision.
But with the dog, like, if he gets enough, right? I don't know. I don't think he'd kill it quick enough, though. I think it's better in a weird way to kind of let him do this. Because if you're just going to continue to scale Exo like this, I feel like he's already lost too many Seraphim to start brute forcing main fights now.
Yeah, I mean, what this does allow you to do, remember, creep camps are they're worth a lot of Luminite right now, or a lot of Therian, depending on what you kill. There's a reason that we're seeing a lot of 1-base plays, because you can just kill all the creeps, and that funds your 2-base very quickly. So, you don't want to take this fight. This is not where you want to be.
He didn't realize. I think he was rallying past it. He just walked into it, loses 2. And that's an overwhelming advantage. That's double Exo play. More than that, actually, on the front line against what you have here. We're reaching a point where I wouldn't be surprised if Percival does just go for a second base now. Like, you kind of have a big enough lead to justify it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not going to be super surprised if we see the Seraphim. I mean, they're just going to take all the creeps from the map, and then there's some value there. That seems really nice. You get a lot of money. I don't know that it's enough to justify the damage that he's taken, but yeah, maybe he makes something happen. Now, okay, so Seraphim, I mean, again, they clear creep camps very nicely, but can you take down the Skull Squishers? Is that enough? He's going to try. But...
I think this is dangerous with the position that the Percival's in right now. He's naturally going to rotate here pretty quick. And there's also a scout nearby. Oh my god, he's going to see him drifting on by, right?
No, unless he howls, it's not going to be in vision range.
That's close. He sees him. He gets the info for free.
But does that matter? Okay, so I mean, this Skull Squisher is getting squished. You just get. This is actually such a problem because the Skull Squisher, again, getting squished. That's very nice. You get the money from it. But don't you just swing over with the entire army and now you're attacking into Ariel? Oh no, okay, you got the V5.
No, he's got the V5.
That was claimed in time.
Yeah,
that wasn't jacked in time.
The scout couldn't hang there. The scout, it was way too much firepower. But he has got high ground. You need to keep vision here. I think you have got quick draw, right? So if you get one poke, you can dodge the V5 and then move in range to finish. I just feel like it's maybe a bit too risky right now. Like, Percival is ahead, and there's no rush, but he says, no, I have to go for it. He jumps straight in, does take a hit to the face here, but gets rid of the siege weapon. Will force a retreat, but now we have Cabal, and this is where it gets scary, right? Like, if you get clipped by that slow, you will get swarmed. So, smart choice by Percival. He backs away. After all, he is 2 base versus 1.
He is. By the way, the Cabal last test was just this, red box, didn't do anything. This is a gorgeous model here. I don't know what the logic is because again, it's just a floating sphere of something. We're gonna get the lore eventually. I don't know what it is, but
you know what this is?
Right? It's pretty.
This is what was left after everyone was done with, what's it called? You know, the block, the rendering type of graphic where everyone was making games like that, like Minecraft? Voxel. This is the remains of Voxel graphic development. It's a black hole that attracts prior, older voxel-based games.
Gotcha. It's just got all the voxels circling around it. Fair enough.
It's sucked in all the games that died before. That's why it's so big and powerful. I mean, it's pretty damn effective. We talked about this between one of the games, right? Like 40 seconds with a MAME in a large AoE is absolutely mind-boggling.
It's a lot. And now 1v5 has gone down. Now there's a second one here. This time the army is a lot more reasonable as well. And hey, Percival's on the map. So this is going to get really... Wait, what? Oh, this is super cool. Look at what he's doing right now. This is the tier 2 spell, right? That allows you to go and instantly respawn. He's got himself two V5s for this push.
What?
This is super cool.
I was gandering at Percival because he was getting ready to assault in. That's disgusting, though, dude. This is giving me flashbacks to a certain infernal strategy in the early development. You remember the one on Jagged Bore? It's that level of disgusting. Bubble Shield's gonna come out.
So cool.
If he baits fire, I don't think he can, though. There's just not enough Exos here. Archer's now brute forcing it. Does start a step back, but you've still got that siege on the backside you need to deal with. Second wave of Exos is now going to arrive. Argent count is down to half. Seraphim are starting to melt here, but the Cabal, they're doing enough to kind of front line this. It needs to be a dive in. Exos move through, and that's the breakthrough he needed. Nice splits coming in from Percival, minimizing the damage he takes. An army wipe here, and I imagine a swift GG afterwards.
Yep, there it is. Man, yes, okay. Ariel was dead. Ariel was in a bad spot from losing all those Seraphim early, but man, that is actually... We're gonna see someone use that, and it's not gonna be from being behind, and they're gonna go and hit with a double V5 timing or something. It's gonna be really cool. That's something that has not been really explored all that much. That's super cool.
And that, I think that actually would have worked against a less skillful player. Like Percival's shoe that he's used to doing these splits, right? Like he was on point with those Exos. I think he never had more than 4, maximum 5 Exos clustered together. And half the time, he was just bubble shielding up to absorb those blows from the siege weapons. Just sick micro by Percival shows you exactly why he's one of the top rated Vanguard players in the game right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And by the way, sort of, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry we didn't get to you in
My boy
game.
Sort of over there. Love that guy.
StarCraft guy.
StarCraft guy and Age of Empires guy, then back to StarCraft guy. You know, he's a Red Bull Wallalol participant. He was at Legacy.
Ariel pops back into my chat. My builds are cool, but my micro is not, effectively.
Oh no!
And it should be a 4x catapult push instead of a 2x catapult push, but didn't make enough power banks for it. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, he's cooking. I love it. I mean, he's dirty. Yeah. I feel like I need a shower after that.
That's what I want, man.
I think was that always the plan though? Like Green asked, I feel like that was always the plan, but he got caught trying to move for it, right? Like that scout play. I think the smart thing there was the scout blocker and the follow-up scout. Because when that was the thing, you could tell Percival knew before he even actually checked for the base what was happening when he went back over and didn't see an expansion into the natural.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, Ariel, you hear the question. Was that always the play? You know, what was that what you were going for? I don't know. I big fan though. That was pretty cool. And because I believe you were going to be in the, I believe you signed up for the European qualifier. Yes, okay. He says, or Ariel says, yes, that is the answer. That was the play.
Cool.
But I'm excited because Ariel, I'm pretty sure, is playing the Stormgate Nexus European qualifier, so we get to see more shenanigans.
Dude, that's what I want. I want more maps quicker. I just want to see. Like, I always say, you know, everyone wants a perfect game, and I actually think that's kind of lame. Like, even when you get a perfect game, dude, I like still remember Dota 2. It had a patch. I think it was like 6.79 or something. It was the perfectly balanced patch. Every hero was getting picked. 2 months later, people were bored. They want a patch, right? I actually think it's much more enjoyable when you're in the early stages and people are just breaking the game constantly because you just get fresh content. You get fresh ideas. Like, the game is constantly evolving.
I've made this argument as well. It's like RTS players want, or StarCraft fans, they want. You hear a lot of people talk about how they want the Brood War balance, which is there is a balance. We don't need balance patches forever. The game is balanced enough. We can balance on maps a little bit, but that's it. Like, that's all we're doing. And look, as a you know, maybe I'm biased, but as a content creator, please shake the meta up. Give me patches. It might not be balanced, but on the flip side, I can make a video about the balance patch. Like, that's good. It's good for the content creators. It's good for bringing people back, and people are gonna say, "Oh, the game's changed." Huh? Maybe I should try to go do something. I don't know. Maybe I should play it again.
It's soft resets, right? Like, I think that's important because I always warn this. Like, it's a problem in all RTS games. RTSs are one of the genres that suffers most from gatekeeping as a concept, right? Like, not concept, but actual a reality, right? Is that,
dude? I mean, the Stormgate subreddit. You want to talk about gatekeeping?
oh, dude, yeah. Like, I want to be exactly like StarCraft, so I have 15 years of experience over the next person. Like, bro, give it a rest. You want to know why I had faith in AoE4 when it first came out? It's because it was clearly going to be different. I was like, yeah, right? It's like, it's why I find Battle Ace is really refreshing. Stormgate as well. Like, Stormgate's taking a different angle where it's a bit of a neutral playfield. Battle Ace is doing it as well, where, like, I keep saying this to people, even if you're not a friend, like, to the idea of Battle Ace, if you don't like it yourself, you should be cheering it on to succeed because it's actually it's a gateway RTS. And, like, we actually need more gateway RTSs because it's a very hard genre to get into. And unlike MOBAs, we don't have the peer pressure of let's, like, play with my friend, right? Like, I'm going to suck, but at least I'll have my bros on my team in a VoIP.
That is what I think 3v3 and co-op to some extent.
Yes.
And, you know, eventually co-op commander, co-op companion, or excuse me, co-op campaign is supposed to do. But man, they've explicitly talked about, I forget what it was, but they've explicitly talked about, like, taking more MOBA aspects into 3v3. I mean, heroes, sure, but having, like, one central base that is always going to give you some amount of money.
Yeah.
So even if you've lost your outlying bases, you're still able to play the game and contribute and have these alternate win conditions, which is really interesting. I mean, we haven't really seen RTS games that take that approach.
Yeah, it's like, I keep explaining this to people, it's really awkward because, so the Age of Empires 4 community has a really bad relationship with Relic because they kind of left the game in a horrible state for a long time. But, like, some of that Relic done really well with Company Heroes that they, don't get me wrong, I think they missed the game as a whole.
Not COE3.
No, but yeah, like, I mean, in general, the whole concept that they do right is the idea that you play the map instead of playing into someone's base, right? Because they legit have strong defenses to stop you diving someone's base with tier 1 or tier 2, right? So, like, you can kill your opponent in the game, but it's like you're so deep in the game that you should have exhausted other objectives first, right? And I like that approach. Like, it's you remember when we interviewed Monk, he actually hit on this. He was like, you know, why does, like, Dota 2 and those sort of games work? It's like, because when you die, like, you're not gone, you come back. But in an RTS, like, when your base gets wiped, you're pretty much dead. Even if you get one worker out, it's like your contribution is now, I am a leech for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, same idea. One thing, there's a game that's been in playtesting for a while. Just cast one of their probably their first public esports event, actually, but it's called Supervive. And one of the really interesting things about that is, so it's a battle royale, but it's a MOBA. You have WASD controls, but it's effectively a MOBA. In terms of how the top-down isometric game plays, even if it is on a battle royale map, but it goes even further than, like, Apex does in terms of kind of respawns. I've played games that I've won where the majority of my team died like 3 or 4 times, but you wipe yourself up, you come back, there's a respawn beacon, you take a most wanted, there are ways back into the game and you win. And it's like, you always have, until you're totally done, you always have some win condition to get back into the game. And that's really cool. Now, one might say, it's not punishing enough. It means that getting ahead is not rewarded enough. But I don't know, it works for MOBAs. Heroes respawn.
It works fine. Like, Supervive is, and the other thing, like, Supervive understands really well is, like, it's the the tactility, I call it, like, you know, the feel of it, because it's actually, there's the reason why it gets compared to Smash Bros. Like, it feels so responsive. Like, I am like a big Myth spammer, like topped out the damage rankings and crap in multiple tests. Like, I love Myth. And it's like, it's a bow and arrow here. If you don't do that right, if it doesn't feel tactile, I'm gonna switch the game off straight away. So like, they're doing things right there. But like, actually, I was casting another game that had Supervive vibes to it the other week called Spark.
Survives.
Yeah. Supervive. Okay, I'm still gonna just flat out say, and I told him as well, Project Loki was a cooler name.
Project Loki. Yeah, much better name.
It's such a better name. But yeah, so like it's called Sparkball, and it's basically Supervive, but instead it's like, imagine Supervive with Rocket League. I guess.
Yeah, but isn't that one's weird, right? Because I saw they had casting. Actually, I reached out to the person and they was saying, hey, we want casters. But isn't that like NFT based? Isn't there something weird about that?
I think there's a Web3 element. They're like, I think they call themselves Web 2.5. So like, they haven't fully integrated. It's tough because I think there are like Web3 projects out there that like mean good, but the problem is the bad rap that the scams have given. It's like people always going to struggle to trust Web3 on a wide scale. So there's kind of this bet back and forth between Web 2 and Web 3 right now. It's like all the money, you know how it was, right? Like esports had loads of money and then it all went to Web 3. And now the gamble's like, they'll get tired and come back. And then the Web 3 side is like, we're the future, man. Everyone's going to have to be us eventually. So it's a weird stalemate. And it's like,
to me, and you know, if I'm wrong and someone changes my mind, totally fine. But the way I see it right now, it is a solution looking for a problem. Right?
Yeah.
Where everyone's like, we can go and you can absolutely have your in-game item. It's like, yeah, but that exists right now and I have it on my account. And like, no one's gonna go and say, well, I have an item that transfers games, because that's the amount of work required on that is just pointless. But like, you can have a unique token. Cool. I have that. Like, I can have an item on my account anyways. Who cares?
It's so there are elements that I think. I mean, I'm not NDA'd, so I can say there are some major publishers that are, with some of the games, looking to integrate NFT and Web3 into them. Major IPs. I can't say which ones, but they are doing it right now. They're cooking it with some surprising IPs. But it kind of fits because the thing that I kind of point out to people is if you think about what NFTs are and what Web3 is, in a way, we've already had that for years with the Steam marketplace. Right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's exactly what I'm saying here. It already exists. You don't need. It's a solution looking for a problem.
Yeah, well, they're trying to unshackle it, right? They're trying to say it goes everywhere instead, which is like, it's a cool idea, but the problem I always have with these type of things where you're like, it's gonna go everywhere. It's like, you now have to convince everyone that it's gonna go everywhere, right? That's the challenge, and I think we've had these situations before. Like, Steam was kind of a miracle child in a lot of ways, because like. Could you imagine if 3 different people at the same time were like, yeah, digital games are the future? Like, none of them would have dominion over the market. So you'd kind of have, I think, a similar situation. It's kind of weird like that, right? Like, Steam worked because no one believed that the future was digital but Valve, right? And they built off that. And now you're seeing other people try to do it, like Epic, who are spending millions, right? You've got like Xbox Game Pass doing their own vibey thing in their corner. But like, no one compares to Steam. The amount of times I hear to people like, oh, it's not Steam, I can't be asked. I'm like, dude, it's a good game. Just get GOG. Like, no, it needs to be on Steam.
Yeah, and that's the power of being first to market, right? That is, but it's also like maybe saying, oh, no one's going to believe digital, but like, I don't know, dude. That's not saying. There's a difference between saying, okay, well, we already have something, we're just going to do it, but we're going to do it differently, and it's going to require like. There were clear differences between buying a bunch of discs and having it on a computer. This having a digital marketplace does not come across, and maybe I'm just looking at the benefit of hindsight, but like doesn't have this benefit. It doesn't have this kind of thing of saying, well, we already have that. Like the problem, this is a solution looking for a problem that doesn't exist. It's just like, okay, well, you know, we're not there yet. Whatever. The data disk, the size is too. It can still be on discs. Internet's not fast enough. Yada yada yada. Whereas this is, you know, we already have exactly what the problem you're trying to solve. You're just like, and then you're coming up with, oh, okay, well, I can have my item in Dota, and then I can use it in CS:GO.
And it's like, I think the thing that someone hit it really well about Web3 games at the moment is like, the sad reality is that there's Web3 games that they design themselves in a way that they're about investment and getting investment, and they end up making a bad game because like it's about getting money, not about making a game. And then there's ones that make really good games, but they just can't attract the investors. So like they're kind of in a cycling. So I think like more trying this Web 2.5, which keeps sounding weird to me to say, but it's like because the logic is that they are making good enough games they can attract the like original audience, right? But if they rely wholly on Web3, because Web3 is still driven on the idea of like how do I turn a profit on this, you can't get the big baller monopoly men to engage. So
Yeah,
it's weird.
I
I
mean-
think Sparkball could maybe do it. Like I think the way I described it with them is like because it's a relaunch of a previous game. I said Rocket League was a relaunch as well. Like a lot of people forget this. Rocket League was a failed game called Super Rocket Powered Battle Cars, which
Wait. Sorry, I just realized something. I'm looking at this because there was one match remaining before we got the playoff seeded, and it was someone who was 3-1 versus someone who was 1-3 in Swiss.
good luck, have fun. Did he win?
I don't understand how that works.
Wait,
Like, how did that happen?
Are playoffs today? I thought playoffs are tomorrow.
No, playoffs are the same day. Should be.
Really? Did they change it? Because I thought last weekend it was Sunday as well.
Nope. It
Okay.
is 8-10 to 8-10.
All right, nice. Easy, more content.
I mean, best of threes are like best of X are far superior.
Yes.
Far superior to best of ones.
Yes. It's like I even just switched off my UI because I had the one pop and the names at the top. I'm like, why am I doing this? There's like no score to track for this series. So whoever wins, wins. Yeah, I was like
what do
laughing.
we want Mixu Ariel. We want Mixu Ariel. 100%.
One sec. Let me get to the. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Like what ones? Yeah, Sanich, Don, Percival, Garnath. Yeah, 100%. We go Mixu Oriole. Hell yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
If
Captain
it's,
Alex, Lowless, B, and MSR Rem are all good. They all have direct seeds into the quarterfinals. This is a round of 12, moving to round of 8. Percival Lowless seem in the quarterfinals. Seems pretty fun.
That's interesting. I'm kind of curious about this MSRM though, because I don't think I've cast any of them. Have you?
He's pretty good.
Yeah.
I cast a game. He did lose earlier, but he has historically across the different tests has been pretty good.
Okay, that's sick. Yeah, because like when I saw this game, I was like, "Is this guy gonna win?" But apparently, he's top notch. But like, there's some interesting ones that could happen. Like, I don't know if you wait. Did you catch the B1? Yeah, we done a B1 earlier. I think like he's been the most impressive one on Celestial so far, and it's basically just brute forcing Argents, but he's really bloody good at it.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I got someone in my YouTube chat saying it depends. Like, is the game gonna kick off or not? And he's like, well, you know, if they called the game Stormgate instead of Stormgate, then it would obviously kick off in the ornithological community, and that's how the game is gonna.
Oh god.
I make bad jokes, Killer Pigeon.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? Look, as a member of the avian community, I would think that you would appreciate a Stormgate.
No, because they're like storks are clearly a big predator to pigeons. They come into our natural habitat.
But you're a killer pigeon.
I am. So I get my revenge. Spend most of my day killing seagulls. Wait, no, crap. That used out of context. Oh, Jesus. Peter's gave you a mouse. Look, seagulls. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Seagulls are asses. They are the most dickish, like, generic bird in the world. I have watched a seagull spitefully go out of his way to kill a pigeon before. But
seagulls are jerks.
Yeah, like have you seen the clips where it's like a little kid at the beach and they have like an ice cream and then you just get flocked by seagulls? Only seagulls would do this.
I have absolutely had my food stolen from seagulls at the beach. It is. Okay, so here's my favorite thing. So when people talk about, or when I guess archaeologists or biologists talk about dinosaurs, specifically like Tyrannosaurus Rex or whatever. But you know what they like the technical definition of them is? The technical term for them? They are non-avian dinosaurs.
Wait, what is?
Because a chicken is is a multi-million year, descendant of the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
This explains the arms. Yeah, I could believe it. Like, Oh no, I love that. Like, because we were talking about seagulls, someone in chat's like, "Why you gotta be mean to seagulls? A lovely guy." And that's why I wish I'd been involved in the Overwatch scene, just to have a fake beef with
Oh
Seagull,
yes,
right? We were the best,
fantastic.
and it was the best thing ever. Because, like, I mean, I don't know if you've watched what Seagull. He's like one of the most wholesome, nice guys I've ever seen in the esports scene, right? You couldn't imagine him having enemies, but we just make it a fake beef, like just refuse to talk each other, give evils when you look. Oh man. So
Yeah, that is beautiful. So what do we got here? Secluded Grove, Titans Causeway,
ooh.
available. Wait, how is this working?
So hold on a sec. Have you got the thing?
I'm
link?
looking at the draft thing, and it's like there are 4 available, 2 bans.
I guess they just pick from remaining. Oh wait, no, yeah, they've. Oh no, because I guess they've coin flipped now to who gets to pick one of their maps, and then it'll be loser
Oh,
picks
this
the
is
next map.
This is such an AOE thing.
No,
This
but
is
it's
such
not.
an AOE.
No, trust me, it's not. Because what you usually do by default is you pick and ban your way through, and there'll be one map left over that is a starting map. So,
Yeah, so
this has just been
StarCraft
done a
is
weird
like-
way.
Yeah. So StarCraft is ban. Like it's 4 if it's a best of 3 and there are 7 maps in the pool, it's 4 bans. You pick 2 and then remainder is the last map
Okay. Yeah, like we have the last map logic as well. We use it all the time. Or like some tournaments which have a default map, like Dry Arabia's always been a popular one to start series with, right? Which, oh my god, I'm bored of Dry Arabia. I think I'm making some enemies in the Age of Empires community because I'll get into a Dry Arabia game and go, this map sucks. But I get that way. Like,
No, that's
if you have-
Jagged Maw.
Oh, we got Jagged Maw as a starter?
No, I'm saying maps that suck.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like, dude, I hate it when people are like, yeah, it's the most balanced maps. Like, yeah, but dude, like, I've seen more games of Dry Arabia than I've seen of any other map in Age of Empires by a multiplier of at least 3. I'm like, I would be fine if they just pulled it from a tournament. Like, I don't know. I think map rotations are healthy.
Oh yeah, that is the biggest piece of sadness that exists kind of in StarCraft 2 right now, where it used to be we'd get 3 different map pools a season. We would get every or no, not every season, every year. We would get every new season, every new ladder season, which we'd get about 3 a year. You'd get a new map pool, and it's not 100% new, but close enough. You know, it goes and it would swing around, and like maybe 5 maps are replaced, and then 2 are kept. But because Blizzard, you know, StarCraft 2 is just very much in maintenance mode, and Blizzard doesn't care. We get a new map pool maybe twice a year, if that.
Yeah, and it's also like so the whole kind of like you guys are in maintenance mode one is like perplexing as well because like Blizzard's owned by Microsoft now, and it's like I don't think that whoever's oversighting it has enough attention span to really like process it. But I was highlighting to people like if they did actually pay that much attention to their games, they'd probably get to a stage where it's like, should we really fund this many Age of Empires esports scenes when we also have the StarCraft scene, right? So it's like, it's quite interesting with that when you've got so many competitive esports RTSs now under one umbrella.
Yeah, my hope looking at everything was that when Microsoft would take everything over, they'd say, okay, well, we're going to do what we're doing for Age of Empires to StarCraft, and we're going to fund them, and you know it's going to be a thing. But it does take a while. Like it takes multiple.
It's also
we talk about software buyouts. It takes a while for that to actually be a thing.
Yeah, it's also the dynamics. Like I'd say the Activision people are more hands-on, whereas Microsoft has more of a throw it to the community and let them do it thing, which is good, but also they're very. I've been very vocal on Microsoft. I think they're bad at taking over when they need to like help. They'll fund, but like they won't give any direction. Shout out to my boy Nilly, who I think is going to help fix some of that. But it's like it's inherently been an issue with them for years. Like AoE2 has needed circuits. We can talk more about that. We should probably get to the game because it is time for the playoffs here in tank number 15. We've got Mixu in the south side playing as the Vanguards.
Man, I am going to be so excited when I can have a smooth pan in, the ability to rotate my camera, because right now player intros feel weird. Anyways, in the upper right, in the red, the man with some really weird, interesting, very fun builds. He's the Celestial player. It's Ariel. And what is in store for us? We're sitting here. It's Islet Red. There are no V5 launchers. There is no weird quad siege camp push available. This is, of course, it is also versus Vanguard, like we saw against Percival. What is in store for us in this best of 3? Do you have... I got no ideas.
I mean, like, so if you want to be big brain, would it be something involving the energy tower, maybe? I'm trying to think what you could do here, because we know Oriole likes to get crafty. He's an out-of-box thinker. It reminds me of, was it Kiwian, I think, that discovered the double breakthrough in Jagged Maw in the early days? Like, that type of strategy. So maybe he's got someone cooked up for us. He is going for the upgrade of the Arc Ship to Dark Station straight away. We've usually seen a lot of players open up on this map just using the Arc Ship to immediately take the creep camp.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, right? So, of course, that's the big change, where now you can't go and cast Sovereign Watch unless you're within 15 range of, technically, I think there's a bug right now, but within 15 range of a completed collection array. So, on the flip side, you can actually cast it on a moving Arc Station, which means that you can go and cast it and then move it in and take that first camp. Now, that's not what we're seeing, but yeah, we're seeing the Seraphim rush again. I think this makes so much sense given how much more valuable creep camps are now compared to what they were before the patch. Now it's a lot of money. It really gives you that skyrocketing power. And the second thing about this Killer Pigeon is that on top of it being a lot more money, they're a little bit easier to take, which the big deal there is it has given specifically Infernal players, but a lot more power to these units that are able to go and sweep the map early. So you're kind of leapfrogging this timing where, well, by the time maybe you can get out with other units, there's nothing really there.
But there is an interesting pivot coming the other side from Behemoth. I was going to say, Behemoth is an interesting words. It's deeper than that. There was already a read by Mixu. Check his base. He's got a mech bay. He's already playing the Hedgehogs, which they're pretty damn good, like, denial on these creep camps, right? Like, I think they did buff the deploy since, like, the start of the year. It feels a lot more fluid now, whereas you might remember in the early days, it felt very static. Like, you couldn't really use it to react. You had to be set up or you just died. But Hedgehogs now, I feel like they are a good blocker as long as you have a read on the creep pattern that the Seraphim are rotating towards.
Yeah, and man, it's funny you talk about like creep camp rotations. Very much a MOBA idea here showing up, but it's a thing. Especially as, again, these creep camps become more important if that's a mode they decide to put it in a position, situation where they decide to kind of keep things at. And for my brothers, I do prefer the game of Stormgate when creep camps are something that force you to be on the map, that force you to interact a little bit more. Because again, last patch, you didn't see that as much. It was just like, okay, well, we are here and we're going to take the creep camps eventually. They're nice, but it's kind of whatever. And notice again, because Seraphim, they take 50% HP, they actually kill the creeps really nicely. You can take these camps that no one else can take in the early game. These bruisers, 675 HP, they do a ton of damage. But you get 5 Seraphim on the map, all of a sudden you got multiple resource camps available. Now as the scouts around, the hedgehogs around, that's not great, but it's 2 hedgehogs and they're going to have to spend time to deploy, undeploy. The Seraphim, this composition in this game state when you're not doing anything else is actually pretty nice. It's just diving on top of the hedgehogs. It's only 2 hedgehogs. They will not sustain this pressure.
No, and even if you deploy them occasionally, like as long as Oriole is kind of shifting out the injured ones to the back of the formation, you won't get the snipes. Instead, gets a deny here, goes in the Lumi camp. Perfect time there. Power bank as well. And the hedgehogs are still alive. It looks like some focus fire wasn't really in there. He's hitting most of the dogs. So we'll be a shift away on the other side. Bit of a miss micro though. Mixu is going to lose one of those hedgehogs. A difficult unit to scale fast at this stage of the game.
Dude, Mixu just got so much though. Are you kidding? He just not only he canceled a collection array, and then when the Morph Core pops back up, make it again. He killed the collection array. That is so much money that Oriole has just lost off of this. And yes, again, you do have these creep camps, and he would really like to claim this resource camp that he's cleared out for this. But Mixu just swept Oriole from the map. That is so much value on the map that is just not really available to him anymore. So we can see this in the supply. Yeah, there are a lot of Seraphim. Mixu's up about 20 supply. He's taken the energy camp on the north side. He's taken 2 healing camps. He's taken this Luminite camp as well. He has so much money, and he's denied so much money from Oriole.
And he has something else coming. On the secondary base, he set up hangers. We've got Hornet spam now on the way. And guess what? Oriole hasn't even checked for it. He's so busy focused on the main right now, so troops are getting in the way. Hedgehogs are coming home. If he shifts across, he can easily hold where the hangar bays are set up. Sure, it costs him, but there's already been a bigger expense on the other side. That means that Oriole isn't economically ahead. Hedgehogs?
Yeah, oh man.
This is big.
Hedgehogs here, mass repair. Yeah, no, that is not. It is nice economic damage. This is like 6 or 7 mobs going. Oh, this is like 6 or 7 mobs going down. Like, that's reasonable, and even through the overcharge. Yeah, I think Oriole's just realized, okay, well, who cares about the Hornets? I can kill so much of this economy.
Yeah, but not just that. Mixu, he missed micro there. There was a Hornet just on a coffee break for basically the entire fight. Had that been in there, I think you get like 2 extra Seraphim kills, and you keep maybe 2 extra workers alive. So does survive it. Supply tells the story though, right? He's ahead. You've got to keep in mind there is a raid coming in from dogs. That's right. We're a few minutes in this game, and scouts are deleting the start point of Oreo right now.
Man, it's so funny. Casting with Age of Empires people, I'm like, it's a run by. Okay, gotcha. Because we have this the same concept. We have very different ideas about what we call the same concept. But man, 3 Hornets on the field versus. Okay, well, you do have the Arc Ship. You do have that healing potion, for lack of a better term, that ability to heal, and it does get canceled. But yeah, Hornets outfight this in the extreme. Now, Argent's on the ground. They handle that a little bit better.
Yeah, but
man,
Argent can't fly. So that's the thing, right? Like, you have to go across the trees and look at the snipes now coming in. The focus fire is there. I think he's even got a bubble dome to work with at this stage, right? So, like, and I think that's what Oriole's afraid of, as he knows if he tries to go on this injured Hornet, she's gonna get bubbled up, eventually just go home. Instead, it's gonna be a forfeiture. Creation chamber does go down. Argents have at least now a ride, but against this many scouts, I wouldn't feel comfortable.
This is where we start. What was the player that maybe believes three impossible things before breakfast?
Anime music activate. Alexa, play hour-long anime track. Oh god, and it might just be a wipe here. I mean, the Argent cow just doesn't feel big enough. The damage is being absorbed by the scouts. That's perfect here. It means you win the air battle, and then you can come from the land.
Yeah, or of the sea, I guess, in this case. 3 if by land, 2 if by sea, or something like that. And certainly the Hornets, they don't care. You can be in the water, you can be in the land, you can be in the air. At this point, there are so many of them, and they're so heavily promoted that there is just...
Where did these guys come from? These hedgehogs have just been sitting here like happy campers the entire time. Gigi comes in. Mixu, relentless aggression. 6 sneak on the second base for the air transition. Oreo just was not ready.
No, he wasn't. I like this idea about the Seraphim stuff, but not working out right now.
No, it's he's very fixated on it, but like you highlight at the start, it doesn't have the same value on the creep play. In fairness, the creep play wouldn't have worked on the siege camps here, right? Because you're still up against air units. What I did like is around the center of the map, I noticed when Oreo was doing it, is like Mixu reacted perfectly. You can't actually use hedgehogs to intercept on the central camps because of the cliffs. Like, Seraphim just break away. So what was really smart was that early raid where he just forced attention to an area of the map where he'd be more favored. That was a sick read by Mixu.
Man, dude, we got to teach you the Blizzard RTS terms here. It's a run by.
So here's the thing, right? We're gonna have to accept peace. You used healing potion, and I'm like, that's not a StarCraft.
It's not. It's a Dota thing because that's the closest analog.
I mean, you could have went like just heal bomb, like rejuvenation. I don't know. There's words. Rejuvenation. That's old school. That's Warcraft, right? No, I think it's gonna be interesting to see the terminology that comes through. I think there's like drive-by is one. Raid. I feel like Raid is close enough, right? I almost feel, to me, it feels kind of StarCrafty as well. It's like Rainers Raiders type feeling. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just think it's really because no one in StarCraft, no one coming from StarCraft is gonna call it that. And I really enjoy being able. Oh, Boneyard. Boneyard's going to be map number 2. We're just waiting for the host. But I really do appreciate being able to work with people from Age of Empires, or I did Omega Strikers for a little bit, and I got to cast people from like fighting games and Rocket League, and it's always interesting. In this case, we're talking about terminology, but it's always interesting because everyone has different ways that they cast. Every scene has different, and it's always kind of fun to like, okay, how do we fit in here? You know, how are we going to come together?
It's interesting because it's like, it's the things you learn from different scenes as well, right? Like, I remember when I was in Dota, there was something really coming in that was very popular. It was win condition. Win condition just came out of nowhere. And I know who created it. It was Blitz. And he came across it because he watched Hearthstone tournaments.
We have a lobby, by the way.
Yeah, join it. But like in Hearthstone, that's a big thing, is like, you know, what's the win condition of this deck? And he started applying it to Dota, and everyone started doing it. So it's like, there's always these interesting terminologies or concepts that take over. Like, I remember when a Dota 2 coach changed the way they done some of their strategies, because someone who played League asked, why doesn't Dota have parallel maps? And then they were like, I never thought about that. Right? So it is interesting, because it's also, in casting, it's not just terminology, it's things you focus on that are different.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Let me get a point on the board for the Mad Chad Mixu. I think we should get ready for game number 2. It's Boneyard time. Oriel in the north side. The map that he wanted as the Celestials. The one that could offer him the cheesy strategy. But is Mixu just going to simply be ready for it? It's time to find out.
I don't know, but he is opening with that again. We're seeing that very quick Therium Purifier. There's the... Oh, no. Okay, no, he's getting into more.
Wait,
he
this
is
is
getting
different.
a second Morph Core.
Yeah.
But he's still moving. And you know what? I think this is still the same thing. Maybe one more Morph Core than he got last time.
Because last time he was upgraded to... I think he was upgraded to Arc Station already last time, right? So like this is definitely delayed.
I don't know.
Chamber down. It might have just been the positioning, but like I feel like the Arc Station was upgrading very early, so we might have a slight adaptation. Keep in mind there's already a Lancer play coming out, so we've already got camp play coming in very early for Mixu. And I don't know if he's seen this strategy yet. We've already seen Oreo in one series try this, and his timing was grimly unfortunate. But this time, it's gone unnoticed.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, again, we have that. We're going to see this go down. Arc Ship is just about turning into an Arc Station. So we should be there fine. And you know what? The one thing I don't like about this, and I don't think it's fair to say that I don't like it, but I think it is a little dicey, is that you have a lot of wasted time to get up into this setup. You're just in this situation where, yeah, you know, you're teching here, but we are a solid, I don't know, 2 minutes in, maybe something like that.
Yeah, like I think also maybe he went earlier so he didn't get spotted, but it feels inefficient just sitting there with the call for that long, right? I mean, Legion Halls do at least build quite quick. And now the first Seraphim is on the way. And in fairness, Mixu, he's going to the mech bay. So he understands what this is going to be again. He will have the Hedgehogs out in time. And something we did notice last time Oro done this, you'd think he'd want to play the loose camps wide so he can't be caught. He tried to play central camps.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, again, I was going to say, yeah, on this map, okay, well, there's a lot more camps on the edges. You can go and kind of swing that around. But I guess that's not gonna happen. So in terms of anti-air for Mixu right now, he has just about nothing. He's building a sentry post, no biolab on the way, so he's not gonna, the only defense he's gonna have is with these hedgehogs as they start to pop out. But I guess what he's doing with his first Seraphim right now, at least what he was doing for a little bit, was to try to kind of follow these units on the map so he can go and actually get the creeps. But instead, no, it's gonna be the energy camp, and that actually is so important for this because, well, energy. Celestials are not very happy if they don't have a bunch of energy, so he's gonna dive in. A sentry post with nothing inside of it is not much of a deterrent.
No, the mech bay is a bit loose as well. I mean, he won't be able to snipe it down, but the Hedgehog's gonna force him away. But I like this hanging around. He's like, make me do something, right? React to it. And look at this sentry post coming up. So overcharge is going to be used, but it's not going to be good enough. He's going to try for a redeploy on a second sentry post. But he has to keep cancelling it. Luckily, he gets all the resources back. But this is still a lot of idle time being achieved.
It is, but all the scouts, all the lancers are on the other side of the map, and again, as we take a look at this, well, first of all, you're in a healing zone, so, well, hey, Seraphim are just not taking damage from this, and a sentry post doesn't do anything, not really. And now we're going to have this getting up repair turret. Can you burst this down? No, you cannot repair that through the repair turret. That is way too strong, but now there's no repair on the repair turret, so there are enough Seraphim right now where this actually makes a lot of sense. Now, on the other side, Mixu's not doing anything. We talked about this run by on the other side. Sorry, this raid on the other side. But with this Morph Core here, it's just not enough.
No, and it's like, this is the awkward thing I think about like playing scouts early is you just don't find the same value you do against other factions, right? Because there's not these squishy workers you can target down. And what a usage, man. Like exploiting your own opponent's health power that he took against him like this. This is the thing I love about the new creep camps. You couldn't do this with the old, right? It's a little bit different, a little bit weirder. But this just feels so much more rewarding for aggressive players.
And remember, he's got the energy camp as well, so that just means the Seraphim their damage is lasting longer. They're getting more of it on the map, and there's a second overcharge here because we got to have a second. There has to be a second sentry post. We got to have more repairs. This is just necessary.
More posts. Like, why stop at 3, man? Good. Like maybe 4. Like, what? I mean, let's not wait around here, because there's more Seraphim coming, and there's gonna be less Bob soon. Repair turret now just being targeted. I mean, he just doesn't even care. It's only one Hedgehog. So much resources going in to these sentry posts. And also remember, you'd think, oh, they're cheap, 100 Luminite, right? You can definitely afford extra. But the problem is, it's the idle work account. He has like 8 Bobs doing nothing but repairing.
This is so great. Now he's going to try to get on top of the mech bay as well with, hey, look, if you can prevent the only anti-air that Mixu has access to, That's a massive deal. So targeting, yeah, getting the habitat doesn't do anything. You're still 27 out of 45. And
Oh, he recycled.
There's just no overcharge. There's the mech base.
He recycled
dead.
it.
The bobs are dead. This is a single. He has to sell it to get something. There's a single hedgehog here. Mixu is so dead in this game.
He's just trying to spam outposts, man. He has nothing.
This is great.
I love the pivot as well. Like, he understood Mixu was going to block him on the mid-map. He was going to raid him on the back if he got hedgehogs together. So Oreo says, duck that. Yeah, the original strategy was get some V5 rockets and send it. But who needs that? When you can just exploit your opponent for a greedy, slow switch like this. This surely has to be game. I mean, he's trying to build his base up now in the natural, but what base, right? Like, I guess he's going to try to get exos, but that's a slow process.
Yeah, I mean, granted, single Seraphim attacking this Bob in a healing zone is not really doing all that much, but it is slowly getting contested and slowly. Well, I guess there's a second Bob in it now, but you bring all the Seraphim together, they're going to be able to break this down. The healing area is not really going to be there. Now, on the other side, we have a random hedgehog that, you know, this is single base. Let's be clear here. Ariel does not have a natural collection rate. There's nothing there. Hedgehogs, if they get this collection rate, there's no economy.
However,
so you do have to be careful about that.
The strategy is now underway. Callus has been activated. It's V5 time, baby. But you know what's better than 1 V5?
4 V5s.
4 V5s. That sounds good to me. Should we? Quick rotation. Come on. He's got the time.
I don't know that you need it.
No.
I understand the strat here is to get 4 V5s. This is a one-base Vanguard player. I truly don't believe that you need to go and waste the time to make that happen.
Agreed. And it's even more than that. Like, think about it. V5s are perfect against static defenses. What's Mixu's entire strategy based on now? Static defenses. He can't move in. If he sees these V5s, he can't move out. What's he going to do? Send the bobs?
Okay, so, I mean, this Hedgehog, these Scouts, this Lancer on the other side, that is a problem. You do have to handle that. Ariel's severely lacking in energy right now. It's on, well, it's not red, but it is yellow.
I think he's fine.
Big deal here is,
look at Vanguard's base. Like, he doesn't care. He's like, I've got missiles. What have you got? A dog? GG comes out. Oriel strikes back.
Dude, I love the best part about this. I got a bunch of high-level Stormgate players in my chat right now, and they're all like, "What's this bug? How do you?" No, this is not a bug. It just people don't know about this because Celestial. So I forget what it's called. The Celestial spell that allows you to go.
Catalyst, I think. Is that
something? Anyways, the top bar spell that allows you to go and just take a camp. What it also does that no one ever cares about is it allows you to instantly respawn the camp. So you get a bunch of Seraphim, you kill the camp once, you instantly respawn it at a higher level, and then you get it again, and then you have 2 of them. It is fantastic.
Yep. This is sick. I got like Faye in my chat. She's been spamming Celestials, and she was like nerding out about this. She's clearly been practicing it as well. These filthy Celestials. You nerf them, they find something new.
But I love this. We're seeing like Rimbo's like, wait, what? I didn't know that was a thing.
And like, so I'm trying to think, what was the final map? I'm trying to think if you can do it on map 3. I don't think you can, right?
I don't know because remember, 4 maps were in the pick ban.
True.
I don't know how that works.
Also, loser picks now, right? So he can try to dodge this. I'm just trying to remember what the picks were he had. I think I'm on the right one. Oreo, yeah. Because he keeps calling himself Henry Nater, doesn't he? It's Jagged Moore. Wait, dude, he could totally do this on Jagged Moore, no?
I mean, I don't think you need to. You just run across the map.
True. I guess
you build Seraphim in your base.
So hear me out. I think the flip up this time is like maybe the mistake for Mixu is trying to get hedgehogs. It feels like it's a slower, more arduous process than Exos that can kind of trade better, right? Because they don't have that deploy time, so they can poke harass down. We actually saw that earlier today against Oreo, where he lost to Percival because he just straight up went Exos and out-microed him.
Yeah.
Have we got a lobby yet? I don't think so.
Not yet. Oriole's asking about map. Sorry,
Oh, you eating and casting?
Food was delivered to my desk.
Yeah.
And who am I to not consume the food? Oh, nope. I've disconnected my headphones. And who am I to not consume the food that has been delivered so gloriously to my desk?
It would be quite rude of you. You know, like, you know what? You're also being rude to your chat right now because it's not a full ASMR stream, you know?
I mean, I don't know that my mic will pick it up, actually, but...
You need to masticate really hard. Can you masticate really hard?
I cannot masticate really hard.
Damn.
Titans Causeway. Oh,
Oh, really?
boring. Boo.
Well, that doesn't have the siege camps though, right? So.
Yeah, because Ariel won. It's Mixu's pick.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because the alternative was Jagamore, which would have, I think that, yeah, it still has them, right? So yeah, although they're a bit harder.
No one's gonna pick Jag and Mom. It's an effective ban.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think how you could play this here. That would be interesting. I feel like Exos is just going to work better here than like when we saw earlier, right? Because Titan's Causeway is a little bit tighter of a map. The valuable creep camps are a bit more centrally located. I guess the other issue that I see is like maybe if you play kind of a snatch and grab approach where you know how like the way that Titan Causeway works is people tend to rotate one way and only one way sort of thing. Maybe what he does is he reads that Mixu's going to predict that and try to like block him and just goes the other way, right? So you just kind of because you can fly, right? That's the beautiful thing. I'm curious though, man. Like I haven't seen him play on this map so far. So
yeah, I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. I think the other thing is I don't think this is a Seraphim map. I think you go vectors here. I think that you play high ground. Like yes, vectors are flying. They can go high ground, low ground, or Seraphim are. But well, okay. Let's think about this. There is actually, you know what? Let's get into game. Then I'll theory craft.
Yeah, we can craft out in a sec because we need to intro the players. It's just a cider game. It comes down to this. No big boy creep shenanigans that we're aware of. So surely Mixu on the Vanguards it's got to be feeling a little bit more cozy for this deciding game.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. But what I'm talking about, so this is game 3. This is Mixu's map pick because he lost map 2. That's kind of how the pick pans and formats are working here. And we're saying, okay, I don't think this is a Seraphim map. It's too small. You're not going to have enough time. There's no real spot that you can kind of easily proxy a Legion Hall. And yeah, in fact, we're going to see a Creation Chamber go down. But what I was going to say was, I think the one way you do this is you float a Morph Core in the center into this kind of secluded zone. It's not secluded grove, but this high ground area in the middle. And that gives you an immediate resource camp. And that is maybe how you make this work. Now, obviously not. That's not what we're seeing. That's not what we're seeing attempted here. But that is the one idea I have in terms of how this might be a thing.
So the other way this could have been played, B had a lot of success just a week ago on this map by arc ship rushing to the other side of the map. And you just drop a creation core and start spamming Argents right next to the enemy's base with power banks. Like the classic kind of Protoss experience, right? Where they just like I forget the name of the power bank type things up, right? And they just spam you with turrets. And it was really effective on this map because, as you were mentioning, this is not a big map. It's not that extra breathing room that Celestials like to play wide and also not have to worry about harassment onto the main.
Yeah, although, again, remember you talk about getting aggressive with an arc station running across the map or whatever you want to do. We do have to remember that has been, or excuse me, an arc ship and leak nodes and all that shenanigans. It has been, I was going to say it's been nerfed and it's not as strong, but yeah, there we go. Legion Hall once.
But it's really sneaky this way because it's subtly off to the side. Like, I don't think I'm going to scan as you run up the ramp as often. So it's a bit of a gamble. He probably could have snugly put it in the corner a bit more just to lower the risk. But I get his thought process, right? It's like if he tries to float to the middle, there's a high chance a scout's going to run by and see him.
Yeah, but so remember, this is blocked off. Depending on where you put it in the scout path, even with Howl, you may not see it. I don't know. Now, what I'm looking at, though, here, this is double barracks. There's the biolab. Okay, so Exos are a possibility. This could just be for Beryllium Claws, this idea that we saw Percival going for, but instead it's four speed. It's 4 speed scouts and a Lancer into the main base. And this is the problem with Titan's Causeway. It is such a fast map, and already we've seen power get spent.
Oh my god, he sees it. He sees it.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
I mean, he's not even trying to block it, right? Like, you could actually clear this up. He's valuing the camps instead. That's buying more time for additional scouts. And as you mentioned, Exos should be on the way soon, right? But no, you're right. He's legit just... He doesn't care about the Seraphim. He's going for Beryllium Claws.
Yeah, Mass Tier 2. This is a build from This is a build from
I remember
previous
this
build.
one. Yep.
Mass Scout, get them all promoted. They don't die. They do much more damage than they used to. And this Legion Hull is dead. Only two Seraphim get out. So we talk about, well, you need anti-air. 2 Seraphim are not enough to really make the difference.
And
not
now
really. They can poke over time. That's something. But yeah, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, like they could just run over the health camp and heal up. Well, the other thing is like because scouts are so fast, this is a bit like that classic go home repair with the sentry post. It's a defense in case you get attacked. But now, like, you could always just peel off the heavily injured scouts if need be and rapid repair them back at home. So he has options. This is a great position to be in. And now, Oriole, like, what are we doing here, right? We've got a second base starting to set up. No, he just goes to Legion Hall again on the low ground. I do like this, though, because he's minimized the attack points for melee units this time.
That he has. I want to say he morph cored this as well, so it, you're able to rebuild fairly quickly. Yeah, you surge it as well, so you kind of get that third Seraphim going up fairly quickly, and we're gonna see the middle camp get taken. The downside here is we see, God, these scouts are so fast. The downside we see here, yeah. By the way, active speed buff and also double passive speed buff. These things are so insanely fast.
Yeah. Oh, I'm being attacked. I'm just gonna walk past. Look at it as well. The power bank just gets melted. Easy force the defense. Hasn't got it home though. Yeah. So we're just going to move in. Yeah. That's 3 power banks, and this is a big problem now for Oriole.
Yeah, I like Oriole's build idea. The Seraphim tier 2 rush makes a lot of sense. But in this setup that we're looking at right now, on how small Titan's Causeway is, how you can't really wall off anything, it just doesn't make sense. You are too vulnerable to a mass scout. So I love Oriole. Probably, my favorite Celestial player I've seen play right now. Just these builds are so much fun. Unfortunately, when you're trying to force an idea and it doesn't work on every map, if that's what you're doing, you're playing a little cheesy, sometimes your cheese, in fact, gets turned into fondue.
Yeah, and now, because he's been starved in the air like this, right? Like that fondue is about to get, or at least what's left of it, munched up by a particular hornet in the air. We've got hangers now coming in. So like Mixu, he's basically playing the previous strat we saw, right, to counter out on game 1, just on a delay with a crafty little cherry on top with the scouts at the beginning.
Yeah, again, I really like that. These scouts are, it's funny. I don't know when you started playing in the playtest Killer Pigeon, but this was the first map that was added in. Titan's Causeway was pre-alpha, there we go, and the entire map was predicated around who could go and take the speed camp first, because it played a little bit differently. But anyways, we like Parting was pulling bobs and scouts, and there was just this absolute just weapons race, arms race to see who could get that enemy speed camp as quick as possible, because then you would win the game or not. And that's kind of what this game turned into. I mean, obviously not. There is more to it than that, but Mixu ran across the map, cleared the camps, got the speed camp, ran in, shut down all the energy, and I mean, Ariel 66 out of 45 here. He needs so many energy batteries that he just does not have.
And, that's going to take away from scaling an army, right? And it's not just a Hangar Bay play, right? Like, if it was just Hornet spam, that's slow. No, it's Exos as well. So Mixu has mind, body, and soul to this comp. Like, it's a very healthy build, because now let's say Oriole switches into Argents. Let's say tries to go ground. You can just poke at him with Exos, right? They outrange, so you can kite. Like, it's a perfect situation. Although, admittedly, Exos getting caught out on the own. Not the best of situations here. Hornet's going to try to spray them down, but nice focus fire from Oriole. We'll look for the exit now. Might end up losing one. I mean, Hornets can kind of just stick on top of you here.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the speed boost, though. So the active speed boost, particularly. So they will be able to get out. Hornet doesn't quite chase down. So they do get out at the end. And man, jeez. Killer Pigeon, the water on the minimap is almost the exact same color as blue units on the minimap.
You're like, oh my god, Mixu's got a whole lot.
What is this run by?
Why is he just standing there? Oh, but by the way, big switch up. We might get some run-bys the other way. Kree now added in. This unit got nerfed fairly hard, but it's still a decent solution against an army that essentially has no real front line.
You say that, and that is kind of true, but Kree are light units. And scouts, did he get Beryllium Claws? Give me a scout. Let me find a scout.
He did get Beryllium, yeah. But he hasn't got many left, from what I can see. They got white. Oh, wait, no, he's got 7.
Man, this is where I want a unit stab.
Right?
There we go. There they are. Okay. But yeah, no, certainly Seraphim. Oh, there we go. You go take the lowest Seraphim, get that back. But yeah, these Hornet count is far too strong. Now, that being said, the slow and also I don't know if he has mastery of it yet, but the spell that allows you to go and just ground these units, slam them into the ground, and just take the fight there is so nice against air units. But I guess, do we have any upgrades on the way? I don't see any. Okay, so that's tier 1. The ability to go and lift air units or lift ground units or air or ground air units. That's really powerful, but not really available at the moment. That being said, Ariel
He's
only
sending it.
down about 10 supply. Yeah, totally across the map here. Kree, Argents, a couple Cabals to make sure that you can slow and bring units to bear. He's gonna really smart idea here. He's gonna go try to just take the health camp as quickly as possible. Mass promote on top of all these scouts to knock the Kree down. But only one Kree dies at the moment. And again, if you can force the fight right now as they're about to explode, all the scouts should just evaporate here as the Kree explode on the end. I kind of like this fight for Ariel at the start. Yes, there's a repair turret, but we're seeing these vectors start to get taken down quite a bit. We're going to see the repair turret get gunned down here. Now, there we go. Spell goes down as well. Bulwark is not, I mean, okay, sure, you're going to bulwark the scrapyard. Who cares? What?
There's Vulcans, though.
Okay, I guess Hornets for enough.
This is big.
Okay.
The Hornets wipe it from behind. The reason that looks so scrappy is Mixu had him sit on the other side of the map. They were returning home the entire time. But now, rejuvenates the shield, just trying to stay alive on the front side here. Aura's got a bigger problem, though. These Vulcans can start to push him back. He needs to address that more than the Hornets now.
Yeah, he needs to split on top of this, and this repair turret on top of everything is just so important. Now, a lot of the Hornets have gone down, but both charges of that energy rejuvenation, they're gone. And that was what allowed this fight to happen. If you're able to go and just consistently hit those empowered shots, you're okay, sure. Once it's gone, it's not coming back for a while.
Can we just highlight how sick of a hold that was for Mixu? That was an all-in. Look at Oriole's supply. He's dead. He's drained.
Oh, yeah,
right?
100%.
It's one counter attack and done. But Mixu was just so switched on, though. Like, that looked so bad because he was actually hesitating. He had his Hornets sitting near the main. He was thinking about sending them into poke. And then I think he waited about 5 or 6 seconds before actually using the recall. That's why that fight looked so grim. But yeah, I think the real reason he went for the bubble on the scrapyard is he wants to stop saturation. He didn't want these units just flood in towards the eco. So I just think he was believing in the fight there's going to be some A-clicks on them. And as long as he holds a choke point, he forces all these units kind of to line up in front of the Vulcans for maximum damage.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. It just prevents you from opening up a concave, which is really what Ariel wanted there. And now with the Vulcan, I mean, there's nothing to repair this Vulcan. It is a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, but the Hornets,
maybe
though,
that's something.
The Hornets are scaring me right now, man. Like, you can just get kited out. He goes straight after the collection array. You can't even reach him. He can just take out the base from behind. GG gets called. Mixu continues on 2-1.
Oh man, I have, regardless of balance, because I'm hearing people complain and say, Celestials can't play anymore. Their early game was too strong, but their late game sucks. Whatever it is, you cannot deny that the games we're getting now, in this version of the patch, they're so interesting. We're seeing so many different units. It is, that was fun. That was a great series.
Agreed, dude. That was so, like, I love the back and forth feel of it. Like, for a moment, you wanted to believe it looked like Oreo was actually going to be able to crack the egg, right? But damn, I can't fault Mixu. Like, that was a very strategic defense. Like, he was so calm under the pressure as well. Like, he understood the Vulcans would deliver him. Like, I was a little bit hesitant to believe the Vulcans would be able to hold back that many Argents, but just kind of looks trivial when you've got those repair turrets nearby as well.
Ooh. By the way, Attico has made a fantastic overlay.
He has. Nice. I need to install it locally.
I need to steal that.
I've been using Cow's one, which is like just browser based, so like it has its merits. But
I have no overlay.
Yeah, I just have a little pop up at the top. But yeah, I need to add that one in. Big shout out to Attico, who also has been organizing these tournaments. He's the reason that they happen at all.
Yeah. By the way, so we're looking right now. We're gonna probably go up to Percival versus Loyalist if that happens, because Garnath from 3D Clan is tied up at 1 apiece versus Percival. That's, I think, the first map Percival lost. I mean, it's best of ones, and he went 5-0. So in Swiss stage, kind of impressive. They are fairly early into game 3 as well. So hey, not bad.
Yeah, I think Garnath isn't to be slept on. Like, B's the one that's the front runner, but Garnath is the experimental boy just behind him. So like, definitely very talented. I think like the 3D Clan, they kind of hunker together and scrim regularly. We talked about like Lucifer and Vortex having that effect earlier, right? Where they get through loads of mutations. Garnath and B will be the same. Like, they'll be scrimming religiously with each other. Hey, big shot, Henry.
Aftermath's kind of the same way. There is this, maybe I'm just saying this because I'm part of Aftermath and there's some bias there, but there is a legitimate Aftermath brain trust of like Theory and Albino.
Appreciate you, Henry, man.
He was in my chat earlier. Hello, Albino, if you're still here. And Parting and everyone else. And they come up with some wild, I mean, the 7-minute pimp bust we saw in EGC.
Yep.
You know.
I remember, like, what was it? I think after EGC was done, I believe it was Albino started to get onto something where he, like, it was because of Parting. Parting, like, had pointed out to him that there was, like, a Lancer rush build that was broken, and he started trying it. He's like, oh my god. I think it was like you just stay one base and spam Lancers, and it was breaking everything. Like, nothing could beat it.
Oh yeah, it was horrible. I hated it. I did not rage. I did not rage. It was fine. Okay.
You didn't rage,
Yeah,
like, well, not audibly, because you had a pillow over your face that you screamed into, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was just screaming internally.
Yeah. So it's like, technically, no one heard your rage. Yo, but thank you, Henro. I appreciate the sub, man. Welcome back to Swarm. I'm enjoying Stormgate. Like, I think it's really hype. It's got really cool pacing. It's a really fast game. I'm excited to see what it's
By the
got.
way, Garneth looks like Garneth is going to beat Percival.
Dude. Is Garnath playing, I'm assuming he's playing, is he Infernals?
No, it's Celestials.
He's a Celestial spammer as well. So B was sly, by the way. So B last weekend, he played Infernal all the way through to the grand finals, and then pulled Celestial on the opening 2 games. Got like a GG at 3.5 minutes, a GG at 5 minutes, and then last game switches back to Infernal and just 3 stomps. It's like I'm curious to see if Garnath's going to do something similar as this goes on.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's really interesting. I am firmly of the belief that if you are good enough in multiple factions, you should be allowed to play those factions, because there's been a lot of controversy in StarCraft 2 where there's a player called Raynor who, in my mind, is probably the most talented RTS player we've ever seen. Maybe not the best player we've ever seen, but the most talented player we've ever seen. And he has gotten his Protoss and his Zerg to world-class level.
Yeah.
And he went over to play the GSL, and GSL rules says, hey, no race swaps. Can't do it. You can choose. You can't even say at the start of a series, I'm playing this race, which is what he would do. Not even within a series, but like at the start of a series. You can't do that. And again, I am strongly of this opinion that if you go and you get yourself up to world killer level on 2 races, 3 or on 2 factions, 3 whatever it is, you should have that advantage, because that is your time that you are spending training when you're not training one faction in and of itself.
Agreed. Like, I mean, obviously Age of Empires, you have to play multiple factions, right? But like, I think it's dumb to like block someone, because if they are that good at all those levels, like, either step up or figure out the counters, right? Like, I don't see the problem, especially if it's like said at the start of the set. But I'm even okay with the idea you can play any map, right? Like, any map in it you can switch. I always loved that tale, like, from the early days. I can't remember, was it Flash who done the random all tournament thing in StarCraft 1, right?
Flash did it, yes. After he beat StarCraft 1, like literally he beat the game.
Yeah, and he basically just randomed the entire tournament.
And he lost in the final. I don't think he won. He lost in like the semis of the final.
Yes.
He lost
I think it was semis, yeah. But it's like, I love that kind of idea. I don't know. I don't like the fact that people get handcuffed like that. Dude, in a weird way, it kind of makes me think, and maybe some StarCraft people don't like this comparison, it kind of reminds me of like the role lock that Overwatch has, where that was seen as like a negative downturn. Like, people didn't like that to a certain degree. Like, within reason, but then you got like, oh yeah, you're going to have 1 tank, you're going to have 2 healers, and that sort of thing. But it was needed in that case because there was like a broken meta discovered. That's why they done it. But I don't feel like was that rule made because something broken was discovered, or was it just because people complained that they didn't like getting surprised?
Percival raged and then GG. We saw the whole such a balanced game. GG and leaves. Okay.
Wait, in that game?
Yeah, he rage quit. I mean, he was dead, but
what did Garnath do to him? Jesus.
Creep.
Did he just full crease spam?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course. I thought that wouldn't be as effective anymore, right? They removed the 50 armor, which was ludicrous, by the way. I don't know why they ever thought it was needed. Is it 190 health, I think Kree have?
Yeah, they were way too tanky.
Yeah. Because like...
Mixed doing telling me the Celestials are a little tough to do. Yeah, fair. Again, I don't expect the balance to be perfect. No. But I think it's funny that all Celestials... A lot of Celestials are complaining that they can't play the game anymore. And, everyone else is saying, oh, yeah, okay, look, if you hit top 50 on ladder because you're playing an unbeatable strat,
don't be surprised, right? Yeah, don't be surprised when you get humbled.
Coming to you, like, you can't claim skill here.
Yeah, I saw some Reddit threads like that, and people were already lining up. I was like, they'll do the right. Like, if the crutch was the OP strat, got you that, dude, you're not that good, right? Like, just I think some people just don't like to check that reality. It's interesting as well because usually a lot of the people that are very vocal about that aren't even pro-level players. They're just people that play the game for fun, and they just want to win. And it's like, dude, they're worried about losing their rank, right? Like I've highlighted this before. Like obviously, it's going to sound weird to someone who's been an esports commentator and host for half a decade. In some ways, esports ruined gaming a bit. And what I mean by that is like everyone's like you get on a new game, people ask you what's the meta, right? Like everyone's focused on being the best instead of just enjoying the games now, you know?
I do think it's funny. I've been putting up stuff
Hey,
on YouTube.
big
And I
shout
had
out.
someone
How'd it go?
comment
Thank you, man.
on Dave Testa. Thank you so much for the resub. 13 months.
Yo, Dave came in on mine as well. Look, dude, Dave's spreading out. Love you, bud. Appreciate it.
He is. But anyway, I had people come in in the comments. He's like, this game is so dumb. There's already a meta. And I'm like, well, anytime people play something, anytime something happens, there is a meta, because a meta just describes what people are doing.
Right?
There's a book reading meta. There's a driving meta. You can talk about what food or culture cooks as the cooking meta. Like
do you so what's the classic one? Do you like put water on your toothbrush before you put it in your mouth, or do you like, and then afterwards do you like rinse with water, or do you spit it out? What's the meta, bro? Right? Like, yeah, everything has a meta.
Do you put clotted cream on your jam, or jam on your clotted cream?
See, that's the eternal
meta.
life questions, right? And then we're British, so it then turns into, what do you do with your scones?
You mean your biscuits?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, well, you can cookies, right?
No, buttermilk biscuits or scones.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because we have biscuits, but like you call biscuits cookies, and then we're like, no,
It gets very confusing.
Cookies are something else. And then,
do you want to do MSR Mixu? Does that sound fun? That's gonna be Vanguard Infernal.
Sure. I think like Luelis Garnath is getting ready, but we can do MSRM Mixu. I said
we can do either. What do you want?
So Celestial Luelis was, I'm trying to remember, was he
Infernals.
Celestial? He's Infernals, and then MSRM, I think is he Celestial? He must be.
I can't remember.
Let's do MSRM versus Mixu. I said I wanted to check in on him. I haven't seen him, so yeah.
I'm pulling up the Tank Americas to see if we have it. MSRM is Infernals. That's what I thought. So it's going to be it's going to be Infernal versus Vanguard, or Luelis Infernal versus Celeste. Yeah, Luelis is still playing Infernals.
We haven't had a deep Vanguard Infernal yet, right? So
no.
Let's go for a deep Vanguard Infernal. Sounds good.
Okay. And by the way, Shiro, I haven't played a ton of games yet because I've just been busy, and I moved the first week of early access, but I've been having a lot of fun. And certainly we've been seeing some really cool games in this tournament. The Ariel game is Ariel strats are just wild. I love this so much. It's so good. Go back and take a look.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, and we were nerding out even then when we knew, we're like, oh my god. Is he actually doing it again? And he had a different mutation for us, which I just love. It's the importance, right? It's like what he's showing, what I really love from Aura there as well, is he's showing that he has got strategies, not just tactics, right? Like I always say, there's a big difference between tactics and strategies. Like going in an outpost, rushing someone's secondary base is a tactic, right? But like, let's say you're like, oh yeah, so we open this and then we build a proxy base behind, and then we take a third. Like, we don't take the natural as our own, we take the one behind that, so we're two base. That's a strategy now, right? Like, you developed it. And I find cheese is usually tactics, right? Strategy is something more evolutionary.
Yeah, I've had this argument, or not really an argument with people, but there's been this, there's this position I hold where there are two types of RTS players, right? There are innovators, and then there are iterators.
Yes.
Right? Where innovators, the people are like SOS in StarCraft 2, who come up with crazy builds, and as long as the game is not figured out, they can be very good. But when the game is figured out, it really, the power goes to the iterators, the people that go and they say, I'm going to play the exact same build like 100 times, 1,000 times. I'm really going to drill it down, and I'm going to win because I have mechanics and execution. And obviously, you need a little bit of both. But that's where StarCraft 2 is right now. All the iterators or all the innovators are gone. They have been, because the game is stable enough at this point, they're out of the game. They've been balanced out of the game. Or lack of, I guess, balance changed out of the game, and it's just the iterators that remain, and that's why this is fun. That's why, again, another reason I think balance should be shaken up, even if it's perfectly balanced more often because it leaves room for both players, iterators and innovators, to go and actually be successful and play the game.
I think it's interesting because like this is something we have in you get an AoE4, like it was big time in AoE4 as well, and you have the iterator, like Beastie's an iterator. He even admits himself. He's like I don't discover new strategies, I perfect them, right? And it's like he's very vocal that he'd rather just have the maps you see on the public map pool, right? He'd rather just have dry rapes or whatever. And it's like when people back on that idea, I always like try to say it's like whenever someone says something, they have a reason to say it, right? It's like it makes sense that he would want the maps that he trains a lot because he'll feel like, you know, that it suits his style. Like it's not me calling out BC that he can't play his new maps, whatever, but his style is that way. Whereas we just had Red Bull Warlords qualifier and like we had some new maps in there, right? We had a completely new map in there. And it's like those type of situations. And then the return of older maps, like now with 6 new civs, they favored like Puppy Paw and Wham, the Canadian bros, who both beat him because they used unorthodox strategies, right? And because they innovated, right? And I'm a big fan of that. I think you have to balance that because we were talking earlier about gatekeeping. Iterator-only metas are a form of gatekeeping. I think we've got a lobby code, by the way.
We do. I'm in. I am better than you.
Whoa! I was providing the audible content there. All right, like I covered.
By the way, we do have a Frost Giant dev in chat, and they're asking if I have a favorite race to play or watch. So I'll ask you that question first. Do you have a favorite race or to play and or watch? What are you playing? What are you doing?
I like playing. I'm a Vanguard. I have fun with Vanguard, right? At the moment, a lot of the strats have been mainly exo focused, so I am kind of intrigued by. I'd say I'm like intrigued by the Celestials to watch right now because like I'm learning a lot of the new stuff, right? But like if we start seeing more Vanguard mech stuff later in the game, I'll be back to wanting Vanguard replays all the time.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's not a Frost Giant dev, or I don't know.
Did you get
I'm being hated one way or the other. Their name is Frost Hero, and it could just not be someone Frost Giant. Could be someone Frost Giant. Anyways, I'm with you. I think it's really fun to watch Celestials play, or just watch them develop, because I can't talk about that one, unfortunately. Anyways, I just saw something that was very funny, but it is also private right now.
What?
Anyways,
I love you when you get in distracted mode between 3 different things. It's like your
I was looking
whirlpool.
in Discord to see if Shiro's is one of the Frost Giant people.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm with you. I think it is really fun to watch Celestials play because again, it's so new, right? It is unlike any game we've ever, any really RTS game we've seen. So yeah, I play Infernals though. Infernals are. I played Zerg in StarCraft 2. It plays pretty similar. You know, there we go.
Yeah. I'm filthy Humy scum. All right, let's get ready. You can introduce yourself and introduce mine because we are into the semi-finals here for Tank Cup in the American region. The north side in the red, we've got the one and only Mixu on the Vanguard.
There we go. And by the way, do not listen to Killer Pigeon. He is lying. We are in the quarterfinals.
Oh, sorry, quarterfinals.
Tank
Wait,
15
what?
America,
All right,
because we started in the round of 12, and that means we're in the round of 8. And counting is hard. Luckily,
how did I get out-mathed by NA? All right, continue, please. I'm going to take a moment to reflect on this.
we're just going to sit here. I was going to say, luckily, you know, we don't have to count too hard. The scores reset back to 0-0. It's another series. And 0 is not even a real number. So we're okay.
I like, you know what done it for me is I'm used to.
By the way, sorry, I'm gonna interrupt
you didn't
here,
even introduce him, did you? Like your boy's been sitting there.
I need to interrupt you. I'm sorry because we're seeing MSRM try to do something that is really cool. That is a bug.
Okay.
But it's accepted bug abuse.
All right.
So what you can do on the speed camp in particular is you can bait them up to kind of leash them off to the right and make it much easier for you to take. And this is something MSRM has been playing around with. He's been like, okay, can I do this? Is this okay? And for right now, they are, oh, shit, it doesn't land. But it's like, is this something I can do? Is this allowed? And the answer has been pretty consistently, yeah. If it's defensive, sure, yeah, absolutely. If you leash the creeps into the enemy base to an attack, maybe not. But anyways, he tries to make that happen. Doesn't quite work out, but it's worth talking about a little bit. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's definitely interesting. I love these little tricks they're finding, right? Because like aggro ranges are really important. Like I'm wondering if there's certain ranges where you can de-aggro and trap them against cliff sides. Like I think that'll be the type of craftiness we see discovered. And I think I realized like, oh, go ahead. Sorry. I was just gonna say about the format. Like, I know why I got baited. I'm used to elim formats, like where everyone just starts on even terms. Whereas I think you guys more frequently use this type of format in StarCraft, right?
Where, you know, some people qualify into top 8, some people qualify to top 12. Yeah, not too uncommon. It used to be, just kind of straight format. And that's what I'm using for the Stormgate Nexus. But going back to this kind of bug abuse, for lack of a better term, and again, I think that sounds dirty, even though it probably shouldn't be. In this case, it's always interesting, right? When there's a new game, some of Brood Wars, StarCraft 1's greatest things, the things that make it beautiful game, are bugs. Putting an Overlord with a bunch of mutas so you can stack the mutas better. That's great micro. That's an important thing that gets added in. It's a bug. It is straight up bug abuse, and so it's always interesting. The ability to stack camps, like in Dota 2.
Yeah. Like a lot of the best things about Dota 2 were all bugs that eventually the devs like, you know what? Like, yeah, we're gonna leave that. Like, I always love explaining to people that Grand Theft Auto was made because it was a bug. Like, they were making a racing game, but the AI in the racing game kept attacking the player's car, and they're like, this is actually really fun, and they made GTA. Like, some of the best things that come out of games come from bugs.
Yeah, so it's always interesting as we take a look at this. It's like, okay, should we aggressively ban bugs from tournaments? Some of them are obvious, right? You go and you can drop a Shroud Stone on your opponent's main base in the Infernal Mirror. Yeah, that was a little not okay. Or right now for Celestials, you can actually go and Sovereign's Watch if you're within range of your opponent's collection array.
Yeah,
and that probably should not be allowed. But a bunch of other ones is like, okay, do we ban this? Like, it's kind of cool. Even aggressive leashing, for example, I think probably should be. I don't know how broken. It might be super broken. I haven't seen a ton. But, like, if it's not the most broken thing ever, should we ban it? It's bug abuse, technically. But also, it's kind of cool, you know?
Yeah, like, I hate when you have to go generous terms, like, any bugs are banned. I was like, I hate that. It's like, it's just you're covering your ass because you didn't think of every problem. And it's also, like, I'm always reminded of that tournament with For Honor, where a guy used an exploit to win the whole tournament, and they were like, are you proud of yourself? It's like, yeah, that bug's been in the game for 2 years. So it's like, if a bug is that bad, right, like, clearly emphasize the bug that's the problem or remove it. Otherwise, to me, that's just gameplay exploitation. And I don't say exploitation is a bad word, but my god, this army from MSRM is getting spooky.
And that it is, and it's fast too. So you got active and passive speed buffs. What is he building up to? So it's single conclave. See, I mean, this is just standard Infernal opening, right? You get the Ritual Chamber, you get Plague Axe. It takes 90 seconds, though. So this timing, we're only about halfway. So it wouldn't be ready anyways. But we would be, last patch, but getting to a point where this big army of Fiends and Brutes and Gaunts would be ready to run across the map and get a ton of damage done. Maybe, take advantage of this timing. We are not that close anymore because, again, Plague Axes are not going to be there. You do want that damage over time. You do want that ability to get a bunch of Fiends. But it seems like he's getting ready for it anyways, cutting both lines of trees just right across the map here. And the big question now, as we take a look at where Mixu's looking, is he going to identify what's happening? Is he going to be able to see this army? Because this army is way on the map, and there's no easy way home.
And I think you just forge Shroudstone here, right? So you can play on and off the Shroud to just have the extra effective HP. The rough part I'm seeing right now is, like, Plague Axes may take longer, but he's dodged it, right? So now when the fight happens, you've got a bunch of scouts that are just dead weight against Mass Gorn. Like, that's a scary position to find yourself in, and there's only so much the Hedgehog could do, because realistically, it's primarily scouts that are your front line here.
It is. Now, that being said, I thought MSRM was going to go try to hit with this. Apparently not as a... What? Oh, this random imp. You talking about dropping a Shroud Stone? Yeah, it's going to take too long to build, probably. So it's a sacrifice. Blood for the Blood God.
I just noticed something dirty, by the way. Look at all the icons on the map. Mixu took everything. Like, all camps. He rushed around the size of the scouts, but pressure now coming to the main. And he actually defend here.
I think he can. First of all, he's got a Buzzsaw turret. These are much stronger than they used to be against everything. Yes, they're just about as strong against light units as they used to be, but they are much stronger against pretty much everything else. So you put a Buzzsaw turret here. It's got 570 HP. It's got it's got 20 armor, right? It is a beefy boy. And now look at this Mixu trying to take advantage. He knows where the army is with the Howl, but even still diving on top. There are no Exos here, not available. There's a Magmadon in this army. That is a lot of beef to chunk through. You got to go back behind your turrets here, which, by the way, again, there's a Solar Habitat, which actually doesn't really do anything for the Buzzsaw Cannon, but hey, it makes you build stuff faster. But there is a repair turret. There is a Buzzsaw turret. Mixu, as long as he stays safe, probably doesn't die to this. The problem, though, Killer Vision, is that even if he's safe in his natural, all these camps that we talked about, all the camps that he took, he's going to lose every single one of them.
But let's keep in mind he's had them for a really long time, right? So that's escalating him. He's had a lot of extra fear coming in here. Now he's got the scrapyard padding him, right? He's able to replace the losses across the map. I think he's in a pretty good position overall. It's also interesting that point you made about Buzzsaw. Like, they were trying to get people away from just going EXO flat cannon all the time, and it did look pretty impactful there. So we have now at least got Magmadons coming up from MSRM. I don't know if that's great against Hedgehogs when you're not up in your opponent's face, though.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you're going to wonder for it. He does have Demon Hoof Tremors, so he does stun on top of just doing that AoE damage. But remember, they changed the Magmadon Stomp. They changed it in the last build, I think it did, where instead of being something where it's just good against everything, it's bonus damage versus heavy units. Hedgehogs are not heavy. It is not. It is annoying. It is the stun. Certainly, these Hedgehogs are way overexposed with the speed camp. But again, Magmadons don't do quite as much. That being said, you add a newly buffed Vulcan, an extra 50% or extra 50 HP. You got the bubble in as well. We're gonna see this Magmadon try to eat some stuff, but it is not gonna last all that long. This fight for Mixu is not all that bad, but you again have to be so careful as the Hellborn are added in, as this army complexity continues to grow. Yes, Celeste or Infernals are in the situation where if they take a fight with all their complex units, they either win or they lose for the most part. That's also kind of a situation with Vanguard right now. These Vulcans don't run away all that easily.
And I'm impressed actually by MSRM's timings, right? He's actually hauling a lot of resources and reserves. He's up to 1k at one point. And it's the transitions. Like, he's getting so many tier 2 and beyond units, right, at such a rapid pace when it feels like Mixu has barely started to scratch that veneer back, right? Like, Vulcan's great against this swarm, but the Hellborn's already being positioned. A unit that I think feels a lot more viable, a lot more equipable now. Has me a little bit worried. Like, it's even a good way of sniping out these Hedgehogs now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly for now the Magmadons are just going to walk forward, getting damage. It actually stuns. Oh, the counterplay is so much fun. You can stun the Magmadons out of their stomp, and that means a lot of their power is going to go down. That being said, Vulcans don't have an escape available anymore. Stuns another one out of it. There we go. Doesn't have that dash available, though. So the Vulcans, they are where they are. They're going to get trapped in. That being said, this is a great fight for Mixu. My goodness. Yes, the Vulcans are going to go. Well, okay, the Vulcans are going to go down.
He's got Hedgehogs to probe this, though. Yeah, you just chase it down now. That was sick. So Mixu, he kind of concaved that, right? He starts striking the gaunts. He pulls back to refocus fire on the Vulcans to then attribute these rockets into the Magmadons. It was a sick read at the end of the fight. It saved him from just getting wiped a bit too quick, because as you mentioned, you know, those Vulcans should suffer a little bit more against the Magmadons. So it does force a reset. We are talking about free base on free base, but as we can see, MSRM's third base is only in its infancy currently.
And on top of that, there is this timing where Infernals, they own the map for the early game quite a bit. And yes, the scaling has been smoothed out a little bit. Vanguard are no longer quite as strong in the late game. Infernals are no longer quite as strong in the early game. But you look at the win rate plot from early game to late game, and just about past 10 minutes or so, which we're past 10 minutes by now, Vanguard becomes much more difficult for Infernal players to deal with. The win rates start to go very much, maybe not very much, but start to go in favor of the Vanguard in a significant way. So Mixu has held on. He survived this scary timing where you got Hellborns and Magmadons and a bunch of stuff. And he survived. He's not dead. In fact, this expansion trying to take more Therium because, well, the problem with Infernals, realistically, they are super... You want to talk about a reason why Vanguard players, they do much better in the late game. You're super Therium starved. And yeah, there's a dragon out now. Great. You saved up 700 for it. There are so many Hedgehogs on the map that this dragon is going to struggle significantly. So dragon's out, sure, fine, cannot take a straight up fight. It has to be that harass. And that means that Mixu, as long as he can deny this Therium as much as possible, MSRM is going to struggle to build all these high-tech units that are so important to this army.
I think it's smart as well by Mixu, right? It just allows him to control flow across the map. He's got all these bases now that he's extending onto his fourth that may be exposed, but the Hedgehogs give him that harass line. They also give him that reaction speed. And as you mentioned, now the Flayed Dragon, that was really meant to be out. I feel like it was a smart read by Mixu because it makes sense. Like, MSRM hasn't really been using abilities in these fights whatsoever for the whole game.
No, he really has. Now, that being said, Dragon is still the highest damage, or the highest single target damage. Okay, actually, no. Sabers against heavy units are higher now, but one of the highest single target damage units in the game, and getting damage done on this command post is going to be really solid. But remember, when something attacks, it gets envisioned. So even though this Hellborn is on the high ground, it does have this potential to dive on top. Hellborn on the left side, very exposed here. But can Mixu go up on the high ground? There's a Shroud Stone. It's made manifest. Now we're going to see, yeah, even more. So tons of Shroud on the map here. 10% healing time over time. The Magmadon's just dead, though. And that means that this Flayed Dragon is potentially extremely weak. Or you put Hedgehog's left side, get that damage done. By the way, I want to point this out. This was not Shroudfall. This was not covering the map with Shroud. This is Shroudstone Manifest. It is a lot cheaper in terms of Animus. And he drops it not because he needs to defend a position with a really powerful Shroud Stone. He just wanted the Shroud to go that much further on the map and give you that much more white health healing on top of everything that is oh so powerful. So lateral use of early game upgrades or early game spells is pretty cool. Even still, this command post still is here.
Yeah, and it's interesting because Mixu's just sticking to the same thing, right? It's simply just going to be Vulcans and more Hedgehogs coming. It's interesting because, like, I've seen Flayed Dragons just win games. I don't feel like that's what we're getting here, right? Like, it's impactful, but it's not overwhelming. You start to wonder if saving all that Animus for this one big punch really paid off.
Well, remember, the Animus cost is not as bad as it used to be.
True.
You get Animus now from killing enemy units, so that's also really nice. So it's not quite as bad. It's really the 700 Therium is the big thing. That is the painful thing right there. But this is actually really cool. Look at this. So you got the Hellborn on the high ground. They're just targeting. Obviously, they want to kill Bobs, but they're just targeting the Bobs down. Which because the dragon's here, because it's infested things. It's actually doing a really nice job.
Backstab comes through. Hellborns, they're getting melled right now. What a move! Mixu just sneaks around the back and now comes around the other side again. Hellborn numbers are getting depleted. There is going to be another use of the Shroud Stone just to deploy here to hold in the area. But now with Medtex, Mixu has what it takes to commit to the dive.
Absolutely, you're just killing everything. We see Nano Swarms just make sure all the mech units are just, they're not going to die. And now, well, anti-air means this dragon can't sit around for all that much. And Mixu, he's up 100 supply. You weather the storm, you get your army, you build, you get all that Therium that you can turn into. And this army in the late game, in part because maybe we're lacking more tier 3 units from the Infernals right now, this army in the late game is very hard for Infernals to play against. Past that 15-minute mark, and we're seeing exactly why.
And it's also the big change to the transonic rocket timing, right? Like, that allowed him to get that dive,
Absolutely.
get clean kills, and it's just keeping the Flayed Dragon away. Like, this feels like a pointless use of Animus now, all because the counterplay out from Mixu. Dive is going to come in from the Magmadons, but as soon as you undeploy and focus fire, these units look trivial.
They do. I am strongly of the opinion that, well, the Dragon is a very strong unit. It cannot be a mainline battle unit. Not in most compositions against Exos or against Vanguard. Certainly not. Exos shred them. Hedgehogs do even better. But it is so good. If you run the Flayed Dragon across the map, say, knock down a bunch of these Bobs, you can absolutely destroy infrastructures. You can destroy economies.
I think this is, I remember the early days of Hedgehogs, but this is the most brutal beatdown with pretty much Hedgehogs leading the way, start to finish, that I've seen in a long time. Sick game by Mixu to open this series with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was scary in the early game. That Hellborn Magmadon timing was kind of scary. And by the way, Ariel, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. You're awesome.
Well,
and your gameplay is also really fun.
Yeah, we're big fans now. Holy crap, though. That was crazy, man. That was, you know, yes, there was Vulcans in, yes, the Medtechs come in, but at the end of the day, that was just all about utilizing the Hedgehogs. And I think that, like, also just the transonic rockets, I think that was one of the best examples I've seen of that plus range, just completely changing the state of the game.
That range, like, it is the difference between having your Hedgehog siege up at the front line to deal with dragons and siege up behind your entire army to deal with the dragons. Right. One of these is much harder for the Infernal player to go and encounter. And yeah, it just, all of a sudden the dragon, we just saw it went from pretty useful, you know, going away, infesting a bunch of Bobs, and Hellborn making this kind of slow harass of fiends into the low ground. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, yeah, that's not a thing anymore. You don't get to do that. Sorry.
It's pretty sick. Like, I think the interesting thing about it is you get double the extra range when you go into AA form, right? It goes from +2 to +4. So it's just, it's just at that point. You saw it. The dragon's like, okay, guys, can I play it now? No. Wait your turn. How about now, guys? No. We're not done yet. But, you know, the medtech detail as well, like the Nanite Swarm, I think just kind of changes the game in a weird way. I'm wondering, like, in hindsight, what his counterplay would have been to that. Maybe if he gets enough Hellborn together. I feel like the critical mistake was when he got backstabbed, right? That flank pretty much removed all the power behind the Infernal Punch.
KP, don't be me. Leave the player slot.
Oh, whoopsie. No. This is my show now. Ready? Whoops. All right. Easy peasy. I thought they were both going to be in already.
I did too.
Going to criticize their tardiness now. Whew.
Yeah. Oops. I've definitely done that. But yeah, again, it's funny. I'm seeing people come in. They're like, "Oh no, the Infernal player lost." And I think in the late game, so it's a couple things. Actually, we have like a little bit of time to talk about this.
Tiny bit of time. Yeah.
So it's two things. First of all, Infernos are lacking tier 3. The scaling is not quite there. They probably need. They're lacking some tier 2, tier 3 that kind of smooth out that power curve. The other thing is Infernals are super Therium minimized, are super Therium reliant, more so than probably any other faction. And they also are the one faction that does not have a way to externally mine. There's no scrapyard. There's no Therium purifier. Yeah. You want to go mine more Therium, you gotta take a shrine, and that is pretty expensive. It's 350 Therium or 350 Luminite plus the worker, and it takes forever to build. Like it is non-trivial to make happen. So, anyways, a couple things all together make late game a little hard. That being said, we have game 2.
Indeed we do. Mixer in the north side on this one, on his Vanguards again. MSRM back on the Infernals. No cheeky switch up. We've seen a few people do that occasionally with Celestials, but you know, this is a map usually we were saying feels good for Celestials. It's kind of weird. I think this is the first time I've cast without the Angelic Force present on this particular map.
Yeah, you know, it's Celestials being brought down to earth a little bit. It's not, what was it? I think at one point it was like 50% of the top 100 was Celestials. Like 40, the numbers that were being put out. So my partner she's gonna play co-op with me. It's gonna be great. Like, woo! This is, yeah. Stormgate is kind of my opportunity to go and actually get her into RTS games, because it is actually. It's funny. People are like, well, it's not that much more accessible than the StarCraft is, and then you go back and play StarCraft. You're like, no, it actually really is. Yeah. Between the quick macro panels and everything else. But anyways, you know. She's not an RTS person, but I showed her the plot someone put together, like a data science dashboard of a bunch of different stuff, and you see the plots of like the average MMR of Vanguard versus Celestial players and the race breakdown, and she's like, oh, I understand. This is a problem.
Yeah, it's kind of wild just when you watch the fights as well. Like we talked earlier, the whole idea is the TTK is lower in this game than like StarCraft, right? But even with that said, I feel like whenever I watch Celestials engage, if it's not a Seraphim unit, I look at almost all of them and go, you could probably just remove like 30 health from these units, so it'd be more reasonable, right? It's always so obnoxious how efficient a lot of the opening units are for Celestials compared to any other faction.
Hey, look, it's an Infernal player. Let me tell you how many shots it takes for a Gaunt to kill a Lancer. Oh, that's all I'm going to say.
But if he has 2 Lancers together, I can bounce my shot. Oh no, he's got kinetic redirection.
Yeah, they do. Granted, it was nerfed a little bit, so it does 4 damage a shot instead of, or no, it's 2 damage a shot. It's
2 damage. It used to be 4, right? And then
yeah,
it was also. I remember the early days when it was really bugged because Gaunts had the Infest, but the dot was triggering kinetic redirection. So you basically every time you got in a fight with Lancers, you had to turn on the Sonic theme music, right? Because you just immediately went up to maximum speed.
Well, even then, the glaive bouncing makes that happen. And, you know, in fairness, we talked about Celestials, and maybe they have a little bit too much power. Their units have had too much power in the early game. They do fall off. They do have an issue in the mid to late game right now. And again, that might be lack of units. Archangels might be a little bit too hard to get to or under-tuned. There's a bunch of things to talk about. But, you know, they do struggle a little bit more as the game goes later. And we do want to see these power curves where we want to... Yeah, power spikes are good, but I'm with the blog post the Monk put out where he said, yeah, you know, power spikes are good. It gives you an opportunity to be on the map or play defensively and make that happen, but it should never feel like there's a clock on the game. Like, I have to go kill this player before 15 minutes because they're going to get to tier 3, and that means that I am going to win this game 30% of the time. That's not the goal. I mean, as a StarCraft fan, we have lived through that. That was Broodlord Infestor. That was horrible. Technically, PvZ was a 50% win rate, but that was because Protoss players had a 75% win rate before 10 minutes and a 25% win rate after 10 minutes. You know,
you should have options, right? Like Age of Empires has this as well. Like it's a civ called China, and it's like if you go Imperial Age, not many civs can beat them. Or Ottomans, they have like imagine a siege tank that's 4 times stronger than what it is in StarCraft right now. Like that's what the Ottomans have, right? And it's like it just ruins the game because you're like, oh god, I have to attack him. I don't have a choice in this anymore. So I like the idea of just branching options. Even when you get to late game, any one of these factions should be viable to win that state of play.
Oh, nice try there, Mixu. He tries to go and jack the creep. He doesn't, but he's gonna. Oh, there we go. Hexen goes down, and well, I don't think anything got infested, so he's just gonna run away. Won't be able to steal the resource camp. And this is actually really nice. Right now, MSRM, he has pulled a bit of a coup. He has both resource camps in the middle of the map. That is a lot of it. Now, granted, he's moving away from it, so he's gonna lose one of them. But even still, this is a lot of Luminite that MSRM has access to right now. That is not something that Mixu has. So that means that's going to be a third base going down much quicker in this game compared to game number 1.
Now, it is interesting that MSRM is backing away because right now his army is designed for static fights while Mixu's is raiding, right? Like you've got these hedgehogs, you've got these scouts, you want to do drive-bys. You don't want to get locked into a fight. So it's kind of peculiar that with this comp, MSRM just kind of concedes those resources over. Obviously, we have God Vision here, but he had a lot of info. He had a Fiend raid onto the secondary base a little bit earlier that didn't quite get any bobs, but it told him a lot of what's happening here, that this was recently built. The other interesting detail is Mixu kind of reveals a lot about his strategy by going for this left side base. It means he's going to be going more into mech, right? Because otherwise, you play for the double Luminite.
You know, it doesn't surprise me, though. You say, okay, it's weird that MSRM is giving up his map position to go, and sure, yes, but get the bounty on these creeps. Yeah, true. Yes, the money over time is nice, but the bounty on these creeps is worth so much more. So yeah, okay, I'll give up. I forget how much the Luminite Tower gives. Whatever it is per second, I'll give that up for a little bit, and instead I'm gonna clear, what was that, 2 or 3 different creep camps that all of a sudden that gives me a big burst of money that allows me to go and develop my infrastructure more. And because of that, because I have this higher infrastructure, because I just got 300 Luminite or whatever it is, all of a sudden, I'm going to have a bigger army later, which means I'm going to be able to potentially go and retake these positions even later. And it does turn out fairly nicely for you. Now, that being said, that's a lot of hedgehogs. There are some lancers here, and this army can be a little bit scary. Do we have Plague Axes done? We do. So there is that. You do have Infest available, but even still, these run-bys can be very scary, even still.
We do have Speed Camp activated, so MSRM is on the way. If Mixu doesn't pay perfect attention here, could easily end up just getting picked on double Hedgehog. He's trying to just harass this Shrine down. He's going to force to manifest the Shroud Stone. Bubble Shield is going to be used to counterplay that. Brutes are front lining. Looks like the Gaunts are now going to arrive, but Lancers should be able to absorb most of that blow. So good shift away, decent damage done, and a forced commitment out of the Animus coming from MSRM.
Yeah, and again, I'm of two minds about Animus right now, because we can see he's at 44 Animus. This is not, if this was last patch, you'd have barely any after dropping the Shroud Stone, because again, you don't get any, you weren't getting any from enemy units, and yeah, you get less,
which was
I think it's half as much Animus. Again, it kind of goes away from the idea, but now you can drop these spells and it's not quite as punishing.
Agreed.
Yes, it is still Animus. It is still taking away from you getting that dragon later on, but it is something that you can use and not feel too bad about.
Also, you just got a dragon and lost, right? So there's a point where you just can't schmeagle about the idea of the dragon too much, right? It's not as precious of a reward as you sometimes think. But I agree. Like, I've even seen a lot more effigy use ever since that change, and I think it's a positive. Like, you know, it should be rewarding. It should feel like it's worth using. Whereas the old version, it just felt like any time you had to use a spell, you're like, oh god, did I really just do that? Can I refund? Is that an option?
Yeah, it doesn't feel very good. Now, that being said, Reaper Rush is done, so the Hedgehogs aren't going to be able to bully these Gaunts quite as much. They're still bullying a little bit because Mixu didn't get the memo, and he is, in fact, deciding to bully. But there is that. So tier 2 is on the table. You got Reaper Rushes. Magmadons are out. Do we have a Hellforge anywhere? And again, yeah, we do. Okay, so like one of the big buffs there is now Hellforge. They don't cost any Therium. You can get it much faster. You can get Demon Hoof Tremors, the Stomp. Okay, Demon Hoof Tremors, there we go. Was also buffed in cost. It's a little bit cheaper now. All these things together means that Magmadons are theoretically better, but they are heavy units. And, you know,
it works out nicely, though. Look at what's coming. It was a Vulcan switch by Mixu. So it's kind of playing out the same way, and that does mean you'll be able to stomp onto them and get that bonus damage. Unfortunately, we might get a repeat of last time. Impact Thrusters has already been prepped, so if Mixu's on point with that micro, he can just stun the Magmadons out and ruin them to begin with.
And you know, man, that is such a cool little mini game within the
Yeah.
game. Right? It is like, okay, your Magmadons are scary. I'm going to spend a resource because you also want to be able to dash back if Vulcan's out of position. If they get out of position, you have no save, and they are expensive. Like it is worth holding on to them. But I can go and I can spend this resource to go prevent the Magmadons from disrupting my lines and maybe take a fight. It has a cost. It's a blessing and a curse. But now, oh, are these Tetrarchs just going to snipe this base? They might just get this base. If Shroudstone gets manifested, but they just click it down. Bye-bye. And that was this was a greedier MSRM. He played into getting that base much faster. It's going to go down. He's gotten a lot of value of it, but I don't think I don't think there's a push timing here. I don't think there's a counterattack here.
He's going to have to try to commit and find something, isn't he? Hedgehog does hang around a little bit too long here, so Mixu is going to lose a few on the exit still. But it's buying time, it's buying a response. The Vulcans are nearby. This might turn into a bait, a laid trap here, because he could just allow him to overextend. Speed camp is there, and the commitment in! Big mistake made! Discovers the mass Vulcans. Luckily breaks away just before the Gaunts would have gotten wiped.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Vulcans shred Gaunts. It's not even close. They have a ton of range. They fire super fast. It can be a very difficult thing to deal with, but I do like what we're... Okay, this is scary. I do like MSRM taking this vision cam. It gives him a lot of power on this right side, but I was going to say there's also a bit of a timing where Mixu, with the vision, goes and chooses to take the fight. Now, here's the thing. We're at, what is this, six Vulcans?
Yeah, and he doesn't have movement speed anymore. Vulcans do. So he could actually catch this. That was a sick play. MSRM leaves one Magmadon behind with the trample to cover the escape.
It's still 150 lumen or 150 therium down the drain. You didn't lose the entire army. A big deal, certainly. And here's what we're lacking right now. Okay, so first of all, there is a... Oh, there we go. Magmadon drums on the table. This is for the flank. This is not a harassment play. He's got a Harbinger on the map. He's going to try to get some big Magmadon flanks and make something happen with that. But what I was going to say was, okay, so Weavers were buffed. Weavers were buffed. They do twice as much HP percentage HP damage on their lash and on their basic attack compared to what they previously did. They're still slow as molasses off Shroud. Like it, they would be the ideal idea against these. What are we at? 7 Vulcans. They would be the ideal, but unfortunately not really there. That being said, big Gaunt run by on the other side. But man, this Buzzsaw turret just
the blocks.
It's just so much damage,
and the blocks as well, dude. That was sick. The move with the bobs just blocked any sort of run by that could go deeper there. And the reaction of just 1 or 2 Vulcans and a group full of Hedgehogs means MSRM pretty much throws away the entirety of his tier 1 force.
Man, Gaunts are not cheap. They're not expensive. But it's 25 therium for 2. But in this game state, he's saving up for the dragon. I think he's got 900, 700. But look at the supply. It's 187 versus 114. Elder Shrine. Okay, so Elder Shrine's done. And the dragon should be out somewhere. I saw a bunch of animus spent at once. Where is...
I'm looking for it now.
Where is this dragon?
I mean, surely there's nothing else he could have spent that much on that quickly. But I don't see a dragon, mate. What? Where is it?
I guess he didn't spend it. I guess he... No, I bet it was Hellspawn Resurgence just plus spending a bunch of money. He's like, dragons aren't going to be great into this. I just need an army. And he's not wrong.
It's a lot of Magmadons.
He needs this flank.
It is a lot. Let's wrap around the back now. Looking for the drop. Does get scouted early, though. Has to back off. Looks like he's going to be use the trample to begin with. Volkers are committed to fire here, but backstab comes in, shoves him against it. Counter stun comes out, but the follow-up wave breaks the formation. But the Vulcans, they ain't dying quick. Medtechs are coming in to save the day, and it looks like that is going to be enough. MSRM, it's just got no backbone left to this. And Mixu will be able to plow on through with a 2-0 victory.
He is. Mixu went and took advantage of this timing that I think was an attempt there, where you go and wait. Does he have the stomp? No, he doesn't have the upgrade on the Harbinger, so no stuns there. But he takes advantage of this timing where MSRM is kind of clearly sending units across the map, trying to buy some time as we do again see this Magmadon flank. It's just not going to be enough.
No, it's the heals, man. Like, this is 2 games in a row where Nano Swarm has won the game for Mixu.
Yeah, but what I was going to say was, like, there's this timing where MSRM has banked 1,000 Luminite, 1,000 Therium. So much money here on getting the dragon out. And Mixu identifies, okay, that's probably why you ran your guns across the map, because you're trying to buy time. I'm not going to give you that time. I'm going to run across. You have so much money in the bank. You got to spend it. It's not going to be well set up. And Mixu, 2 0s here. 2 very cool games.
Yeah, and I love the flow of it as well. Like, yes, it's Hedgehogs into Vulcans, but it played so different. Mixu had to adapt the strategy. Does it fantastically to get a 2-0 victory and continue deeper into the Tank Cup.
Absolutely.
Oh, man.
And he didn't even build any tanks.
He didn't. I think like it was very interesting though. Like you cannot understate just how important the Nanite Swarm was twice, right? Like those mid techs, I think if they weren't there, that Magmadon drop breaks him. I think he loses the entire army, but Mixu's vicious, man. Like I don't think he revealed the med techs until that fight came either.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Okay, so my parallel here, I guess, is it's different, but so StarCraft 2 mech is okay. Mech is okay.
Okay.
But it's not great. But you get to a point, and specifically this is in Terran versus Zurich, where you add in ghosts, you add in a bio unit. But all of a sudden, it makes the composition so much more powerful because in this case, it's offensive. You add the ghost, they have a snipe, but more importantly, they can EMP the anti-mech units. They can remove all the energy from the anti-mech spellcasters and makes the mech so much harder to deal with. In this case, it's the same idea, except opposite. Okay, I'm going to add these medtechs in late, and my already tanky Vulcans, they're just never going to die. I can purge, eventually, if I get system shock, I can purge debuffs on them as well.
Yeah.
So all that together is just, the complexity's there.
I like the Mixu, you know, it looked like sometimes he was just spamming all the boosters to counter stun, but he wasn't. He was actually holding some reserves. So it's like, it's a mixture of timing, but also micro in the fights. Like, that's why Mixu's always been an impressive player. Like, he does pretty well anytime he turns up to play some AoE as well. But it looks like it's going to be him versus Kel, which that impresses me. I said Kel's a very talented Infernal player. He was able to take out B on his mischievous Celestials 2-1.
Yeah, that's impressive. We were talking about how you think, at least, that B might be one of the best, might be the best Celestial player in this tournament. And by process of elimination, that may be true, as I'm looking at Liquipedia here.
So you've got...
Was he the last
You've
Celestial?
got Captain Alex is the last one in now, up against Luolus on the other side of the bracket.
in
Garnath
fairness,
was taken out 2-0 by Luolus's Infernals.
I was going to say, Captain Alex probably has the weakest run. I don't know anything about Isanic.
Isanic, he's decent. He played a lot of AoE4 as well before.
Okay.
Wait, what's happening with the score? It was a 2-0, right? I'm not imagining that. Like,
it was a 2-0.
They mislogged the score because it's like I looked at it now. It's like, why does it say 1-1? What are these two doing?
2-1.
Yeah. It's 2-1 now. It was 1-1 before. I was like, huh?
There we go. Okay, it's fixed.
There we go. We got there. All right, sick. So Kel versus Mixu. So Infernal versus Vanguard again.
I mean, I think this matchup has the potential. The mirrors are not great right now. We'll see.
Yeah, I think you just need. It almost feels like you need more units, more options with most of the mirrors at the moment.
Yeah. I think that's fair. But anyway, point being is these non-mirror matchups, Infernal Celestials, Infernal Vanguard, they're not there yet. Obviously, they're not there yet, but they got some potential, dude. These games are pretty cool.
Yes, like I'm thoroughly enjoying it, like because I've just been seeing so much Celestials right now, so it's nice to actually get back to like the classic, I guess you call it, because Vanguard and Infernal were there first. I do think it has some interesting dynamics. I think we could see Infernals actually like have some players here to take the other games. I don't think they are as underwhelming as some people make them to be in the Vanguard matchup. It's just there's someone like I was talking to Marine Lord about this, and it's like it's a very interesting take. It's like I said that, you know, when you're talking about like a new game, being attacker is always good. And he highlighted like he feels that at the highest level, at least with Age of Empires, but I think he felt this to a certain degree in StarCraft as well, is actually like at the highest level being the defender is an advantage because your opponent has to do something first, and if you're really good, you can react to it, right? So
yeah, so it's both.
Yeah.
Right. In an early game, in a game is new, the solutions to defend different things have not been figured out.
Exactly.
So absolutely defending. Defender's advantage, though, and really in Stormgate, defender's advantage is very strong. Defender's advantage is also a thing, and that if you can pull it off, it's great.
Agreed. But it's like, as you said, you have to play for the mutations, and especially I think when you got new maps coming in, crafty things you haven't seen before, it's very easy to catch someone off guard, right? But I think it also finds that balance, right? Like our favorite Celestial player earlier and his cheeky little tactics. We talked about the idea of how you evolve that into strategies, right? And if you can't evolve that into strategies, then the best players will just overcome that on the fly. So you have to have the what's next, and that definitely comes with time. So
I will be right back, by the way.
Yeah.
My mouse is just about to die, and the cable is like 2 cable managed into my desk.
Sure.
So I can't plug it in. So
Go.
Keep talking. I'll be right back.
All right, now that he's gone, it's KP takeover time. I'm that voice in your head. It's very important that you guys remember to open both my stream and Behemoth's, and then subscribe to both of us. This is very important because then what you can do is you not only have the commentary from both of us, you can just mute one stream, don't have the other, and then you can see which one of us sucks more at obsing in this game. Right? It's like a mini game. You can have rating cards at the end out of 10 that you can judge us with. I expect a final allotted score of a peer of 20 people to come out at 69. Thank you very much. But
I'm back.
You're back.
I hope.
And we have a draft underway. Let's have a look here. So it looks like Boneyard and Lost Hope are going to be the bans.
No Bone Zone. Very sad.
Nope. Titans
I love the
Causeway
Bone Zone.
is going to be coming in, though. I mean, the Titans Causeway has really grown on me, right? Because I'm pretty sure that map used to have that weird tree trunk in the middle, right?
So it was much more wide open in the middle. It didn't have those two. It didn't have the 2 trees that kind of slow things down. Mm-hmm. Also, what the big thing actually to me is there used to be these tree lines on the north and south that kind of, as we saw, you kind of go around, and there was that zigzag like switchback going into the low ground. But there was a tree wall above it, so you had to send workers, or at the very beginning that was the only thing you could do. But you had to send workers north to kind of get through it, and it was really awkward. And they've now removed that, so it's more you can move around the map a little bit more on the top and bottom side, and while still maintaining that kind of weird high ground low ground situation. So it's a little harder to go through the middle. It's a little easier to play on the edges, and yeah, I think it's a lot better.
Yeah. I agree. Like, I remember when it first got added in and no one picked it. It's just like, it was the map that just always got left out. I think it was the one.
I mean,
it was in with EGC's tournament, right? But they just didn't use it.
I mean, technically, it was the first map in the game. So, yeah. But I guess when they added more maps, it quickly fell off the ban list.
Yeah. Because I think, like, yeah, because I remember the time with the EGC one, the Jagged Moor was the controversial one, but that was in. But I'm pretty sure Titans Causeway was the only one that didn't get utilized. So yeah, quite nice to see it. I definitely like the state of it. It has an interesting flow to it, I think. I'm just checking. Have we got? Yes, we've got lobby. Nice. Lobby. It's interesting though. So was it always everything plays out on a Saturday? Or did they change the format? Because I could have sworn last week it was half on a Saturday, half on a Sunday.
I know that when Attico has done like end of season tournaments, when he's done that, it's been multi-day.
That's what I probably was used to then. Let me leave slot.
Yeah. And Thorn asking, why is this called America's? I guess the schedule. Yeah, it's like EPTMA. It's like Thorn. It's like EPTNA, where anyone can play on it, but it's based out of the NA. It's NA Central. NA centralized.
But we balance the servers between where the players.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a thing.
There is no service. Eventually, we're going to get there because, again, they added that to StarCraft. They know service selector is going to be a thing, but there's no service selector right now. So, that's fun. Luckily, I'm from North America, so I can balance all the servers in the games that we're casting.
Until we get like Asia versus Europe, then we'll need someone else.
Oh no, Asia versus Europe. That's me.
Oh yeah, true. I guess you. Yeah. Are you just the answer to everything? That's what we're getting to here.
Exactly. It's great.
All right. Well, let's get ready for this one because it's time for more Vanguard versus Infernal. Mixu once again back on his cozy little Vanguards. I honestly, I'm just so excited for this Behemoth. Like, I already kind of shoe my. I don't want to say distaste for Celestials. It's fun seeing them, but there is something refreshing about returning to the OG factions after so long.
Okay, so he's just speciesist, factionist. That's what I'm hearing here. Killer Pigeon. We already know he's a member. You should like Celestials. Like Pigeon, of all the factions, the closest thing we have to pigeons are Seraphim, maybe.
Okay, but hear me out.
Actually,
so like, hear me out. No, I'm playing the odds here, right? So I can light Kel's faction and these Infernals. I can like mix with the Vanguard, and what that is strategic. Think about it, because what you're doing is you're appeasing 2/3 of the player base while alienating 1/3, right? You just got to choose a side at the end of the day.
Well, I mean, you could do that by actually you can please all three sides by talking about how cool Celestials versus Infernals is. As this Lancer, there we go, levels up, so you're fine. How cool that is while playing Vanguard. That's how you please all three. You're like, look, I'm a Vanguard lover. I play Vanguard, but this matchup's pretty cool.
So here's the thing. You said like Celestials are more like wing based, but you know, like the Air Force, getting your chevrons, isn't that like considered getting your wings? So
you get the wings.
Yeah,
like
kind of
you get
more wingy.
The chevrons are an army thing in the U.S. at least.
I'm winging this discussion. No.
We are floating on a wing and a prayer right now, and unfortunately, there's no God to hear us.
Well, hopefully the Twitch has at least not muted us. But it's a slow pace so far, though. I'm kind of intrigued. We've had some of these matchups where the Hexen tries to get a little bit more mischievous. I guess that's kind of settled down now. Like, the meta a week ago was very harassy focused with the Hexen. But now with these big nerfs to the skulls, I guess it's just more of a chill, don't try anything outrageous because sniping bobs is now 10 times harder.
Well, it's that, and I think, again, the bigger thing here is just how valuable getting these camps are. The amount of Luminite and Therium you get from killing these camps means that it does not make sense to try to harass your opponent too much in the early game. You go, you get a lot of money from the map, that powers your natural, that powers your third base, whatever you decide, maybe a 2-base setup, whatever you want to go. So why would you waste time? Let your opponent maybe steal a camp from you. That's horrible if that happens. That's a massive resource change. Or just get into your tech slower. Why would you do that when you have this option of just taking all the camps?
I'm trying to think, like, are most of the maps designed that the more central camps have more Luminite in them? I feel like they are, right?
I think that might be map by map. I don't have a good. I don't really have a good
I feel like that's
actually.
a good balance point, though, right? Because like then it's risk-reward logic is that you could benefit from taking your opponent's central camp, whereas if it's kind of a similar value across the board, I think it plays into this very stagnant meta of just, take the camps, don't go after each other. So curious to see how they're going to like design that. We've always seen the mischievous strategies around yoinking siege camps, but when those aren't there, it's like you got to try and find extra value points in making someone play out into risky camps.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know if they've done that on these map designs, but certainly we're going to see stuff like that play out when the community gets access to maps. As right now, a little bit of interesting micro in this early map. You got a couple hedgehogs, some scouts, some splits here because again, brutes just don't survive against hedgehogs. Hedgehogs are faster, they're stronger, they make all that happen. But with these fiends, you're able to tank just a little bit. Mixu's going to be forced back, but ever so slowly, this army of Kel is getting whittled down, and Kel is like, scouts on the right side. They're not.
Oh yeah, they're getting a freebie. They
go.
pinch him. Oh, okay. So brutes go down on that. Not ideal. The scouts are now just regrouping for a push towards the main. There's going to be a decap coming in the health, but in the meantime, Imps are in trouble. Rasmus going to come in.
Good news though.
What was
Good news,
that?
your plague axes are done, so this fight can swing very quickly if we start to see some things go down. The bubble's nice. Tier 2 on the Vanguard. Honestly, if that one unit goes down, I think it was a scout or a lancer, I'm not sure. If that dies and suddenly with how low the rest of the units were, if you start to snowball fiends, that fight goes very differently. So really nice use of all the energy. And now it's awkward because these lancers show up there. This lancer certainly is going to go down.
We don't know him. All right.
Actually, no, he's out. Never mind.
All right, we do know. Hey, Tom, welcome back. We definitely didn't leave you for dead. It was sick, though. So it was on the scout. He domed the scout. The scout was leading. It was about to die. The projectile was on the way. So it absorbed a round of blows, and then it just whittled down. I think it took out an extra imp there. But it also was level 3, right? So you want them to survive because these scouts get absurdly tanky with those extra XPs into them. So just a sick little micro detail like that puts Mixu in a pretty desirable position here. Kel does have a slight advantage if he can force a main fight, but that's the value in hedgehogs, right? You can't close for that fight, not unless you go for those speed camps, which, if you look at the map, don't exist here.
Yeah, and there's the other thing that is hopefully I think is going to get improved, fixed over time, but it's really hard to get us around and have it stick. Units are they made it a little better that fast units can kind of chase slow units down. It used to be they just wouldn't attack. It was kind of weird. It was a bug, but anyways. But then they fixed that. And even still, units, they can get out of surrounds. We saw that happen with the Lancer. They can get out of these surrounds very easily. So it does mean that these units like Hedgehogs that are so fast and so slippery are just that much more useful, because even if they get surrounded, they're probably going to be fine. That being said, I do not like this fight. There's a buzzsaw turret here. There's going to be Bob repair on the Hedgehogs if needed. And, you know, it looks scary for a second. There's a lot of gaunts here. Absolutely not. This is not a fight you want to be taking, even with the reinforcements. And Kel is like, he's sending this, but there's no receiver.
Yeah, these are the type of attacks that lose you the game, right? Like, also, he didn't respect the overcharge of the Bobs. They absorbed so many shots from the Gaunts. It was just a free reign from range for the Hedgehogs. And now the Repair-O-Matic in action here. Just great micro from Mixu, just minimizing the losses, shrinking the Gaunt force. And behind this is Kel with 2 base. We haven't got a switch up on the way, right? Like, I don't think he's actually gone for any sort of tech. We've at least got the Greater Shrine. Ritual Chamber is down, so there's the potential for Magmadons, but we've already seen how trivial it is for Hedgehogs to eradicate that.
No, we haven't. Again, we saw the effigy go down, but no, it's totally out of range. Taking fights on Shroud's fantastic. It's effectively, what is it, 10% HP per second that you get the regen, so or the white health generation, I guess. So like, it's really strong. It can swing fights, but Mixu just kites back, goes off Shroud, and now, well, he's got these. Yeah, these Hedgehogs are wounded, but they're still fighting fit. Some are tier 2, most are tier 1. They're well promoted, and Kel doesn't have a third base. He committed again to that fight, that Gaunt timing, even before Reaper Rush was done. He has it now, but he committed to that timing, and I mean, attacking into a Buzzsaw turret, into Repair-O-Matics, into all these Hedgehogs, it doesn't feel very good.
No, and it's going to feel worse for him. Mixu's now taking the third, and in a good position as well. Like, I love this flow. He just took out all the camps where he knew he can be intercepted, or minimum health Hedgehogs, then goes to the health right at the end, right? Because this is the point where your opponent has a second army to attack you with. Just great rotations across the map out of Mixu here. Has me a little bit worried, because now, like, you know, it might not sound like a lot, you know, a 10% damage increase here or there, but it stacks pretty hard with these Hedgehogs. We've seen how impactful they already are in the fights. And if Magmadons was your saving grace now, I think you have to look elsewhere.
Okay, well, you said a 10%. 10% sounds like a lot to me, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nah, I'm on those get-rich Ponzi schemes, all right? 80% per day. Woo-wee! Don't put me on the balance.
It's like, okay, 1% damage over time might not seem like a lot, but, you know, you let it sit for a little bit. Oh, it's great. And that's Infest. 1% damage, over 1% HP damage over time. Although, man, I am strongly of the belief, and it's a little hard to get to, but I think Inferno players in general are not exploring this concept of miasma, of now Hexen having that big AoE spell on tier 2 instead of tier 3. It does so much. Suddenly, instead of 1% damage per second, it's 10% damage per second.
Okay.
Actually, it's so much.
How about this, to no doubt about? Those Weavers. We wanted an answer?
They will make contact with the army by game 3.
But maybe the Vulcans come to them. I mean, Mixu might actually give him the fight. Look at the supply difference. There we go. Weaver's OP. Weaver's OP.
Yeah, also, Run By is OP, as the Hedgehogs are gonna... Shroudstones are so... Jeez. Shroudstones were maybe a little too beefy last patch, or last build, but they are so weak right now. You drop the Manifestation and the Hedgehogs say, that's fine, we're gonna have fun. That being said, having a couple Weavers into these Hedgehogs is really nice. You can go, they overcommit, you pull them back, they're stunned. You can actually start to kill this army that otherwise is kind of untouchable. So I like the Weavers, and I also... Apoptosis was right. Kel saw that video. Use the effigy as creep tumors effectively. Spread it. Use it to spread your... Yeah, there we go. Use it to spread your Shroud across the map, especially as these Weavers pop out. This is actually really nice. This makes the space that you can go as Kel and play on the map with this Weaver comp. It just extends it massively.
And I think that's the thing, right? It's critical to play around the Weavers, or it just doesn't work at all. You know, interesting thought here, right? We're going to try copium levels of justifying Weavers. They're better when your opponent has been killing a lot of your units and vetted up, because his health is higher, so your percentage damage is more valuable.
That was literally feedback I left talking about the Vulcan chains. I'm like, yeah, okay, this is pretty cool, but now it's 45 damage on a lash instead of 40, or I think they doubled it, so it's 90 damage instead of 80.
Yeah.
And is it the biggest deal? You know, is that damage increase more than the buff? No, it's not. But still, it's
Speaking of
pretty
which,
big here. There we go.
He's fishing. He gets blocked on the tree line, trying to pull another one through. Focus Fire's going to come in now from the Mass Hedgehogs. These Weavers are so obnoxiously tanky. This is working.
It is. I'm really so what they did. There used to be 2 abilities on the Weaver. One that lashed friendly units and saved them and totally reset their white health, and then one that was, oh, these gods don't want to be here. That's a massive dash forward. But the Weavers are here now, and they're going to start to do damage, percentage damage, and stun all these Vulcans. But the gods cannot take this fight. So you got to take the fight with the Weavers.
Oh my god, the pathing. Look at the pathing right now. His Weavers are griefing him. I think the problem here, he took it off Shroud. He body blocked the backline of Weavers. He couldn't fish quick enough here. And it's all falling apart for Kel.
Dude, look at that Hedgehog as well. One Hedgehog dives forward, kills the effigy. Taking a fight, dropping an effigy here, maybe makes this possible. As it stands, not really. Oh, okay, there we go. You manifest the Shroud Stone, gives a little bit more creep to make sure that you are, excuse me, not creep, Shroud, to make sure that you are, StarCraft habits die hard, dude. To make sure that you're in this situation. As that lash was, I guess, on the edge of range, so actually didn't pull the Vulcan forward, but I think Weavers are probably the right idea playing into this composition, but
he's just economically too weak. Like, look, Mixu's got the central base, right? Like, this has become a macro game now. More Vulcans gonna arrive. I mean, 3 Vulcans here with 1 Weaver. I feel like we're on the verge of a tap out from Kel. A sick idea, and he had the right idea. He just forgot about the effigies.
Yeah, I think also what would be pretty interesting, and I this might be how it works. I saw it and I'm not sure. Does the dash from the Vulcans, whatever it's called, the impact or the dash impact thrusters is the upgrade? Does that go and does that disjoint lash? Because there were a couple times where I thought it looked like a Vulcan was getting lashed, and then it does.
Yeah,
see right there.
It does.
Okay.
What a micro! And now the stun, the chain follow up here. I think he's got enough Vulcans left over. There's just simply not enough Weavers here. Kel about to fall for more ground. If he has to fall back here, that means the third is going to get dropped. In fact, Mixu's interested in one thing. Get rid of all that Shroud and make those Weavers show up 2 hours after the party's finished.
Yeah, I mean, if you fight defensively, Weavers are better. But yeah, man, this impact thruster micro out of Mixu is so good. We saw it in game 1 to cancel Magmadon tramples. We're seeing here in game 2 to cancel lashes. That's actually kind of insane. Mixu he's got some tech.
He's cooking, man. Love to see it. Everyone thinking Celestials. Mixu's showing you Vanguard has still got plenty of tricks to be discovered. Oh man, that was so cool. I really feel like if Kel didn't overextend, I could have seen a way that worked. But I think maybe he got a bit worried that Mixu was taking more bases. So he didn't want to give him that type of map control, but it's just unfortunate. I would have loved to have seen that play out with additional Shroud, because that's the first game in a long time where I've seen Weavers and it hasn't just kind of felt like a meme.
Yeah, no. And again, they doubled the damage Weavers do, both on the lash and the auto attack. So there is that. And now, so I think they're reasonable. You talked to Theory, maybe not this patch, but Theory has been a proselytizer of the Weavers for quite a while now, and I think they have their place. I just buff their speed off Shroud, guys. Like, they are.
What about Linger?
Plotting units.
I think they should be slow, but give them a Linger, like 3 or 4 seconds after they go off Shroud.
Not even that. Like, buff them by one. So instead of whatever, two dot something, it's 3 dot something. Make it still slow, but not queen off creep slow. Not, to the point where it's not even, there's no point to having them off creep because they are so freaking slow.
Yeah.
It's not like they can be good units potentially, sure, but it's not like the power budget in a Weaver is so strong that it justifies the lack of mobility in this way.
Gotcha. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe you change it around. So, like, I like the idea that something is affected by Shroud. Maybe something like health is affected by Shroud, right? I guess that's a bit more weird to work around. Because I kind of get it. Like on paper, you look at the stats and you're like, what? How I kill? When die? Right? It just feels like they're never going to drop. They definitely looked absurdly tanky in that fight, right? Also, just a tough one, I think, for them is whenever there's trees in the way, like you saw it, I think 2 or 3 times, that tree line griefed him because he tried to lash one back. Mm-hmm. And because there's no space on his side, the Vulcan would get left basically where it started.
Wait, am I crazy? Was that just game 1?
Yeah, it was game 1. Quick, hop in.
I was dumb.
I was like, what are you talking about?
I was for some reason I was thinking this was game 2. I am just an idiot. I'm just an idiot. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, I genuinely double checked. That's why I was like so weird about. I was like, huh?
It's because we don't get to cast a lot of Infernal versus Vanguard, and I'm like, oh, we just did 2 games in a row. I am a smart man. I promise. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking. Okay. We're good. Thank you for. You know what surprises me? No one in chat said anything about it either.
Right? I was like, I literally went to double check. I was like, there's no way. Bearmorph, no. Like I'm the one that's been like it's 2 a.m. for me. There's no way. I must be wrong. We got there though. They held. Bless them. All right. So Cal. So it makes you point the board. Do what monster? What map are we on? Isle of Dread.
Isle of Dread.
I wonder. So I actually think both players are going to avoid the double Luminite base again. It's intriguing, actually. Because Mixu hasn't really been playing Bio Ball, right? At all, from what I can remember.
Okay, my chat is telling me that they mentioned the zeros. Cyberjohn, you mentioned the fact that 1 0 is slightly bigger than the other 0 because I built this. I put the 2 text sources on in real time, and making them the right size is a little painful. Yeah, that's not the same thing. You don't get credit for that.
I could just give you a browser source that has this.
It's fine. You know what? Sometimes I do really good production, and sometimes we just want it to be as scuffed as possible, and that's what we're looking at here.
Yeah, it's the homebrew, but I'm hoping that we've got some sort of spicy new brew coming out in this game, because it's time for game number 2. Mixu in the red, in the north this time, on those Vanguards. Kel, I got a bad feeling we're going to play heavy onto the Therium, a slower mid-game, and so far, Mixu in his mid-game has been looking flawless in this tournament.
He has, and it's one of those things. I mean, we talk about power spikes. That is an important thing. Vanguard players, they have to play a little bit at home. They can get any value they can extract from the map in the first 10 minutes is so important, because that is where Infernal players are strong. And oh, you know what? Okay, I was going to say that's a really interesting Shadow Weave, I think what it's called, but recall, right? Being able to go back home. But really, all that Kel wanted to see is, okay, what's Mix's opening? Is he getting a Lancer? Is he doing something else? And he sees the Lancer on that. He's like, okay, now I know what's on the map here. He's creeping the middle. I have the information I need. I'm now going to go, and I'm going to creep by myself. Oh
no.
This happens for... I swear these creeps. So I was watching Grubby stream the.
Oh my god, no!
Oh, okay, it did trigger.
Okay, he got it that time. That was so close to failing again, though. This is painful.
But I was watching Grubby cast the streamer Warcraft 3 FFAs thing that was tournament that was happening, and what he mentioned was, okay, well, low level creeps in Warcraft, they are dumb. They just attack whatever unit's in front of them. You can juggle micro. High level creeps will target the lowest unit.
Lowest HP, right? And obviously the skulls are inherently always going to be the lowest. Yeah.
What I'm going to say is, I think the Frost Giant devs decided to grief Infernal players, and they said, these Shadow Mastiffs are just going to be here, and even though they're actively attacking something else, they're going to target fire that skull down because you don't get to be happy.
You know what it is? It's because they follow logic. Like, when you see the street fights, and there's like the little scrawny kid who's standing behind the big kids, like, yeah, don't mess with us again. Right? Like they've clearly seen that experience. They're like, nah, that kid gets punched. Right? Like that's what's happening there. No, that little scrawny kid goes down first. I think it's just also it's going to take some adaptation, right? It is a very big change they made to those skulls, but kind of necessary. I think with the creep buffs, it needed to happen.
Well, it's not like the change affected the amount of HP the skull had. It's just that it does half damage, which is not the problem we're seeing right now, which is the skulls are getting targeted down by the creeps before they make contact.
But I think it's because you want to get the skulls out so you can stack multiples, but that means you're holding them out for longer, maybe. So it's more of a liability, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. So we talked about this in the last game. It's going to be true of this one as well. With how valuable creeps are, you're going and you are trying to take everything you can take on the map. Get the vision camp on the left side for Kel, go and knock down the healing camp at the very least, and then becomes the question, because these camps actually are a little bit difficult to take. Is it worth going for the resource camps in the middle, or Would you rather? Oh, he's gonna try to.
Wow.
Can he make this in time? Is he gonna get the jack on this?
Oh,
I
don't think he did. I think the scout got the final nibble by the looks of it. He even yoinks the heal on the way out. So vision and no bueno.
That is really nice. That's again, it's what is it? It's 80. I think it's 80 luminite for one of these big creeps.
It's quite
at level
a lot.
1. It increases at level 2. That's a lot. That's almost 2 imps. That's a lot of money. So that being said, though, can you take the fight in the middle of the map with the hedgehogs? And he tries to jump on top of this hedgehog, but even with the white health from splitting the brute, realistically, there's just too much of a kite away. It's not gonna really get that much done. But again, the question: do you go for the resource camps? Is it too scary right now?
But I think it is for Kel because he went up to third base already. He's taking a very different approach. I was expecting a Therium heavy build because, like you said, this faction is very Therium based, right? He went for the double Lumi, so I guess we're gonna have a lot more tier 1 spam, a lot more brutes. Is the idea from Kel?
Yeah, if you play Brute Gaunt and really only use Therium to get up to the Greater Shrine and to get Ritual Chamber upgrades, you don't need a lot. You don't need a ton of Therium. It's when you start adding Magmadons and Hellborns and things like that life becomes complicated. But I love what Mixu's done here with this, just how active he's being with the scout early. He went and he took the speed camp. He took these health camps. This army he has on the map because of these health camps, because of this, he had double speed camp as well. Kel, instead of being able to get out with all of his army, loses a brute or two. The speed difference just increases that much more. Where this army that Mixu had that was already fairly strong, decent position, it gets that much stronger. But ooh, okay, there not enough beans for this to be a true surround. He's gonna try to take the fight. Skull deployed, trying to get on top of something. Not really gonna do all that much. You'd love here if you're Kel to take the fight on the left side. It's just gonna be an effigy instead. 5 HP doesn't last very long. Targeted down here. Mixu again, the bubble is doing so much. And even as we see, yes, there are plague axes, and that will force things back for now. Still, we're seeing Mixu take these fights in the early game that are doing enough to keep the Infernal player down, that their spike into the mid game is delayed by just enough that Mixu's very happy with this.
And you hit it on the head there, right? It was the micro. Like, the way he utilized those scouts, you could see the Skull was looking for that pop for the free convert. Mixu understands Plague Axis is coming with this type of build. He just wants to throw away the scouts in the most efficient way possible, and he ticked that box perfectly. He already has more prep coming behind this. We see Machine Labs there. It is going to be the transonic rockets. So this is going to get annoying, right? Because now with that upgrade, all of a sudden, you're able to easily outrange the Gaunts and just play the long con.
And just infinite efficiency. It's, it's not as bad as it used to be. There was oh man, what was it? Was it
Are you thinking the early days where there's like no animation or whatever, and like they're just peppered constantly? I think
no. There was a time when hedgehogs, you would just run. It was a 2-factory hedgehog build. You would just run across the map, and once you had Gaunts out, you were kind of okay, but not really. And it was just this oppressive.
Oh yeah. That was kind of around like even the EGC tournament, right? I think Clem had a really wild hedgehog build. Unfortunately, that was like in the meta where Infernals were just OP. But he was obsessed with hedgehogs. I remember that.
No, this was even before that. This was
okay.
I can't remember the build name. Anyways, it was painful. It was when Secluded. No, not Secluded Grove. Broken Crown was the only map in the pool, I think. No, it wasn't Broken Crown. It was Secluded Grove was the only map. It was the ladder pool map. And it was just, they would run across the map and you get trapped into your natural and you had to build like 3 Shroud Stones. It was horrible. That being said, this is not a oh, Skull of Shedda still pops. I mean, hey, if your transform is that much faster, might as well take advantage. But this is a lot of Gaunts here and they have that speed available. So I'm pretty sure that, yeah, they have that speed available, which means you got to back up a little bit for Mixu. Get the next round attack. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think you just switch Vulcan now, right? Like, it's the most cozy thing. Your enemy's entire army is just Gaunts, right? They're not going to feel very gauntless when you've got a few machine guns gunning them down. So looks like we've got the mech bay on the third. I think we are going to get that switch up. Biokinetics coming in as well. So probably kinetic redirection, right? Like, makes a lot of sense if your opponent's just got an army of Gaunts and only Gaunts.
Sure with that support here. Lancer count, he's got a couple. I don't think he's going to build that many more.
You think so? You think he's like exo switching?
No, he's not. This is for medtechs.
Oh yeah, actually, how can I forget? Like, literally, I've been praising Mixu's medtech timing. It's a little bit earlier than last time though, right? Like, last time he went several Vulcan before making the medtech switch. I guess because it's so many Gaunts, he feels it's critical to have that at the opening fight.
not only that, this map is so much bigger that you can be a little. You don't have to build as much army to keep yourself alive, right? You can be a little bit more kind of tech greedy because it takes forever to get across the map. And I mean, look at this.
Oh,
Kell's
no.
running across the map with 3 weavers. Set your clocks. Kell's attack is gonna hit it. Look, okay. You were talking about how you were confused at how it wasn't a 2-day tournament. You thought it was last time. Kell's attack hits by
I'll
day
be
2
here
of the
tomorrow.
tournament.
Yeah, well, technically it's Sunday for me. It's 2:30 in the morning.
No,
So
you know.
it's kind of fitting, but it's probably going to be 3:30 in the morning by the time you reach the base. I mean, like, look, these guys, you wouldn't see them. You know what? Actually, you might see in the Olympics. Olympics has everything nowadays. There's probably like a Zimmer frame 200-meter sprint. They would fit in well there, I think.
A Zimmer frame?
Yeah, like, you know, old lady Zimmer frames. You know, the little walkers with the 4 legs.
Ah, okay. We just call that a walker. I've never.
I a long time ago, roundly learned the name is a Zimmer frame. I don't know why. It stuck with me. It's a weird name.
I was wondering if that was like a Britishism or just a proper term.
What's the name? Remember, British people are obsessed with French words, and Zimmer frame's like a German word. So.
Well, you know.
Oh boy, but we might have a blitzkrieg on our hands here. The mecha on the move. Mixu understands the timing.
So look at this right now. I can't remember the cooldown is on Vulcans for the dash. Otherwise, this might be more impactful. But we saw him cleaning up a lot of these trees. I'm like, okay, he's dashing all the Vulcans right into a bunch of weavers. Technically, this would be incredible for Kell if that had happened because all the dashes are on cooldown. And as we learned in the last game, you can disjoint lashes. Come on, you can disjoint lashes with your dash. Super cool idea, but that opportunity's not there anymore. All the dashes should be available. And he's just looking for this opportunity. Already nano swarms are getting popped. The units are getting healed. The med techs are there. There's even an evac for these pocket saves. That being said, this army of Kell, even though he is down supply, I don't know that I want to fight into it.
He's got so much resource in reserve, though. Like, Kell, he seems unconvinced of what's happening right now. It's almost like he's saving for a mass push after he sees what he's expecting. But an intriguing detail is the amount of scouts just still getting added in, even this deep in. It's an interesting choice here, but...
No, you know what that's for? I found this out the hard way in a game. Weavers are light units.
Yes.
Scouts shred weavers.
That's disgusting, and I think he's going to prove it now. Bubble Shield comes in. A heavy drag back to the backside, but starting connection on the backside, Vulcan. At least stabbing at some of these gaunts. Can the wolves clear it quick enough? It looks like the scouts are moving a little bit deeper now, but more Vulcans getting pinched. There's just so many weavers here. I think finally this time it's a convincing one. Kell able to push him back and fishes extra kills on the exit.
Now this is a little awkward though. He drops an effigy after the fight's already over, so really not a lot of value there. And what I want to point out here is there are a couple medtechs. They're wasting all their energy healing the bio. There's no energy for nanoswarms available to keep these Vulcans and keep these keep the hedgehogs alive. There is something there, but also having this redeploy on the evacs means that you can go and put a Vulcan forward, put a Vulcan backwards, make sure it's in the right spot, and also getting Sentinels on top of this as well. This ability to shut down some of these weavers would be fantastic. And they are so exposed. Look at them melt to the scouts. Again, these are 750 HP units, or actually maybe less now. I guess it got changed. But these are incredibly tanky units, and the scouts are shredding them because of that bonus damage. Mixu, yeah, it was scary for a second, but first of all, with Sentinels being able to make things, with haste spot dispersal, making sure everything moves a little faster, this scout swap to get on top of the Weavers, Mixu's got this matchup handled here.
Yeah, the timing as well, eh? It's the comedial recommitment, right? If your Weavers ever die, good luck getting the next wave of the fight, right? Vulcans are just always scurrying across the field here. And I just love the Sentinel detail for the movement speed to keep gap closing. GG comes out, and Mixu just flawless 2-0 here to take down, I think, the scariest Infernal player we have left in the runnings here and make it a deep run all the way through to the grand finals.
Yeah, man. It's funny. I've been casting some of the Tasteless TV stuff, and I'm like, these games are not all that great.
Yeah,
a little whatever. But apparently, Tank, which has no money on the line, is. I mean, I've seen some of the games that I haven't cast from Tank as well from the last couple weeks, and like, these are delivering far more.
Yep.
These games with no money on the line are delivering far more than really pretty much anything from Tasteless, the Tasteless Showdown.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? It's like a bunch of different players cooking, I guess. And I guess that's maybe the logic of being in your vacuums. Maybe some of those other players are just They haven't got as many like scrim partners lined up per se. I don't know what it is, but yeah, Tank has definitely been delivering. I've seen some cool games from week 14, and week 15 is no exception. It looks like, by the way, I believe it's BO5 Grand Finals, right? We're gonna have
It is the BF5 Grand Finals.
it's gonna be a Celestial versus Vanguard showdown.
Ooh, that can Mixu solve that? Because Mixu has been complaining about how Celestials are still very hard for Vanguard to deal with.
Well, I think it's interesting because Captain Alex made it look easy. He 2-0'd Luolus.
Hmm.
So
Well, Luolus is an Infernal player.
yes, but what I mean is like we were expecting like Luolus as one of our front runners, right? But he got swept aside so easily by Captain Alex. So I don't think I've watched any of Alex's games. I don't know about you.
I have no information about Captain Alex at all. I don't know. I know very little. But look, if he's made a run, and granted, I think his run was no offense to Captain, and say Mixu had to deal with, or Kel had to deal with actually as well.
Yeah.
But if he can take down Luolus 2-0, if he can earn that easy bracket based off his Swiss results, hey, excited to find out.
Oh yeah. All right. They should have the draft coming up in a sec. I'm gonna quickly go refill my water as we're going deep in the night. I'll be back in a sec.
Sounds good. I gotta run some ads anyway, so we're gonna take a break. When we're back, give me the grand finals.
Oh, I see. I did not miss a single thing.
I still got 2 minutes on my break.
Nice, nice. Hey, thank you, Cal. Look at that. He's just here updating my titles for me. Ooh. Well, it's quite funny. Originally,
I'm
I was
grabbing
like,
a napkin. I'll be back.
oh, yeah. Oh, it's a funny one in the chat. I hopped on. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be like, gonna do like a 2-3 hour stream because I thought it was like split across 2 days. Like, oh no, it's all on one day. We're staying up really late. I should have cracked an extra energy drink. I mean, I probably could have just went and still grabbed some. Someone asking, this is live right now? Yes, we are doing these live right now. So up next, we have got grand finals between Kel and Mixu. In fact, let's bring it across to me. I don't know what I got on that screen. So you get 5 maps, play all. No repeats. All right, sook. What do you guys think so far, though? Dude, I think these games have been pretty hype. I don't know. So, I mean, there's always going to be people that are just haters. Like, I don't get hate watching anyway. I found these really refreshing. It's really cool, the pacing. And we have to remember, Tier 3s isn't like fully implemented still, right? There's still loads of extra units that obviously can get added. Balance is still going to be done. And just still so much to come. But I do love how they're rapidly changing, right? I was a little bit worried the first patch was a little bit slow, but when it arrived, it had some cool changes. Like, just smart things as well. Like, the whole pathing issue around large units was making a lot of these, especially I think for Infernal more than any faction I think of, it's making it very hard to play the mid game. Like, just small thoughts like that go a long way. It helps make the game a lot smoother to interact with. What's up, Pleco? How's it going, bud? Oh, goodness gracious.
All right, my dude, I am back.
Welcome back.
Dude, I'm so annoyed. I live record or I spot record every series. And apparently I didn't record that last one.
Oops.
Anyway, I'm going off my break at least.
I've been a good boy for that. I always remember.
Man. Pain.
Dude, it's like, and you know you can go back and get it from the VOD, but the VOD's gonna like, the VOD quality on
Not as
Twitch is
good.
always worse. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Still problems with units stopping before dense forest. I mean, not everything's perfect, but I genuinely think like the change they made around like large units, like very quick, appropriate, very necessary change. So.
And I think the important context as well that I don't know that everyone has they haven't experienced, because if you're new to early access, like this is your first experience with Stormgate and you didn't play in the tests, understandable, you haven't experienced this. But the level of improvement that Frost Giant has made every build, between every build, or what, you know, again, it's gonna be a little dicier because I don't know that we're gonna have discrete builds anymore because it's early access, like Griffin build. Anyway, I don't know exactly how that's gonna work, but we do know that there's the first big content patch is coming late September.
Ooh.
So in about a month and a half.
First lobby up, by the way. Sorry.
Yep, I got it.
Nice.
I'm in it.
Nice. On my way. Continue though.
But yeah, so like I don't know exactly how that's gonna work, but the rate of improvement that we've seen every single build is insane. And is it there yet? Absolutely not. We're not. This game's early access. It's missing graphical assets. It's missing audio assets. The balance isn't right there. We're missing tier 3 units. You know, honestly, campaign is kind of scuffed right now. But the speed of improvement, patch over patch, is kind of crazy. Actually, it's worth giving them credit for.
It's because, like, you know, I think also a lot of people are worried about the money, but it's like we don't really know what the end financial state is. Like, we have speculations and all these kind of things, but like no one actually knows, right? It's just everyone's dooming that it's over, man, right? It's like it's all going down. I know. I try to have faith in it. Like what we got now is good. It's also gonna be free to play, so like for a lot of people, just, you know, if you're a little bit skeptical, sure, you don't have to spend money. Play the game though, see what you think. I think it has a lot of potential. Like I think a big one for me is I definitely want to see an improvement on the audio. Like I was listening to Dimu, he's talking about it as well. I was like, yeah, I kind of feel that. Like that would be a really sick change. And they've already said, even the graphics that people moan about, that's going to be coming. There are changes on the way.
Well, the one thing that changes on the way, but we get to experience right now, is this grand finals killer pigeon. It's Mixu. His name is Photon Cannon Enjoyer. He's Captain Alex. He's a Celestial player. He's fought his way through things, and well, considering he's a Photon Cannon Enjoyer, I'm assuming that means he's got some shenanigans.
Oh, yes, Bearmorph. I've been promised that this guy is something of a cheeser, and already Mixu is on it like a car bonnet. Morph Core was shifting across the map. The scout is already looking to block a deploy, and the timing every time is perfect.
Yeah, he's just like, nope. You have some fun ideas. You're not allowed to have fun ideas. Not in my video game. This is my world, and you're only living in it. So, what would you be trying to deploy like right here? That Mixu's preventing, right? It's not going to be a link node. You're not on Mixu's side of the map. Is it a collection array just like slightly closer?
I'm wondering, like, is it worth like setting up Argents a bit closer? It's Starforge. Oh, wait, here?
I mean, you want it as close as possible because you want to rally those. So yeah, that's what it is. You want it in this corner, as I'm boxing
on the south one, right? That's what I was thinking, because it's subtle. It's actually really genius now that I think about it, because you're not going to ever do a wolf scan there, right? Like your scout's going to go deeper before he yelps. So statistically, the chance of you being seen if you get there unseen are incredibly slim.
Well, more of what I was going to go at is if you go and you put it on the other side of these trees, the rush distance actually probably maybe 2 seconds faster for every vector that you get, because he doesn't have to run around all the trees. And when we're talking about early rushes like this, which this vector spam is, it's not cheese. I don't know that I would call it that, but it is early map control. It's about putting a lot of pressure on your opponent. Those 2 seconds on rally, that matters. That can make a big difference. So the fact that he was forced to go on the other side, yeah, technically it means he takes the creep camp a little faster. Yeah. But Mixu, again, that's a bit of a win for Mixu already.
And I mean, you say it's not cheese, but they do look a lot like nachos. So,
well, I don't know what type of nachos they're serving you in the UK, but I'm a little concerned, Killer Pigeon.
We're more known for our Indian cuisine than our Mexican. It's a problem.
I love it. You know, look, y'all a couple hundred years ago, you conquered the known world to get all these delicious spices, and then you never really learned how to use them.
I mean, like, we done what we done best, which is we just steal all the nice things, right? Like the tikka masala is actually a British national dish.
I'm aware, yeah.
But are we getting anything spicy here is what I'm wondering. There's a lot of scouts starting to stack up. It looks like there's a blocker on the heel camps, at least for Mixu, so he's trying to read what the player's going to be, where Alex is going to go. It is just vectors, and it almost feels like he's trying to intentionally hide that it's all in on just vectors.
Yeah, so this one base vector build, it can look very strong, right? You run across, you have 5 or 6 vectors. It's really hard for the Vanguard to deal with. But you pretty much cannot lose a single vector. You lose really even one, all of a sudden it snowballs super hard the other way. Life gets very complicated. And this is Beryllium Claws.
Yes.
Vectors are light units. If you can get on top of it, it shreds things. But that is a big if, because these vectors, they have blink, they're so fast. And for right now, the scouts, they don't have that Beryllium. Well, I guess it's done right now.
It just came
actually,
through,
so.
yeah. And he's got the healing turret, right? So now he can kind of find this area quite confidently. He was going to come from the solar habitat. Scouts, wait, what? They weren't attacking. What? Okay, I feel I've just got some lag catch-up, baby. That's brutal. So he goes for the blink away. And did they change this now so that the recall, I think you have to, is it tech now? Or can you still just use it?
In terms of being able
to go back
like,
to the
able to
previous.
reset it?
Yeah.
It's an upgrade. So, and the benefit as well is, right, plus 50% damage if you're able to catch him once you force the blink. So makes you just, this is probably enough. Ooh, splash damage from the Lancer as well. This is probably enough at this point. Half the vectors have gone down. You're really, yes, it's a lot of scouts dying. App's always going to get, whoa, there we go. One more, level 2.
Ooh, so
no,
close.
not quite.
Yeah, another Lancer wants to back away, right? So more scouts are on the way, however. And I mean, you can definitely scale more scouts than you can vectors in this situation. Wait, he hangs around on the Lancer there.
It worked out. Lancers are very tanky, right? 288 HP. Well, it's level 2. But
well, I mean more from the
HP.
vector side, right? Like Alex getting caught
yeah.
like that is a thing that shouldn't be happening here. Nice blink.
Oh, target it? Yeah.
It's going to cost him, though.
All right, this is kind of game. And I don't want to say this because the game is still so young, but again, vectors do not build fast enough that you can afford to lose them.
Well, what was he up with
And
the Morph Core? Was he trying to, like, spam more vectors or maybe an Argent switch here?
I don't know. I was thinking... So I thought he was just building another... He was just going to build another Starforge and go from there. But he moved it forward. And one thing it does give him, it lets him, for a relatively cheap cost, he has the health camp. He has this health tower. He does have some passive regen on these vectors, and that is something. I would expect... I guess you really can't afford anything more than just the single Starforge on one base anyways. So.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, it's nice to have a health cap when you have things that need to be healed, right? Like, but there's been so many losses. I thought maybe he was going to try to switch Argents after his opponent went into mass scouts, which I guess is like a decent way of dealing with that. And you're close enough that you have pressure on your side. But with the second base now being set up, I think Mixu, yeah, he just weathered the storm. At this point, if you have to divert back to a normie build, should we say, I feel like you're heavily disadvantaged.
Yeah, so he does have a Guardian Nexus done. Last patch, this would have just signaled Kree, right? You're getting the roly-poly-oly upgrade, you build a lot of those spinny boys, and you run across the map. This time, I'm not sure what it means. Because we see nothing out of the creation chamber
Kree.
right now. Does it mean Kree? Are we getting Kree on the
Yeah,
way?
he's queued up the Kree.
Okay, well.
We
there we
tried
go.
to
Okay.
think outside the box. We tried to evolve, but it always keeps coming back to
other
Kree.
upgrades maybe. I don't know. Yeah, so you will not get enough Kree out. I don't think there's going to be enough Kree produced to really make a difference here. Is well, Mixu's on 2 bases, rallying across. Now, the one thing that's interesting here is Scouts and Kree they kind of kill each other very well. It's a ton of splash damage, but if you micro with the Scouts well, the bonus damage. Oh, hey, Hyde tries to have the line of sight blocker, but that is just a free surround, even with the healing area. I like the idea from Captain Alex, but all these vectors are going to die, and we see the supply lead that Captain Alex has right now. It narrowed very dramatically, very quickly.
Yeah, apparently Captain Alex is quite the défromage boy, but in this game, Mixu, he's dealing with the quite fine. Like, there's no... I feel like Mixu's switched on to the shenanigans, right? And that, from what I've been hearing, Captain Alex so far has kind of cheesed his way through this. I hope he's got something maybe a bit more mid-game focused, like more of an overarching strategy here. Because if this was the goal, like, this could be demoralizing, right? If this is your whole strategy and you get caught in game 1 and you get solved, best of 5s unravel straight away.
You know what I want to see? I want to see the Seraphim. If you're gonna be cheesy, do the Ariel stuff. Get the Seraphim out. Go for like a quad V5 launcher attack. I think that's pretty cool. And I think it actually has. I don't know that Ariel has it optimized perfectly. I think it has some legs to maybe be even better optimized and maybe be even more impactful. Because at this point, yes, the supplies are relatively even, but the army count's not high enough where there's kind of this critical mass for Captain Alex.
Yeah.
And as these hedgehogs join the fray, I mean, technically vectors are good against hedgehogs, kind of, but just the numbers of units out, and that's Vector. Blinks away, gets a heal, but there's a Vulcan on the field, so I mean.
And you know what? Like, yeah, you thought these weren't nachos, but these dogs are eating them up like they are. Like, this is absurd. The crazy part to me is even if he wasn't going Vulcans, if you think about it, your whole strategy just kind of gets countered by Beryllium Claws.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what was the out plan here? I guess he just felt like he needed a second unit and Kree was natural because he wants movement speed, and Argents are too slow. So I'm starting to think back, maybe on that health camp, the intent was some sort of Argent switch. That would at least make sense here.
Oh. I don't think so. It's interesting, right? Yes, Beryllium Claws, bonus damage versus Kree is a thing, but also Kree do so much splash damage, and even when they die, they do so much splash damage. And I mean, look, Scouts have 120 HP. They die very fast. So yes, Scouts in low numbers probably beat Kree in low numbers, but in medium numbers, I mean, there were just too many Scouts at this point.
Yeah, he's getting around the back. I think, like, to your point, you'd need a small choke point, enough Kree to form a line. Then it's Gucci. But instead, it's Dolce Gabbana and all payout for Mixu as he takes the first game in the grand finals.
You're calling a Dolce Go? Dude, that's at most H&M.
What? He had all the answers. So the wolves were the Gucci.
Well,
the hedgehogs are the Dolce.
Gucci's good.
And then the Gabbana is the Vulcan.
No. I'm saying, like, for Captain Alex.
Oh, no.
Not gonna be
no,
Gucci.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Mixu's got the Gucci Dolce. Captain, he ain't got.
Oh, okay.
He ain't even got like any. He ain't got crumbs left in the nacho stand at this point. All right, everything got eaten up in this game. Whew. But hopefully he's got more strategies. It would be a shame if like that is like the one that's just been working every game, and now it just all unravels. Because you do sometimes get that. Like we said in these early tournaments, especially, like people have really crafty, underhanded strategies that no one else has solved for. And then there's just this one guy at the end that is just a Goliath.
I mean, that's kind of what we saw Parting do in EGC. He just had all these builds that no one could beat. And actually really big. You talk about, there's this build that has been solved and no one can beat it. And then you run into someone who just shreds. That's actually pretty cool. Is that what we've seen this happen in StarCraft 2 and I Am Katowice, where a player named Zest, he was a Protoss player from South Korea. He had this new build. It was about a 5-minute timing. You'd build 4 gateways, build a bunch of adepts, have this glaive adept timing. That is now very common, but no one had ever seen it before. It was brand new. And he goes and he smashes Zerg after Zerg after Zerg with it, just blitzes his way to the grand finals, where his opponent had enough time because he showcased it on day 2 maybe, so he had a night to think about it and watch another Zerg fall in the semis because the guy playing Zest was in the top side, so he played first. That he had enough time to study it, and all of a sudden, it got smashed. It was like a 4-1 victory for Raynor. And it's like, well, yeah, sure, you have this new build, but you run into someone who's scary enough and has had enough time to take a look at it. Things change very quickly.
Yeah, and it's like it's different play styles, right? Some people are inherently better equipped because that's the kind of the counterplay is what they already lean into the way they want to address the game, right? But yeah, I remember listening to Pig talk about that. Like he found that always incredible with like when he was in like one of those kind of training houses and there was like some Koreans there. It's like the way they just walk over and they talk. Like he'd get a win against them, and then like they walk over, they talk about what he'd done, and then he'd get his ass kicked 5 times in a row, right? It's like I think it's also the way that, especially that region, approached dissecting the game that put them so far ahead of the tournament.
It's always fun. Even in international tournaments, there are like 4 Korean Terrans. It's Byun, it's Maru, it's Ryung, who's not very he's good by any mortal standard, but he's not, one of the 5 best players in the world. And one more that I may be forgetting, who just put their heads to, maybe Gumiho, and just like, yeah, you just see them, they're huddled together the entire tournament. And it's like, okay, whoever wins is just, they have the Terran brain trust.
Yeah.
And it is,
and you're like, no, guys, your opponents, what are you doing? It's like when you're playing a game and then someone on the side gives the answers to your opponent, right? Like, bro, can we play? But I think it's time to play. Map number 2, Mixu versus Captain Alex. We've asked the question, anything but cheese, because this map's feeling a bit lactose intolerant. So let's see if he can come up with something crafty, something different in the second game. Let's see if Mixu will have the answers.
I think this map is conceptually very good for Celestials because of the secluded grove in the middle. You can just, even if it does require 2 collection arrays to technically mine from both, you can just float your arc ship into the middle and start to mine from double Luminite, double Therium, and be pretty dang efficient about it. It makes a lot of sense to do that.
Or Creep Camp's OP, Starforge, oh no.
Build vectors.
He got seen straight away. I think he scanned that, right? Like, the scout definitely saw that.
I mean, Mixu knew where he was tracking the morph core the entire time. Yeah. He just, this is not something that, I don't think this is something that relies on being sneaky, although, wait, this might be brilliant. Okay, hear me out here. The creep camps are gonna get killed, but the Lancer, every unit that's trying to take it is gonna be super low. Maybe he jacks the last run, but he kills the Lancer. And
he's struggling with it.
Oh, and he might have gotten the last creep as well. I'm not. Kill the Lancer!
Dude, he can't get it, man. Like, he'll at least block the camp. We are not at a point where we're looking at Brilliant Claws, right? Like, it's just the mass now.
No.
So right now, the godly nachos are actually very scary.
Yeah. And again, imagine if he kills that Lancer, all of a sudden, that tank that you need to go and take other creep camps, to do anything that you want to do, really, is not there. Maybe there's a little bit more. Oh, this is scary. He blinks on top of the scouts, but I guess the scouts are just going to run away. Because again, taking 50% bonus damage with these units that they got 200 HP, but that's not a ton, all things considered.
Wait, what?
Is kind of scary.
Well, what we got happening here? Like, he sent the Lancer over to the enemy camp, so maybe he was thinking that it was going to be taken? Or, wait, what's happening? He's so distracted right now, his scouts are just sitting still. Like, he was so distracted by the dive, he just wasted a lot of time here, and now he can't go for the counter camp play and take the heal from the left side. Wow.
Yeah, that was... The scouts ran by these vectors, too. He knew it was coming. Like, he saw... He dropped a howl as he ran by, and... Oh, okay, that's a nice... Never mind, he's going to be able to blink out.
Oh, wow, what a reasonable unit. But they'll be back, right?
Blink Stalkers have, like, half the cooldown of Vector Blink, and they don't take bonus damage after they blink. The Vector is fine by comparison.
Yeah. It's just really frustrating at this point, right? Because you can't rush for Brilliant Claws. It's now coming. He has Weathered the Storm. A little bit of harassment was done there. I just think it's really unfortunate for Mixu, man. Like, if he actually had the scouts moving earlier, I think he would have just committed to the healing on the left side and, like, allowed the Bobs to defend, but he got forced back.
Yeah, this is not nearly as clean for Mixu as it was in game number 1, and that means he's lost some units. He's lost some Bobs, most importantly. He's at 11 out of 12, but it's not quite as efficient as it would otherwise be. He's lost a couple workers, had to pull some Bobs to repair his economies down, and we can see that in the supply. Photon Cannon, Captain Alex, is up about 12 supply right now. He's able to take more of these creep camps, take vision camps, and you say, why is he going vectors? This feels weird. What's he going? Well, it's all about this early map control. It's all about getting these creep camps on, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent, and then theoretically, if you get enough done, getting a transition that is quick enough that it's worth doing. And in this case, we are actually seeing that. Creation Chamber is on the way. Guardian Nexus just about done. We're going to see Rollout start to research fairly quickly into this game. And this, because all the vectors didn't die, and because Mixu didn't handle this as cleanly as he did in game number 1, all of a sudden, Mixu's going to be stuck on a lower tech, on a lower economy, lower supply, and the career going to start to arrive. This is a much different game, even if the builds are very similar.
Yeah, it's just that opening timing, right? Like, overall, I mean, he goes back for the heal camp now, but it's irrelevant at this detail, at this point, rather. He's at least going to be able to start munching at the Starforge, or maybe you're able to get through it in time, but I think, honestly, you kind of have enough vectors. Like, spamming Kree from here is actually really scary for your opponent. It looks like we've got Mixu probably moving out for the... Do you just go straight for the secondary? I feel like you need an outpost here. like a sentry post almost immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you build it pretty fast. You notice he overcharged the Bob, so they build faster by, okay, it actually doesn't, Hotkey doesn't, but they build faster. We got 4, I think, Bobs on this.
Yeah.
It'll be done in time. I'm just really worried about this free spam. And, you know, you talked about, oh, the Starforge dies. I'm with you. The Vectors, their time is done. You can still use them as part of the army, but they are not a mainline battle force. It's like, again, I'm a StarCraft guy. I'm going to go back to that. You proxy Stargate, and you get some damage done with it. And sure, maybe eventually it died. The structure is killed, but who cares? Because you proxied it, and you got 10 workers, and it's fine. Now, blinking on top of a bunch of scouts with the Virillion Claws was scary, but he still killed most of the scouts because, again, the supply begets the value. And yes, technically, Virillium Claw Scouts are very good against vectors that take bonus damage. But because Captain Alex is so far ahead, because of everything that's happened in this game, it doesn't end up mattering all that much.
This is my worry, though. Yep, another overcharge has to be used because the sentry post comes in so late here. So vectors, we're going to start sniping down units. And Kree have now arrived. It's going to be Repair-O-Matic activated here. Perfect for the scouts to try and tank, but the Kree now just trying to hit into the eco units as well. And the Vector are just mopping this up right now. So many Bobs falling. Barely any defense line left. Still 3 Krees here. It may be an eventual hole, but the price would be so high that I don't see a second wave coming for Mixu.
Yeah, no, this is Christmas for Captain Alex because we 3 Kree of Orient Far or something. Anyways, that was funnier in my head. That being said, Mixu has left the game and we're tied up at 1 apiece.
He left because of that joke.
I was gonna say I didn't come here to be attacked, but I absolutely did. And yes, Mixu, yeah, we made him leave. I'm sorry, Mixu.
He would have won that game. As the Mixu fans are just going to come after you now for that one. That was vile though, man. That Kree timing. I don't think like maybe it didn't matter him getting a sentry post up earlier. I think maybe if you like had a sentry post before that attack comes in and you prep a Lancer, I think he was just worried about taking an overly defensive position with mass Kree on the way.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's all about this timing. If you lose your vectors, good luck. It's not going to happen. But if you keep your vectors alive, you get a couple Bobs, you again kill these scouts early. You do all this stuff. The game state was so different that instead of, well, I think he was actually probably a minute later to the Bobs or later to the Kree 2 or in game 1. All this together means that timing is so much more powerful than it otherwise would have been. And Captain Alex, he's built a grand total of 2 bases and he's played 2 games.
And apparently Celestial's OP against Vanguard, may be getting some truth behind it, but may also be map dependent, right? Like I think, you know, we agreed that compared to the first map, much smaller, a lot more claustrophobic, a lot more straightforward to block. But you know, we have still got 3 more maps to come. They're going to be doing the play all. I'm trying to think like where you go next. Like something like Broken Crown, I think is maybe a bit better for defending against that type of play from the Celestials, right? Like because the play into your base will be much more heavily delayed, I'd say.
Yeah. By the way, just because I looked over, there's a money matches are a thing in other esports, in fighting games in general, but not really in StarCraft 2. There's a money match being organized between Albino and a high-ranked Celestial player in the official Stormgate Discord right now.
Okay.
Because there's some beef, I guess, about who is beating who is dodged to.
Wait. Fill me in. So we got like who's it between Albino and who?
And Biker Rush owns. I don't know what his actual account.
Biker Rush. He's So he's a CNC pro player.
Yeah. And apparently there's some beef brewing here. I'm like briefly looked over, and I'm not exactly sure what it is, but there's some beef brewing.
That's kind of got me curious now. What was it? Is it just over like, you know, Celestial being OP and whatever? I'm guessing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Is what I've been able to read.
Damn, I'm gonna have to catch up on the drama afterwards. That's what I want. Like absolute DGen gaming. Finish at like 3:30, 4 a.m. Straight onto Reddit and Discord for the drama.
I think Bike Rush is watching this too. Because he's like, yeah, and I was making 5,000 a month playing Command and Conquer. Oh, look at me. I'm like, okay, dude. Good for you. That's you know, pretty reasonable for an esports salary, but you know.
But like, you know, you just shut it down. So where's the Red Alert 2 remaster? I've been waiting all these years, EA. Come on.
It's the what is it called? Not type. What's the Command and Conquer like game?
Oh, you thinking? They're not thinking like the Dune, the original ones?
No, they're making a game that's like Command and Conquer. It's gonna come
Oh,
out.
Tempest Rising. I'm just like, I don't know. I haven't got high hopes for that. Sorry, Tempest Rising, but that means you can impress me easily. And
hey, here's the thing: they have a death ball.
we have death balls too. Like they round up.
Yeah, but no,
like,
but they have a rolling ball of death that one of the factions can use. It's like a disruptor that never goes away.
Okay,
it's literally a rolling ball of death.
But they don't have mind control squids. It's like I'm a Red Alert 2 guy for a dude. Like that game is the best Command and Conquer ever made. But you know what? It's time to make the best series of tank up ever made. We're into game number 3. And it is going to be, oh god, is it going to be the best series? I don't even know anymore, Bear Morph. It's happening again. It's Nacho time.
Yeah, you know what's funny, by the way? So I was talking to Monk a bit ago before Vectors got announced. He's like, look, I got this unit coming up. It's called the Vector, and I love it because every single part of it is a math joke. And I'm like, okay, Monk. Like, yes, sure. Like, we have Cartesian Cannonade as the attack. We have Celestial Armor is not all that interesting. The Trichotomic Barrage, Delta Jump. Like, my god, Monk, okay.
Oh my god, that was so close.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's critical. If that Lancer goes down, it is actually just GG.
I don't know if it's GG, but it is a tempo.
It's a big advantage. We've mentioned the timing, how aggressive it is. I think this is the type of map where that sticks. That sticks just as much as the last map, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe it's not absolute GG, but I feel like you're 80% favored as our photon cannon enjoyer here.
Well, photon cannon. He's just got mobile photon cannons.
Yeah, like he's true to his name. Like I respect this. I hate people that like they're not true. It's like you know, when someone's like Celestial only pick and they ambush you with a Vanguard pick. Like what? You weren't even honorable.
By the way, I love here that we're seeing people in my chat talking about how Captain Alex is going to single-handedly get Vectors nerfed, while Probe is sitting in my channel. Like, yes, Captain Alex is being a little abusive here, but did you not see what Probe did in the Tasteless tournament?
I didn't.
Granted, old patch, but
was it like what? Lay the deets on me, quick.
Oh, it was just
I need to catch up
vector
on that
spam. Just abusive vector spam. And again, not taking anything from him. Probe is a fantastic player, but generally $10,000 or $5,000 tournaments affect results of $5,000 tournaments affect balance just a little bit more than Captain Alex spamming vectors on Mixu for a couple games in a tank.
Watch this be the one that gets it nerfed. After you've said all that, watch this be the one where Monk's like, I may have gone too far with this.
But again, I love Monk. We're in DMs. He's just like talking about how he loves all his math puns, and I'm like, Monk, I love you. This is fantastic, but what a nerd.
I love him, but it's the adorable equivalent of wait, what do we think was gonna happen here? Like we're trying to pinch a unit that could just blink away. Oh no.
Oh, okay, one goes down. I'm just watching you melt down over a mechanic that is much more overpowered than StarCraft. I'm like,
yeah, I think the timing's
welcome to the real world here, Killer Vision.
The timing's very different in that game, right?
Yes, this timing is stupid fast.
That's the problem.
You can get a vector in the main base by 2:30.
So like the equivalent is like in Age of Empires, right? Like some civs have a feudal knight, which is kind of like well, you know, knights with like medieval tanks. Think of it that way. If you could just get a siege tank in Age 2, like at very early stage of the game, like tier 1. So like, you know, people found knights to be really OP because the logic is the first knight you spawn can do a lot more damage than the next 4 because timing, right? Like your opponent doesn't have the defense, he doesn't have the tools. That's what makes this vulgar.
Technically, siege tanks do come out at tier 1.
True, but like, imagine getting them at 2 minutes.
Yes, that's fair. You get them at like 3:30 or so. I was like, you're like, oh, imagine getting tanks at tier 1. I'm like, well, we do.
I was trying to think like the extremes are because like obviously we have ages in Age of Empires, right? It's like it's not quite the same as tiers, but it is that kind of feeling, right? You know, Mixu starting to waver a little bit. He has actually got the speed camp on his side, and it does feel like maybe at this stage the map's a little bit split from Alex. We have at least got Kree on the way, a lot of them queued up, by the way, and it is going to be double creation chamber production.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing every game. It's just a matter of how quickly he gets it off. And we talked about this last game. He stuck, or maybe we didn't, but in game 1, he stuck on vectors for quite a while longer. This time, yeah, the vectors were reasonably impactful, but also he didn't commit to them nearly as hard. So that meant that creation chambers are out and career out and these wonderful things, as the scouts are going to see. That's important, by the way. Scouts get on the other side of the map and they see that there are Kree. Roll up is done. He knows what the army is, and that means that, first of all, Starforge should die, but who cares, really? It's not about the vectors anymore. But we should see, there we go, sentry posts are on the way. I think at this point, you build a barracks here. You wall this set off, walls this setup off, you get ideally some units that can kind of fight from behind it, but even still a couple buzzsaw turrets would be fantastic. And you just turtle up here on 2 bases because you understand this timing. I saw someone in chat saying the only thing that Captain Alex expands is his vector count, and that is absolutely, he's not going to build a natural here. We know this. He's got to survive.
What happens if you had like a win interview? Just asking questions, every response is, I like math.
Ask him, Alex, you've played 100, Captain Alex, you've played 150 games on ladder, or whatever. I don't know what the number is. How many bases have you built? Or how many collection arrays have you built? And the answer is probably that number.
It's effective, but let's see if it's effective against this. I think the true answer now is just mass lancers, right? Eventual kinetic redirection, but in the meantime, instead, Kree's not going to be able to dive in. Looks like they're A-clicking onto the command post here. Dogs are going to commit. The Buzzsaw needs to be brought down right now, though. The second one hasn't been garrisoned with a second bouncer, so it's just a normal sentry post. It's going to be a break, but I think that's a good enough hold. Kree count is low. Lancers commit to the dive. Only a few of these vectors left over, and there are more Lancers coming behind this.
Is this good enough, though? I think a lot of Bobs went down. It's hard to tell. All the Lancers are way overcommitted. The sentry post
does he have overcharge?
Not manned.
I don't think he does.
I don't think this.
Oh,
it looked like it was going to be a really good hold. I just don't think this is enough.
I can't believe that. And it's crazy. Mixu was so close to solving the puzzle, but that Northern sentry post never received a Lancer. He could have got probably 4 or 5 extra bouncers out, which would have been enough to clean up the Kree, but instead, he's going to get mopped up and cheesed on out as Captain Alex raids into the main, obliterates the worker count. We're now down to 15 workers for Mixu.
Yeah, Mixu's dead at this point. And again, this was not I understand the idea, right? You let one Kree through at a time, you can kind of chunk them down with your melee units, but just build a wall. Good walls make good neighbors, and Captain Alex right now is a really bad neighbor because that wall is not good enough. Also, the Bobs were not pulled fast enough. They were not able to repair that buzzsaw cannon. They got in close, they were fighting, they were overcharged, sure, fine, but they weren't able to repair the buzzsaw cannon. And you put all that together, buzzsaw cannon goes down. Only one of them was a buzzsaw cannon anyways. It wasn't really a full wall. And that means the Kree spam did the Kree spam thing. And now Mixu is still in this game technically. But, you know, again, there's a bit of a fantasy GG timing. Like, yeah.
And it's just going to be like an attempt on the health to try and force a fight. And, of course, Mixu's going to want to oblige that. I think, you know, it's crazy. Like, I genuinely think if that Buzzsaw cannon had been shooting, this game looks completely the other way. It's crazy just how close it feels like Mixu is to cracking this problem. But the smallest figure out of place, the smallest number off, and ironically it falls apart to the math boys.
Makes sense that a cannon rush enjoyer would be doing that.
This is what he spent all of his time. He said, whatever, how many games. To be honest, actually, of how quick these games probably are, he's probably 200 plus games already, if we're being totally real.
Oh. I don't want to tab out because we lose game sounds, but I'm kind of tempted to pull his account up right now. I just want to see, you know?
Average game length, 6 minutes, right?
Okay, unfortunately, we don't have that yet. We should get advanced analytics eventually, but it's not really there anymore. Yeah, I mean, the bubble is there. You can bubble him. He can be a little bubble boy.
Yeah, but now you just pull away, right? It's that classic, oh no, a shield. We're just going to leave.
So the one downside with everything, because Mixu's in a horrible spot. Let's make no bones about it. It's not good. Celestials fall off pretty hard in the late game.
Okay. Are you back on that 1 percentile gamer activate the anime playlist thing?
I'm doing the caster thing.
Got it. Yeah. I like that, right? So like, you know, what I think right now, Mixu just needs to be like, you know, Alexa, play Attack on Titan playlist. Right, and just have that on repeat for an hour.
Wait, I have news. There is a second arc ship on the map. Captain Alex
What?
now has built more base. Again, it's a little weird.
He's a
because collection
macro
arrays-
gamer all along?
Yeah, it's-
I'm disgusted.
Yeah. This is horrible.
How dare he?
So, okay, here's my question, though. It's double Legion Hall. Where is he going here? This is an Arc Station. He's not turning... no, sorry, we are on an Arc Station. So this is just... Is he going into Archangels off this?
I think so. Like,
No, sorry. The Arc Station's tier 2. We're not at Arc
Oh,
Fortress,
okay.
so... Yeah, never mind.
imagine if he just returns to Vectors.
He just needs the Vector upgrade.
After all this time, it's just back.
He's built 2 Legion Halls. Oh, no, he's going Scythes. Okay.
Okay.
That's got to be what it is. I mean,
Because he's
not
holding a
building
lot of
them yet.
resources. Like, if he was building Vectors or something simple, he'd already have it coming, right? So, yeah. Third
Well,
arc ship
there's
now.
there's a third arc ship.
Macro gamer. Oh, God. I mean, I guess he just looked at them and went, okay, Mix, if you're just not going to GG, fine. 2-hour game incoming. Choo-choo.
Now, again, technically he would have to build more collection arrays, but there's a... Again, this is not banned. It's just it's a bug right now where you don't... prisms can actually mine off of Luminite mines without collection arrays.
Yes.
This will get fixed, but for right now, that's a thing. So,
It is a little bit silly.
yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, but like we have to check in on Mixer and where he's at. Like we've reached Vulcan Point, right? So he has the answers to the problems currently. You know, it's not really a great solution, a great situation for Kree to find themselves in, right?
No.
And we've got mass Hornet spam coming.
I love, by the way, that MSRM in chat's like, wait, is the fact that I can mine with prisms on Luminite camps and they can just sit there and they don't need any sort of commitment? Is that not intended? No, MSRM, that's not intended. No, like, I'm sorry, but no, that's abusive. It's a thing.
A year from
but,
now,
you know,
it's like one of those classics. In hindsight, this was dumb. Right? It's one of those type of balance things. And oh my god, the Kree to make you re. Mass comes in, but the Hornets are now here. And this is the issue with having a full melee ground army.
I love the argument from MSRM, by the way. He's like, well, no, hear me out here. The fact that prisms can mine from Luminite mines is too dumb to not be intended. He's got a point. He's wrong, but he's got a point.
That's like throwing your toaster in a bath. It somehow doesn't kill you, but does make you very warm. And you're like, well, clearly this is the intended use.
Why are we not?
No,
Why are we not?
Don't you dare say why are we not throwing toasters enough?
No. There's this. Mixu
Please.
runs by the Therium tower and just doesn't try to take it, and I was a little tilted. That being said, that's a lot of prisms in this main base. And
Yeah, but there's an Archangel now. Big boy's out. It's hammer time.
Stop. Hammer time.
And he brought friends. You called it. It was a very big delay, but the Archangels are in full spam.
Yeah. I was looking at that. I'm like, well, okay, he doesn't have an Arc Fortress, so like, whatever. It's not even on the way. This is not for Archangels. But apparently, the Captain Alex is saying, look, okay, you're gonna not leave this game. I'm gonna build the biggest units I can. It's like the whole, you won't leave, fine. I'll ultra drop you. This is fun. But yes, technically, we cannot call this one base Archangels because there are prisms on the natural.
Yeah, he made multiples. Yeah, it's a cop out. I'm sorry, it wasn't the one base Archangel. Although,
oh no, watch
might be the
Bob.
Archangel
They're
at the end of the game. Oh my god, slams down straight away. There's just so many bobs around here. The Kree are gonna have a field day with that. Hornets are starting to arrive, but they need to be more. Finally, the second wave arrives. This might be good enough. He slam dunks onto the ground. Feels like realistically you want to be in the air just mopping up these air boys. But it doesn't matter either way. Kree now moving in. It's going to be a shift away last second. Archangel able to get away from the Hornets. But the Kree have had a field day with this land army.
I mean, yes. But if you think about it, the only anti-air that the Celestial player has is these Archangels. 2 of them have died. They are very expensive units. We're starting to see the Hornets start to go and promote a little bit more. Bobs, for the most part, are still here. The supply is still roughly okay.
Kree?
I don't hate this.
Wait.
I know this. Mixu's been dead for quite a while, and we've been doing the caster thing. I legitimately don't hate this. I think this is... Oh, you got to pull away. The Kree explosions are...
He's stacking on top of him.
He's fine.
Okay, so no bobs go down. So, yeah, overall, actually now, I thought there was going to be a bit more of a drive-by effect. Mixu's in cruise mode. Like, Archangel's, like I said, insanely expensive here. He's only produced, I think, 1 extra since he lost the mass. So right now, you've got to ask the question, are Archangels really that OP? Because it's basically 1 versus the world.
Yes, if Captain Alex had actually built some bases and developed his economy after having control of the entire map for 10 minutes.
I believe there was more. I'll be real. I thought there was more. I thought we were going to get a stream of Archangels. His economy was good enough. Like, there's only reason you could justify this type of spam, but that fell apart quickly.
Yeah, no, it's the meme, dude. Don't win the game, right? Don't do what you can to win. Again, this is not Captain Alex is this build 1 base vector into Archangels is a thing that can work absolutely.
Oh my god.
Yeah, not in this game. He's dead. Archangels, well, they are not in heaven anymore. The war in heaven, they fall, and Mixu up 2-1.
Only for Hornets, man. I remember a time when these were OP. This isn't meant to be that meta, but the Archangels have found their counter, and it means that Mixu, surprisingly enough, finds himself on the verge of locking this series in earlier than we would have expected.
Yeah, you know, this was not the war in heaven. This was the war in hell, and the Infernals, they didn't even show up.
It's like you know, if someone didn't know what you're talking about, and you're like, "Oh my god, the Hornets are killing the Angels," it's like a very weird depiction in your brain, right? Just like you kind of get like Nicolas Cage with a halo on top of him doing the bees scene in your mind.
Not the bees, no,
The
not
bees,
the bees.
right? It's just there. Like, hold on a sec. I've actually got the perfect thing. If you open my stream, you'll see it. One sec. Where's my background? We can cook this. I don't know why I have this, but this is the moment. There we go.
He's the chef.
Good old Nicky Cage.
Why do you have this?
I don't know.
Why is this a thing, KP? Like, why?
Okay.
Is this something that you had prepped that is just in your background?
It's just there.
Like your bag of tricks?
There's like, in fairness, there's weirder things here, to be totally honest with you. Like, you know, you gotta be prepared for every occasion. And I am thoroughly prepared. Oh dear. So, I think they got the next lobby ready. I better hop in quick. Sorry, I was late. I was busy changing my anime waifu background.
I weep for the youth. I truly do weep for the youth.
I mean, I'm not part of the youth, so it ain't my problem. They can deal with it. Future.
Fair.
You know.
Hey, Breaker, you just gifted 10 subs. Thank you so much.
What a legend. Look at that.
That's awesome. I really, I don't have sounds on for gifted subs because it won't play over and over again, so I didn't notice at first. But yes, dude, thank you so much. That's awesome. And by the way, important to point out here, Stormgate Nexus is happening in 3 weeks. All the money I make off of Twitch, off of YouTube this month and last month. So the last 2 months of esports income, all goes towards me paying everyone working on Stormgate Nexus. I'm not taking any for myself. They've all said, we're willing to donate our time to make this happen. So I'm going to pay them as much as I can. It's probably not going to be a lot, but at least it maybe buys them lunch or a cup of coffee or something. So thank you for allowing me to do more of that as we get into game number 4. Game number 4.
That's right. Jagged Maw for, I think, the first time in Tank Cup 15. So Mix on the north side in this situation. And Alex, of course, on that south. And wow, I'm wondering, what unique, innovative, never seen before strategy could Captain Alex do in game number 4?
Well, it involves taking some trees down, but I am willing to bet. Now, hear me out here. I know this is a little bit weird, but
Okay.
hear me out.
I'm listening.
I think it might involve a unit that starts with a V.
What unit could... Is it maybe a man with a strong accent saying Cree? He says V instead.
No, I don't think so. Maybe eventually. Maybe eventually. I don't think it starts with that, though. I think it involves taking one point and drawing a line from that point to another point, and only going in one direction.
And then, you know what the best part is like, you know, they use Pathfinder to get there. That's vector math in every case. So
Exactly.
It all comes together. What a unique strategy. I love that he thinks outside the box. Never seen before. And it is just going to be scouts coming the other way. And Bobs. Wait, what?
Ooh.
I think the timing might be off on this, though.
I don't like this.
No.
I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing. But I mean, wait a minute. This first vector's dead.
Wait.
It's gonna be fully trapped here. And,
Wait,
no.
Did you now
could've
forget
sworn
that they
it
have this?
No. I could have sworn I saw the. I could have sworn I saw the effect on it that said it had already blinked.
You know, that's the OP-ness of playing blue.
Still dead.
Yeah, this is why Celestial OP is if you get blue. Well, that one definitely blinked. A little bit late on the switch, though. This is still a lot of idle bobbing, though, right? Like, 3 bobs just coming this far out, not working for you. It does hurt your economy a bit.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Jagged Maw is just a weird map. I
What
don't
makes
have
you think
anything-
that? Is it the mini map that like shows that it's completely surrounded by water, which is just kind of weird to see on a map? Just
the fact that this mini map is kind of a standard size, and Jagged Maw is so small that it only takes about half of it.
like my favorite part is they didn't just go for water all the way around it. It's like, no, we're gonna have like some weird kind of gray terrain, and then we're gonna have the water, and then we've got the map. Just to make you feel weird.
Yeah, you gotta have some void in there. There is no Lancer in the main base. There is nothing.
No.
Sentry Post by itself does, I guess, technically 22 damage, but it doesn't do anything. Like, there's not a lot of damage right there. Mixu, again, he's doing a good job of boxing these in, but you talked about it. They can blink. They can move all elsewhere on the map. Now, again, point being, we saw even if Mixu goes down to about half the supply of his opponent, if he's able to scale up in the game, it's fine. You know, he survives a little bit. He can win these games, but I mean, this is even more damage than we saw in game number 3. It's just like, well, these 3 vectors are here. The bobs are not mining. Even when they are mining, they are getting killed off. And yeah, life is pain. Existence is pain for a red Vanguard player here.
It's so nice as well to have a proxy Starforge where you can actually just rally your reinforcements to the low ground and blink them straight in the enemy base, right? Like, it's actually kind of funny that I thought he'd maybe be a bit more aggressive and just go for it. But I guess he's a little bit paranoid, right? There's a lot of outposts now set up. Say that. Suddenly doesn't care. He goes straight in for the sentry post. That, I don't think was intentional. He began by sticking the dog in, which basically has no effect. But we have got a buzzsaw cannon now up. And this is important. He needs to block the heal cap. But he's a little bit too late.
I swear there's a bug. And I don't know... I swear there's a bug with these turrets where, like, if you have a Bob and a Lancer, or a Scout and a Lancer, excuse me, even if maybe the Lancer was the only thing selected, the Scout goes in first. I've seen this happen a bunch of times. I run into JXP3 or JXP123 on ladder a bunch, and he loves to do this sentry post aggro proxy thing. And the amount of times I've seen him go put a Scout in first, even though he clearly didn't mean to make that happen, I think there's some. I don't play Vanguard, so I don't know, but I feel like there's some bug with this. As look at these splits out of our photon cannon enjoyer. He wants to send us to game number 5, and that is a lot of G's right there.
Oh, I think he just broke his keyboard. I would. This is so tilting. It's like, you know it's coming as well, right? It's like the guy that, you know, it's equivalent as like someone at the beginning of a game. They all chat type exactly the strategy they're going to do. You're like, ah ha ha, I will not fall to this. It's just so obnoxious though. Like, that's the first time I've seen that in Jagged Maw. I think there was even more annoying zones he could kind of like strike into, but kind of brutal to see just how much of an advantage that first health camp can be when it's so close to the enemy base.
Yeah, it's a problem. It is there is a problem that really there are things that are lacking to satisfy here. But that means we get a game number 5. That's fun. And yeah, I swear people you're talking about, like, I'm gonna all chat exactly what I'm gonna do. And it's kind of funny, right? Because half the time you're like, okay, do I trust you and counter what you say you're gonna do because you're so confident in your strat that you're just being a dick about it? Or do I not believe you because clearly no one would tell me what they're gonna do? So I'm gonna I'm gonna counter the opposite of what they're doing. And then you find out they've actually haven't been lying to you, and then you're even in a worse position. You're like,
and you feel like an idiot because, like, he literally told me. Like, there's nothing secret here. Oh, and you know what the best? It's like the people who have their names that way. Like, he's literally called Photon Cannon Rusher. He has not lied once in this series.
Well, I mean, he's a vector rusher, not a photon cannon rusher.
But that's, like, we already agreed. That's a mobile photon cannon.
Valid.
And yeah, Sark just came in. He's like, funny how often the nearest healing camp works against you. Yeah, it's like great. Like usually defender's advantage is a really big problem, but if I basically just can heal outside your base.
Hey. By the
know.
way, shout out to Breaker, who not only went and gifted 10 subs to me, also went and dropped, I think it's $100 on the Tank season final. So now the
Damn.
oh, it looks like we're gonna have to remake. There's a
Yeah.
bug.
There we go. Little bugs.
Probably the same bug I'm having, where creep camps are changing colors all over the
Oh
place.
yeah, you had that treat earlier that I couldn't see, where you just had what was it? I think it's a brute
They're
trying to
cycling
cause
their
people
colors.
epilepsy or something. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's really trippy.
It was full on like you just licked a mushroom and saw a unicorn out of nowhere.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is. What's my background? My background is glorious. All right, like the best part is I know this reference and I've never watched the movie, but I've seen the scene, and Nick Cage sometimes is the greatest actor who has ever lived, and other times.
It's like he's legitimate. So you know the story about that, right?
Well, the Nick Cage effect thing.
No, so like he's legitimately a good actor, but he put himself so far into debt. He put himself so far.
Yeah.
He bought like a T-Rex and like a T-Rex head and some other stuff that he had to give back and couldn't sell because they was like stolen or something. Anyway, he put himself so far into debt that he had to go and take like anything he could find, any shitty movie he could find, to like pay this debt back.
Yeah.
So like we saw in what was it? Rare. He made a movie recently that was actually like he did a fairly good job in it.
Are you thinking that it was a cash in, the one where he basically plays himself?
That was pretty fun.
Yeah, like
maybe
that one I can't tell if that was just cash in or like because it was. I weirdly enjoyed that movie. I don't know if I was meant to though.
I mean, Uncut Gems was pretty fun.
I think.
But, I mean, again, that's not Nick Cage, but same idea, right?
Yeah.
Where actor that's generally not great. Oh, I'm in the player slot. I'm not a player.
You want to take his place?
Mm,
You want to try to?
I have not had the
vector rush.
I mean, I think the result would probably be the same, especially since I'm not a Vanguard player.
Final one of the night, and this could either be a very long game.
No, it won't. You know the you know the rules, and so do I.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing, right? Final game. It's been a full 5-game series, but the game average length will probably be 4 minutes. One and all, welcome to Decider. Mixu versus Captain Alex. And this guy, I mean, he's fast-tracking his career. He's got no time to wait around. I think Captain Alex has got somewhere else to be because we already know what's coming.
And the funny thing is even as he's speedrunning this, my recording on this 5-game series, this best of 5, is about 50 minutes right now.
Not bad.
So he's speedrunning, and despite that, the series length is a reasonable time for a 5-game series.
I think going Angels and kind of tossing the game back at your opponent does that, right?
Yeah, he did kind of throw that one. Also, by the way, look at this. A very different game coming out of Captain Alex in Game 5. That's a creation chamber going down in the main base. Ooh. Yes, there's this morph core on the map, but this is I don't know if he decides to do the Seraphim thing on top of it or what. I mean, he's on the high ground here. But Mixie's aware. He's like, yep, that's where it is. And
he does it anyway.
There's that is interesting.
But he was seen, and he knows he's seen, right? Like, he has a vision on that dog. It's literally right below him, so...
Yeah, but he was not howled, so he could have just gone up on the high ground and just done something else.
It's still fantastic. I thought maybe we try for Seraphim, but of course. I mean...
I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb.
Yeah.
You need the creation chamber for the Starforge. I'm just...
But this is smart, actually, because, like, last time he was eventually lost the 4th Starforge. How do you kill this?
Again, I don't think it matters. Once you have like 10 vectors on, once the vector stage is done, it's not like you're really building that many more. And the other way to say this is, okay, well, you got to spend your first blink. The moment you make your vector, it's vulnerable for the next 10 seconds. So will that matter? I don't know, but it certainly also means that as you build these vectors, you're actually having to spend a significant amount of APM to get every single one of them on the map. You can't just rally in and fight with them. You're having to go back to the Starforge every single time and blink them down.
Now, this is interesting as well, by the way, because like he's not attacking the enemy side. He came all the way back for his own health camp after that.
Mm-hmm. Except not really. He's not. It's taking a little dicey. And there's 2 Lancers in this. I mean, of all the cheesy games that Alex is playing today, I do not like this. Between the fact that he has to go and waste APM to go get his units down to the low ground in the first place, how he's positioning, the fact that we're seeing Mixu go for this one base. I thought it was going to be double racks, but single rack scout build. Everything is just a little bit dicey right now. I think Captain Alex was a little too high on his own supply in this game 5.
Yeah, like I was game for the Red Leicester, a little bit mature Cheddar. We had some Gorgonzola, but he lost me at Blue Cheese, man. Like this, it might somehow still work out. I do not know how the Lancers are getting kind of outplayed like this. I get, obviously they had the extra movement speed, but I figured holding the healing spot hostage would give an edge here. Instead, Mixu, he needed a little bit longer here, like an extra 10 seconds for the scout switch up. And although it looks a bit ugly, I still feel like Captain Alex is in a really good position here.
I guess Mixu doesn't maybe know high ground, low ground. I really thought he was just going to put scouts on the low ground here and just wait for the blink into him, just kill 3 vectors immediately. And it's like, well, okay, that makes up for everything. You're totally fine. As it stands, we're still on a decent amount of vectors. Yes, again, the reinforcements are weird, and you got to spend some APM on that. That's going to get harder as the game goes along. But we still have the vector count up, and still we're going to see some of these creep camps get taken down. Yes, there's some damage, but they do have that passive regen because there's the health camp here. And the end result is pretty similar.
And it's the weird thing is like, yeah, you take the camp away because take the value of the camp. You killed the creeps, you got Lumi, but you lost 2 Lancers and the scout, right? So like it kind of balances out. Like, yes, you deprived your opponent more resources, but you also gave him a really good trade. And he still got the heal factor at the end, which is the important detail because you want to kite. Constantly kite and heal and kite and heal. And he's going to need to heal very quick here. Needs to blink away, get the hell out of dodge. But such an early blink means he hasn't got any crafty shenanigans around high ground, low ground.
Yeah, I mean, even still, just dogs chasing this. Maybe they can get a vector. Oh, they're going to get 2 vectors.
That was sick micro.
Very nice.
He intentionally dove past. You could see him just rally to a different location there. So forces the high ground blink. That's sick, though. He's stuck there. So now he can just go and raid on the other side, right?
Yeah, but what's he... Okay, so we do have a second... We got a second arc ship on the way. Okay. Or second arc ship done. Apparently, the answer is one base adjacent Archangels. I guess is the play. I mean, I don't really know at this point. Captain Alex is Captain Alex, but we saw him go and build double arc ship last time.
He hasn't got the heal
count. The meta is not developed, so we have no idea.
It's so wild, right? Like we don't know really where this is going because like going Archangels from here is so insanely greedy. However, Mixu's just as greedy. Look what he done. He hasn't got any sort of post again, so he hasn't got a defense against Mass Vector running his base. He has got one Hedgehog out, but that's not going to work on us lonesome. Bobs have to frontline here. That's going to lead to some losses. There's no overcharge available either. Scouts finally do get home. He's trying to capture the heal post here, but the dive's going to come in. Bobs have to commit as well. And with a blocker like this, it could be a wipe of all the vectors.
Yeah, most of those vectors were just way too far away. Now, unfortunately, not enough scouts to properly take the high ground and the low ground. So wherever he goes, he's going to get surrounded and killed. But given the fact that there was no overcharge available, he spent what little energy he had to go mass promote 1 Bob up to tier 3 so it would tank a little bit better, which was pretty cool, by the way. Given the chaos, the quick thing to make that happen is pretty cool. But given how all that started, again, very nice setup for Mixer here. And now Hedgehogs, they can chase these vectors down. Scouts are going to do a lot of damage as well. And this one vector that tries to join the fray, it doesn't have a blink available for just a little bit longer. This is Mixu coming back into this game. Again, these vectors are very good in the early game. They can get a lot of damage done. But as he blinks down the high ground here. Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
100%. You cannot take this fight.
How you doing up there? Just let me have a little pixie boo in. I mean, this is rough. Just 2 Hedgehogs alone dismantles this whole plan. Behind this, we've at least got some extra Illuminite gathering going on. I mean, maybe he's going to try for the switch up soon. But I just don't see any sort of savings that leads to some crazy Archangel. I don't see Kree being affordable right now. I just see a mass of dogs and hedgehogs coming for your back line because you're now hiding on the high ground, refusing to fight.
Yeah, and Captain Alex is looking for this transition. He has literally no Therium right now. He actually has, I guess there's one, that prism mining? I guess it is, but anyways, we're gonna see these prisms on the other side. They're gonna get forced away, so there's only one base mining. Now, granted, only one of these prisms was mining anyways due to a misclick. Captain Alex is, as much as this is awkward, as much as kind of the strategy is falling apart, he also is just, he's making some mistakes that he has not been making in the previous game. Is the shield there on the hedgehogs and the prisms go crinkle crack away.
I think that's G.
And yeah, this is it. 100%.
What a sick play as well. And like, also, the funny thing is when the Vector tried to move in to do something about it, he shoved the hedgehog even deeper to guarantee it stayed in range to finish off the prisms. So yeah, rough situation now. Arc ships are creating more prisms. They're on the move over to now be a tool to attack. There is actually a reclaim on the health, and oh no. Actually, I don't think you care. Like, 2 Vectors versus 2 hedgehogs, you can just poke him down. Looks like it's gonna be an aggro on the camp.
I think the creeps are gonna kill that hedgehog. Actually, that's a little unfortunate.
I like how you tried for so long, like, maybe they'll let me out. No. However, oh, come on. The prisms are now getting griefed by the camp as well.
Okay, so I saw when we last patch, I don't know if we're seeing it this patch as much, but on Isle of Dread, right, that has the double health camp in the middle, what you would see is Celestials go and put their creation chamber in the health camp. So if their opponent goes and tries to shut down shut down what's coming out of the creation chamber, instead, the creeps would kind of aggro on the enemy units too. And it's like, okay, it's like a little bit of extra free defense for everything.
Whoa. Wait, like he's got this. Like, if he just deploys on the low ground now, or not. Okay, so Archship's gonna get away. We've now got a 4th sentry post coming in from Mixu, and nothing's being done about it.
I mean, does killing the Arc ship really matter? It's not like an Arc ship is this font of mining that, you know, having a base would be. It's the collection arrays, the prisms that are the mining here. Yes, killing the collection array means that prisms aren't made as much, and this prism stays alive. But yeah, there we go. Mixu, despite Captain Alex working really hard for, what are we at? Just about an hour to tilt him off the face of the earth. Mixu, he has the wherewithal. He takes our series 3-2.
Yeah, and how did he do it? By taking Wild and outdoing Wild. He didn't allow the offensive to come to him. He took it to his opponent and proved that attack can overcome the Chief. Jeez, dude, I'm so late into the night. Mixu takes it 3-2. Wow. I'm impressed, man. That was Chaos Theory, right? I actually think like Mixu he stopped trying to solve it like it was a puzzle that made sense, and just kind of took a deep breath of the laughing gas and went with it.
So I know you're a Dota guy, and I'm just reminded of this quote. I forget who it was. It might have been Envy, might have been No Tail. He's like, you know, if the game is just going insane, to paraphrase, if the game's just going insane, you have 2 options. You can go and try to play a normal game of Dota, and that's not going to work, or you can just lean into the insanity and accept it, and that's going to work off a lot better. And that's exactly what Mixu did. As he shows up here, plays the Roddy Party Horn, there we go, something like that, and he is your victor. Congrats, Mixu.
That's a Rotty Bull. Is that for me? It's only 3:30 a.m. Totally worth it.
I guess that is a Red Bull. Well, it's also 3:30 for him.
Oh, true. Actually, wait, no. Wait, yeah, he is, isn't it? Yeah, so there we go. He feels me too. He knows where I'm coming from on this. It's GG though. That was a cool series. I think Mixu like consistently had very impressive performances. I like the way he adapted in the grand finals as well, as obviously it was a very different game to all the series before, which were more about a balance of macro to get into that mid game. Whereas this was, oh, you want mid game? Yeah, that doesn't happen unless your opponent decides to try and Archangel rush you.
Yeah, it's fun to watch all this stuff evolve. I mean, I'm so excited that we're looking at an RTS right now where you can innovate and you can iterate. You can work on different builds and make that happen. You can practice and win on mechanics, and you can also win by going 1 base Seraphim and using the tier 2 spell from the Celestials to go and get 4 V5 rocket launchers and attack your opponent. And both of these things are valid, and both can win. It's awesome.
Yep, I love it. I just hope we get even more types of creep camps, so you get completely different maps. Like, I just want more and more mutations, man. Like, maybe I'm crazy. Like, I don't know. I don't mind a comp scene where we've got like 20 maps, and you have to go through that pick process. Screw it.
I wrote an article 2 years ago, I think, at this point, and StarCraft. I'm not going to say I'm the reason that it was picked up, but StarCraft added it about a year later. I firmly believe we should have at least 2 maps more than the standard best of X. So, like, if our finals are best of 7, we should have at least 9 maps. And actually, 9 maps are really nice because you can have like 3 short maps, 3 medium maps, 3 long maps. One of each of those short, medium, and long can be a weird map. You can still, if there's a map that's particularly bad for you, you can ban it out, even in the best of 7. I'm a big fan. I'm a big proponent of that, having more flexibility there.
So, like, that's why, for example, that's what we now have in Age of Empires is longer series have a redraft, right? So, like, a best of 7, you get to game, like, 4, and we're like, yeah, draft again, right? Or game 5, draft again. And I like that because the problem is, like, we had this kind of is similar in a different way. Like, maps matter a lot, right? And like what we had in the AW4 esports scene is you get, especially in the early days when you had less civs, you get to a point where it's like, okay, this guy's just lost the draft now. He can't win the game anymore, right? Like, his opponent would have to screw up, not him play well. And it's like, I agree. I like these kind of ideas of, like, having alternative strategies, of forcing people to, like, diverse instead of having a rigid format that, in my opinion, like, minimizes comeback opportunities and leads to a more stagnant viewing experience.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think that that repeating the same map in a series is something I'm not a big fan of.
Oh
so,
no, we don't
on the
repeat
redraft-
maps with that format.
Okay.
It's civs that can, like, so you redraft civs.
Oh,
but
okay,
the
okay.
maps, like, the maps are done. That's the thing that remains constant, right? But, like, it's nice,
Gotcha.
refreshing. So, like, if a series, because the logic is, like, with civs, you just have hard counters, right? And I imagine with StarCraft, it's like certain maps will just favor certain races, right?
Yeah, like Jagged Maw is really good for Celestials.
There we go. You learned something new. I love how start of the year, OP for Infernal. Now, Celestial's time to shine, baby.
Absolutely. I love how Mixu's in here. He's like, so when people ask him, oh, how do you beat one base vector? He's like, well, it's actually uncounterable. You can't win. Says the man who just won. Now, granted, fair. You like in a conceptually perfect game when both players are playing perfectly. Maybe that is uncounterable.
He should have been
Which is
cool
what he
about
got
it
at,
and just been B. Like, he should have typed the answer to the counter is B Mixu, and then just have, like, the cool cat glasses, right?
Oh yeah, it's like there was a time in StarCraft 2 when Terran players were really struggling. They were not beating Protoss players at all. It was really bad, except for Maru. Maru actually had like a 75% win rate against Protoss players, and the common refrain in the community at the time was, "Just play like Maru." Why is that so hard?
It reminds me of when a pro player tried to do, like, coaching in Age of Empires, and he had one of the, like, top players now, like, he was coaching him, and then sorry, one of the top players was coaching him, right? And the feedback, like, he's just done something wrong. He's like, just do better. It's like you're paying him for this coaching session. It became a meme. It's so good.
Back in the day in StarCraft, the top players used to charge like $200-300 an hour for coaching.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
Because the demand was there, and but I'm 95% sure that maybe some of the coaching was good, but like I'm being able to coach someone or to teach someone is a very different skill from being one of the best players in the world.
Agreed.
So
it's it's a very different skill set, and like a lot of coaches get it wrong because they just give you tricks to get to like diamond or something. It's like it doesn't teach you how to be a good player. But I think the interesting one to me is like in Dota 2, I don't know if he's still the highest, but like Purge had one of the highest rates of like coaching. And because what he realized, it's like people just wanted to talk to him, right? Because like Purge is like I think he's around 6.5K MMR now, which is nowhere near pro level. So like,
yeah, he's a former pro, but
yeah,
not there. Yeah,
he
plays mostly unranked, I think, anyways.
Exactly, he was great in his day, right? And he even admitted this, right? Like, he's not that top player anymore. But like, people just they'll pay $200 for a coaching session, basically because they want to talk to him. It's wild.
Yeah, I think BSJ charges insane. I think he's actually a pretty good coach from what I've seen, but he charges pretty high rates. So, anyways, Killer Pigeon, it is almost 4 a.m. your time.
Yeah, just casual 4 o'clock game. And
I've lost track of how time zones work because I've moved one time zone west from where I've been living the last 4 years.
Oh, my condolences.
So like my mental math on what it is to Europe is actually works out for you because you're in the UK, because I'm like, it's 6 hours to Europe, but 7 hours to Europe now. Anyway. Thank you, dude. This was fun. If you want to join me tomorrow morning at 4 p.m. No, I guess tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. your time, there is a $100 tournament. I am casting it. I'm the official caster. You're more than welcome to join me. The Infilet tournament's like a $100 prize pool. 8-player tournament.
If you bump me the time, I'll figure out like if I got something else to do tomorrow. If not,
I'll send you the challenge.
Awesome.
Here's the challenge link.
All right, I'll have a look at it. I'll let you know after I sleep. See how groggy
Sounds
I
good.
am.
And by the way, as we sign off here, for those of you that are watching from my channel and not on Killer Pigeon's channel, where can they find you? What are you doing next?
So I've got something that's going to get announced soon that I'll be doing next. Maybe RTS focus, so it should be pretty cool. Right now, the big thing that people are hyped for is I'm going to be in Spain in October for Red Bull Wallalo, doing Age of Mythology and Age of Empires 4. But you can catch me across twitch.tv/Killer Pigeon. You can follow me on Twitter, same name there, and on YouTube, same name there. Remember, Pigeon is not spelt with a D, so yes, I don't have a D. That's the perfect way to sign off. And guys, on my side, if you've enjoyed what you heard here, be sure to go check out Behemoth. Wonderful guy, absolute pleasure to have on the mic, and a big brain when it comes to the commentary scene for Stormgate.
All right. Thank you, Killer Pigeon. Talk to you soon. Bye.
See you, buddy. All right, guys, I'm going to raid through to him now, actually, so you can go have some fun with him. That is going to be it for tonight. Very deep stream. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Like, I think Stormgate's got a lot of fun potential there. It's different to AoE 4. Doesn't mean it's worse. Doesn't mean it's better. It's different. I enjoy both. So go have some fun with him. And I'll see you Tuesday. So next stream Tuesday, because Monday we've got suit fittings to do for my mate. See ya.